We're into Thursday, and that means it's the last day of round robin matches here in Group B in Malta. And it should be very interesting because we do have second place up for grabs. And later on, it looks like we'll have a battle for survival. I'm Mr. Maximo, settle in. 4 T10 matches on the way. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of this FanCode European Cricket Series coming to you from the beautiful island nation of Malta. So we are into the last day of round robin matches, of course. Tomorrow is quarterfinals Friday. Saturday is finals day, where we will see who will raise the trophy here in Malta. It's our 4th series here, would you believe it? And we always love the kind of closeness of a lot of these matches, and we love the Malta cricket ground. So let's get ready for the first match of the day, and it's going to be match 37. This is a match between Sweetie United and the Southern Crusaders. Not much between these two on the table. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Crusaders to call. Heads. Heads is the call. It's tails. The camera? Yeah, bowling. All right. Thank you. Good luck, guys. Thank you. All the best.
So it is Sweetie United that win the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. That's quite interesting to me, actually, because I think most of their performances where they've done well, they have done it batting first, so they do want to chase in this one. And look, both these teams, they have a 3-3 record, so 50% wins out of their matches, and they're really close on net run rate as well. They both have a net run rate around 0. Sweetie United just a little bit ahead, but not by too much. And basically, whoever plays better today, this morning, is going to get second spot, because we know that the Knights, they're kind of out of reach, but we do know that whichever team plays better out of these two, they'll get second place. That means they'll play a lower ranked opponent tomorrow on quarterfinals Friday, and that could be significant. But of course, Waka Afridi's had a very good tournament. I think Kasim Ahmed and Anil Kadir make up a pretty strong top 3. And well, the one moment Sweetie United fans will remember from yesterday, where we saw Aslan Ahmed getting a run out off the top of his head. That's something that's already gone viral. You'll only see that kind of stuff here on ECN. Let's talk about the Crusaders, though. They're without their regular captain, Michael Gunatilaka, and so Erdly Chandram will be leading them this morning. This is actually the first time that they have batted first, so I wonder perhaps if Sweetie sending in the Crusaders is more about the Crusaders doing something different, so they will have to set the pace this morning. Let's get ready for the start of play, but before we do, let's talk about the conditions. Once again, it's a beautiful day. We're expecting a maximum temperature in the mid-20s. Currently, it's already 21, so very, very pleasant out here in the middle. And here's another pleasant individual that I'm really, really happy to spend the day with. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match 37. It's Sweetie United. They've won the toss and they have sent in the Crusaders. Let's get ready for a great day of cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back to Malta. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series here, and well, we're getting ready for what promises to be a very exciting day. It's going to be the last day of Group B matches. Remember, tomorrow it will be quarterfinals day, so 4 teams will go forward today. 1 will be eliminated, and I can tell you this, there is everything to play for. It's a lovely side off the ground there. Let's have a look at the 2 teams that we got up first. So Sweetie United are taking on the Southern Crusaders, and some of the key names on there. But Southern Crusaders, I think Ryan Ricky Bastian's are still really to get going in this series. He's a very good, talented player, the big hard hitter off the ball. Gopal Thakra is there as well. But the big news is no Michael Gunterlicker, the captain, who's been leading them well and batting pretty well. He will be, well, he's making his way to Desert Springs. He'll be there, part of the European Cricket Network crew, bringing you the action from the T20I series there between Germany, Italy and Spain. So they haven't got him in their side, so they're going to need somebody else maybe to shine with the bat. Is this going to be the day for maybe something like Gulfraz Masi? Who knows? On the other side, Sri United, we've already seen that they got 3 very good, strong batters in the likes of Qasim Mohammed. He really is impressing me at the moment. And then also Waka Afridi, he's been class, though he didn't have a good day yesterday. Then someone like Anil Kadir can also really, if he can raise his game, he can be quite dangerous as well. But other than that, there's not a lot else. So I think what we're seeing and what we're going to say here with between these two teams is the top 3 batters are going to be key. One of them has to click. But I can see this match being sort of, it can either go, if a batter gets going, it can either be big scores being put on the board, or it could be a sort of in the 80s, a grady 80s sort of battle between these two teams. But they have got everything to play for. The bat versus ball wall thinks maybe it's going to be similar to what I'm saying, 95 to 91 in favour of Srihi United. So it's going to be a close call. You can see the timeline between the two teams there at the bottom. We did see the Srihi United team in action yesterday, and well, they've got a good victory over overseas in the first match to put 100 on the board, and they were able to defend that. That was Qasim Mohammed. He made a fine 51 of 25 deliveries, and Waka Afridi, he made a good 29 as well. Let's just have a look at some of those matches that we saw yesterday. The first one was between Malta Day and the Knights, and it was Malta Day that was victorious in, well, Malta Day that had issues against the Knights there, and the Knights putting a 118 on the board, and that was the captain, Avinash Dilip, 50 not out, and he was also the player of the match in that one. Malta Day, they struggled with the bat, 69 for 8, nobody really able to get going for them, and Samuel Stanislaus was the hero with the ball, taking 3 wickets for just 6 runs, 49-run victory there by the Knights. And well, they also then had a mixed day as well yesterday, because it was turn for Malta Day to turn on the style. And the one man who certainly did that was Sijay Patel, when he scored a fine 51 or 27 deliveries for Malta Day, getting them to a score of over 100, 105. He put a good partnership together with Azim Sathi, who made 31 off 19. And in reply, the Knights, well, nobody really was able to click for them. They took the top 3 batters out early, and fine bowling from Pintu Ghosh, 3 for 16 was he was the key in that one. And Patel, player of the match for his very good innings indeed, and they played some lovely shots. Then as we go back to the team, one of the teams in action today, Sri United. They I told you there, they went with the first match. It was Qasim Mohammed. He's 51 of 25, which got him the player of the match award in that one. And overseas just looked a little bit light in the batting themselves. They had batters that got in, but weren't able to make the most of the number of balls they got in the first match. Clyde Palmer, 21 of 21. So though they got close, they got to 93. So losing just by 7 runs, the overseas, but you just think that too many balls were chewed up. But they did bounce back in that second match, and they got their victory. And that was the last match of the day, match number 36. The overseas putting on the 100. So the 100 seems to be the key. Get to 100, maybe you go on to win the game. So 104 for 6, and that was the captain. Goroki making 44 of 20. He batted very well indeed as well. Played some lovely shots. He got good support from Jazz Cable up the order, who just held the innings together really. And that was a match that you saw really talking about, where there was a headbutt from Arslan Ahmed. Yeah, that involved in a run out, headbutting the ball back to the fielder, and it was Afridi who then took the ball and knocked the bails off. That was something that definitely will go viral. And Ahmed, well, he bowled well in that match as well for Sweet United. Took 2 for 24, but it wasn't enough because with the bat, Sweet United, once again, top order, not clicking. They struggled to get to 89, so losing that one by 15 runs. So just goes to say with Sweet here, you've got to try and get those wickets early, and that's certainly what the Southern Crusaders will be looking to do. There's the tables there at the moment, so you can see that it's very, very open, really. And I mean, we've got these matches here, the two teams here battling to see who's going to finish second in the table. But then there's an opportunity a bit later on for overseas Malta today. Look, one of those two teams will be eliminated from this series today. Who will it be? Well, it's anybody's guess. At the moment, the overseas have a better net run rate than Malta Day. So Malta Day, they need to get some victories under the belt. But there's other possibilities there as well. I mean, depending how these matches go here, if one team loses badly in both matches, it gives an opportunity for either one of overseas and Malta Day, if they can pick up good victories, that they could even go and finish second in the table. So it's very wide open indeed. Slight delay this morning, but we will see the umpires going out shortly. Just a few technical issues, but they'll be going out there in a few minutes' time. And the umpires for today will be Umpire Joy and Stefan Gooch himself. But you can see, though, from out there, it's going to be another fine day. It is not a cloud in the sky. Plenty of sunshine today. Temperatures expected to be around about, once again, at 24, 25 degrees. It's an amazing day. It's going to be a sensational day. And, well, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it even better because, once again, my good friend and commentary partner, Mr. Maximo, will be with me. And speaking of the man himself, here he is. Maxi, buenos dias, good morning, or bonjour, as they say.
Bonjour to you. Yeah, buenos dias, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, apologies for the slight technical delay. It's to do with the ground. I think they have given it a bit of a haircut, and there were just some technical issues of getting everything in place. So rather than rush into the start, they decided at the last minute to put the start back 10 minutes. But it gives an opportunity to say hello to everybody, and hello to Wazim Abbas, who's watching from Malta. Hello to you, Wazim. Hope you're well. Of course, always love to see what you can do out in the middle, but I'm glad you're enjoying the series. Anyway, I want to say hello to Keanu as well, saying the weather looks good. Well, news is the weather is good, Keanu, and thinks it looks better than the SCG. Well, one of the things is that there is a big thunderstorm, or thunderstorms, forecast for Saturday, and we're really hopeful that we can get the finals in before it hits, or maybe it'll go around us. So that's something we're keeping an eye on. Certainly looking at that, you can see the Edex Knights, they've locked up top spot now. But we've got the two teams on 6 playing each other, the two teams on 4 playing each other. So, yeah, like I was saying just a little bit earlier, Sweet United and Southern Crusaders, not too much between them net run rate either. So I think whichever team plays better this morning, so if they were to split their games, whichever team kind of wins by the best margin will probably take that second spot. And that becomes significant because it does protect you against the weather. We saw this happen before in Malta, where if you finish second, you're the higher ranked opponent in the quarterfinals. And also it means you're playing a lower ranked opponent. So you'd think it to be an easier game. Then later in the day, it seems like a battle for survival. Again, not too much between them on net run rate, just 0.4. But overseas and Malta Day, again, they're on the chopping block. There is a scenario, you're looking at that table, where overseas and Malta Day could split their matches, go to 6 points. And if either Sweet United or the Southern Crusaders were to lose badly a couple of times, then they could actually drop out. So it's actually possible for any of the 4 teams playing today to finish in 5th place. That's just a sign that, okay, aside from the Knights, which have been the standout team, although even they've lost a couple of times, it's been very even here in Group B as well.
Yeah, it has been very even, and that's one thing that we've seen, not just with this group, but Group A as well. And that, for me, is what makes tomorrow going to be a very, very interesting day indeed, because I think we saw that the table, and we see that table, teams very closely knitted together. Group A was very much the same, so when you get the 2 teams together in the quarterfinals day tomorrow, I think we're going to see some really interesting matches as well. And one thing, Vinny, is we saw from the last couple of days as well that teams are starting to get going with the bat as well. The rate, the score rate per over is going up as well, which is good to see. So, and that is not surprising at all because of the conditions that we see out there.
Yeah, that's true. And I think partly it's also about the type of top orders we've seen. They just seem to be a bit more consistently able to bang the ball around. You think about what we've seen from Sweet United, their top 3, for example. Anyway, very good morning to you. Apologies for the delay. Yeah, this is what we saw, not yesterday, but the day before. We had our only day over 10. And you can see historically there haven't been too many of them here in Malta. It's best of 10.9. That was all the way back in late 2020. Yeah, so only the 5th day we've seen over 10 and over. Shows that scores have been hard to come by. Yesterday 9.4, so yeah, just creeping up now. We're around about the mark that we were in last year. That's all in the high 8s then, isn't it, from 2021 and 2022. So I just do think, yeah, 90 plus on the board. I think 100 plus always looks good, though. If you look at the Group B scoring, we've had 4 days of it. Starting at 7.9, that was a pretty low day. But overseas, they just struggled to get going. I think they dragged down the average a little bit on that day. But 9.4, that to me seems about a par score. Around about 90 is what I feel. Anyway, let's get ready for some action again. Sorry for the keeping you waiting, but we're almost ready to go. 4 T10 matches on the way. And I want to say hello to everybody. And, you know, it's kind of nice in a way when we get these messages. Everyone's eager to get the game going, as are we. But yeah, just had to finish off a couple of things this morning. There won't be any reduction or anything like that. Just putting everything back by 10 minutes. Maybe we'll get back on track a little bit later in the day. Well, there's some last minute stretching which is going on. You have seen some interesting stuff, haven't we, in this tournament? Yeah, but this is interesting as well, Enrico. The Crusaders, they've played 6 games and they've batted twice batted second, I should say, in all 6 games.
Yeah.
So this is the first time that they have batted first. And I was a bit curious because I think Sweet United, they normally like to bat first and put runs on the board, put big runs on the board. So I was a little bit interested why that is. Sometimes people think it's because of the conditions, because the dew factor here, the outfield's a bit slower. But also, it means that the ball picks up moisture and is a bit harder to hit further. So maybe that's what it's about. Or maybe it's just saying, look, the Crusaders, they want to chase. We're sure about that. We're gonna make them bat first.
Yeah, it's a strange one. When you look at Sweet United yesterday, bat first, they win against overseas. And when they're chasing the score of 104. Remember, batting first, they scored 100, losing only 4 wickets. And then yesterday in that second match, chasing 104 for overseas, they were 89. They fell short by 15 runs. So you would have thought they would have gone with what they do better, what helps them win matches. But yeah, I think they've had a look at the Crusaders and thought, well, okay, we're going to do what they don't want us to do. Asking the question, but this is going down to miss leg stick. It's a good start, it's a good delivery, but he just gets too much swing. Swings back into the left-hander. Yeah, it just does too much.
It's on the toe, that's why he looks guilty anytime you hit the foot, but that's certainly swing down the leg side. Good movement, though, from Waka Afridi. So they're not messing about, they're going straight to Waka here. He really got that ball to bend.
Yeah, very good start. And, he's up for having a good day today, isn't he? So, because yesterday wasn't his best. He wasn't able to perform well with the ball. He was a little bit too short. And he got put away plenty of times. And with the bat, he struggled. Gopal Thakur, a batter that we know very well. He's hoping to get going and maybe fill the gap that the absent Michael Guntalaka is leaving, who's normally the regular captain. Comes Afridi. Just gets respected. They just hesitantly go for the single. It's the bowler that has to go and do the fielding himself. As the man at mid-wicket. For me, he's just a little too deep at the moment. I'd like to see him a little bit closer, just be tight on that single. But he does drop back to the circle, so he's staying back. So look at this field. They've got, for the left-hander, they've got mid-wicket on the boundary. This is going to be a wide, and how many? Maybe 2. Just does too much this time, Afridi, to Bastiat, who will quite happily just turn that into 2 wides. Yeah, a lot of movement. We've seen that all the way through actually this week, particularly more so in Group B than Group A. All the bowlers, especially the openers, have really got the ball to talk, really got it to move around. Field now changes again. 2 men straight to Gopal. And he gets beaten by Gooden. You can see that the line he's bowling to the right-hander is very difficult to play, but unless he changes his up drastically, it becomes a wide ball to the lefty, but a dangerous one to the right-hander.
Let's say a quick hello. Mahendra Reddy in the chat saying hi, Rico Fool and Maximo. It's a fluffy guy here. Do you remember me? Of course we do. From yesterday. Out swing up, worked away for a single. Yeah, so hello Mahendra, hope you're well. And he was a big fan of you, Rico. We did an Instagram live yesterday just for some fun. I tell you, it was a great innings to put it on as well. It was the innings with the famous clonking on the head from Arslan Ahmed, who is in the side. I don't know if he's got a headache or not. And that's something, yeah, we mentioned already. That's something you got to check out on our social media. Already heading for like 1 million views, I think, worldwide. And we only just put it up. It only just happened, like yesterday.
Yeah, good morning, Mahendra. Thank you for joining us again. Of course, we remember you. This one is a full toss. But Bastian's, though he does get a fair bit of it, is not able to beat the fielder. We also see a change in the wicketkeeper here for Sri United. Ahmed Shakil, who's the man behind the stumps. We wish him well.
They've mixed it up a little bit. And I don't see any Krishnan in the lineup. He was doing it yesterday.
Up in the air. It's going to get lucky, I think. Yeah, it just drops short. Way short of the two-men straight. And go back to one thing they say quite often. I mean, with this field, I mean, they're going with 2 men straight back on the boundary. So you've got to long on and long off, but have them in the circle until somebody clears them. If you do that, you've got a wicket there. Let's have a look at the stats there for the top players. Thanks to Ravi and Shazad for these. So United, Afridi, apart from yesterday where he didn't really get going, he's the top run scorer. Qasim Mohammed looked good yesterday, looked really classy as well with bat and with ball. And then you've got Kadir, who, well, if he gets lucky, always gives a chance early, but if he gets lucky, he can hurt you.
Here's the issue with the Crusaders, though. I mean, with no Gunatilaka, these are the best 3 run scorers of the team they've got out there. I mean, some of them should have scored more. Yusuf 36 and Masih 17. I mean, it seems very, very light on, but they need to find some runs early on here. And, yeah, in an unfamiliar position of batting first as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you can see there, no Bastians in there at all. So you can see that he really hasn't got going yet. So we turn back to the action. This is a nice looking shot. He should get rewarded with the boundary, but he won't. It just slows down. And that's the combination of the early morning dew. And the ball just plugging as that ball hits the deck. So it doesn't get the boundary. Probably won that Gopal Thakar thought, well, that should have bought me the boundary, but it's not to be. Still searching for the first one of the morning, of the day, day 9. This one will probably be it, will it? Yeah, will. Just gets it wide of Bilal, who's inside the circle there. And once it gets past him, it skids across this dewy surface and makes its way to the boundary. So, Cuatro Carreras, that's the first one of the day. And, a good moment there for Gopal Thakra. Certainly will be feeling a little bit more confident once that one's been played. Captain Mahak. This one catches the gloves of the keeper, but they don't take a run. And, that's a missed opportunity for me. I think Bastian's just at this moment, he's got to go. He thinks about it. They both think about it, but then, well, it's a bit of a communication fail. It was a bit of a shall we, should we, Jalier, need Jalier. In the end, they stay where they are, no run. Well picked up. This is a lovely shot. And well, we saw the first 4 a moment ago, and now we see the first Maximo. Boom! Shaka Lagya. Lovely shot. Lovely clean swing of the bat through the line of the ball. And he gets this over mid-wicket. And that's a delightful shot. Lovely pickup.
Really good shot. And they're going to need more of that, the Crusaders, if they're getting competitive in this. And Ulhak has bowled pretty well yesterday. But, yeah, Takua trying to move the needle. No Gunatilaka in the lineup. He's their leading run scorer in the whole tournament. Bastians hasn't really faced yet, but this has been a good start from Takua.
There he goes down the line, and it's well fielded. And that's Qasim Mohammed. And Gopal Thakur, he seems to be very disappointed with himself that he wasn't able to send that to the boundary. A little bit of a overreaction, I think. It was a nice shot. Well fielded, though, by Qasim Mohammed. He's a very cool character.
He's been good, hasn't he, Kasim, as well. He's a good contributor with the bat in the field, even when he does get a bowl.
Bastianz looks to work this one away, but doesn't get as much on it as he would have liked. In fact, he doesn't get anything on it at all, just a bit of pad. So misses out on that one. That will be the end of the over. Score moves to 21, so a bit of acceleration in that over. 14 plus the leg bye as well.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this table one more time. If you just joined us, so the two teams that are in second and third play each other today. They play each other twice. And this afternoon we'll see overseas and Muddy Date playing each other. So at the end of the day, whoever's bottom misses out. So you can see there's a few scenarios. One of the scenarios is, well, actually, each of the teams is at risk if they play badly today of missing out. It'll be more difficult for these two teams to miss out because they are ahead by a win, but if they get thrashed twice,
yeah,
and this afternoon's game's a split, well, they could be out. So plenty of incentive to play well.
Freedy is going to be asked to bowl out by the captain. First one is just going to be a single. 6 off his first over. He wants to try and get a breakthrough here. Pick up the open. I mean, one big man that they want to try and get at the Bastian, though he hasn't quite got going yet. Kopathaka has made a good start. And he is now, will he go after a Freedy? He does. They ask the question, and the umpire is thinking about it. Decides not out. I think this one probably just missing the leg stick. It doesn't come in at all, this one. This one just keeps going.
Good call.
Yeah, it's a very good call. I mean, that same delivery, Afridi has got to move away. He's beaten the right-handers a few times with the ball swinging away. He's pitched on middle and it's moved and gone outside off. This one just goes straight, and that's the reason that is not out, because it will have gone to miss the leg. This one, he's got him. Oh, that is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. And I was just saying that Bastianz, though he's not got going, he could be the prize wicket. I get the feeling this is probably come back and hit him. I think he's been bowled off his own backside. I reckon he's hit this onto his bum.
Yeah.
You don't see it on that angle.
Probably
I reckon he's hit it.
Yeah, it's the hip more than anything.
Yeah, he's hit it into the ground. Do we see it here? Into the ground. Look,
yep.
That's it. How were you out? Well, that's bowled off your culo.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, that's so unlucky. You're right. But I suppose in the beginning he didn't hit the middle of the bat, did he? So it's unfortunate, but he's going to have to go. And yeah, just a player they would want a bit more out of course, with no good Antilliga in the lineup. But he's the first wicket to fall here on day 10. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky, but yeah, it's just sort of been the series. And the thing, you know, this is so unlucky. Look at the ball as well. It just hits the top of the bails. And he's going to go. There's a bit of a smile on the face of umpire Joy. Well, he's joyed. I tell you what, though, Ryan Bastian, he's not very joyed by that. He has to go. The batter comes in. And Afridi goes for the Yorker. Just over pitches it slightly. And they will take the 2 and get there as well.
So they've got to keep moving forward. Kua, he's been important, hasn't he, so far? And he's got to keep going with this good start. Zishan Yusuf, his guy, I was expecting him to step up as well today. Him and also Gulfraz Masih. An interesting one, and he's gone. Yeah, well, he's going to have to go. I thought I picked up a slight double noise there, got to be honest with you. It's a close one for impact. We'll get a good look at it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. But Afridi breaks through. This one did seem a bit straighter. Let's have a look at it. He's coming back.
Nah, for me, it's missing leg, you know.
It's umpire's call, I think. I don't think you can say it's conclusively missing leg.
I'm looking at the angle of this fin. Also looking at the tiptoes of the batter. It's high as well. I think that's not the best of calls.
Look, what I would say is we know these days more are hitting than you think. And you got to remember, you can have 99% of the ball miss and it can still hit the stumps. You know, so it's one of those ones that looks dicey. I definitely agree with you there. I don't think anyone can say it's conclusively missing the leg stump. You can have a feeling it is, but the umpire, as you always say, Rico, he's in the best position. And he felt that some of the ball was hitting that leg stump. And if that's the case, he's got to give it.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, we can look at it, and ah, but the umpire is standing wicket to wicket. He's in the right position. And if umpire Joy thinks it's hitting, well, it's hitting.
It's one of those ones that if, say you got given out and there was DRS, that's one of those ones that I think it could have been umpire's call. Like, I'm not sure. You know, you see those ones. If it was given not out, it definitely would have stayed not out because definitely not more than half the ball's hitting the stump. But, yeah, that's the way it goes, I suppose. You miss the ball, you're at the umpire's mercy. And at the end of the power play, 26 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good over. So the Freedy, well, he looks like he's pumped up today, doesn't he? Like I say, yesterday wasn't his best day. He's a top player. He's one of their star players. So they want him to perform. Once again, look at that beautiful image of this ground. Lovely sunshine all around. Not a cloud in the sky. And that looks absolutely beautiful. And, it's a pleasure to be here once again to be watching this cricket. And I think we're going to get 4 very exciting matches here today. And this one is evenly poised at the end of the power play. 2 wickets down, 26 on the board, and it looks like the game for Bilal.
Yeah, Bilal's coming on. He does the same, just left the field with a slight injury, so Ayub Khan's on the field as well for Sweet United, just in case you're interested. Yeah, the trick I try and do with those is I imagine if there was no batter there, so I pretend there's no batter and I just watch the ball bowled.
Yeah.
And put it this way, if it was missing, it was not missing by much. You know, it's one of those ones. It's certainly you look at that and the way we're conditioned to think is that's missing leg, but when you think about it, it wouldn't surprise me if that would have hit the stumps. So I think we just got to give the umpire the benefit on that one, even though it's a tough one. If you're a real benefited out kind of nerd, then you won't like that one. But if you've got the bat, you should use it.
Yeah, very much so. Good morning to Ivan. Ivan, well, sorry to hear that you're not getting the best of weather there in Norwich.
Shocker.
And, yeah. I mean, Ivan agrees with me. Well, Ivan says, well, definitely missing leg. Well, I mean, yeah, when I first saw it, I thought, because I agree with what you're saying, Vinny. I think you gotta imagine there's no batter there. I also tend to look at, I mean, you'd have to do it the second time round. You can't do it first time round. I also look at it at the replay, the angle of the bowler. He goes pretty wide, how the ball's been delivered. And I just think that ball was, the way it was delivered, it's hitting the deck, it's moving away, just missing the leg. I think it may have been a little bit higher. So, but look, you're absolutely right. Umpire standing in the best position. And, it's umpire's call in the end.
And I want to say, it's a fair comment from Ashraful Alam, who's saying that, now with DRS and stuff, that, we don't see those kind of things happen very often. And thank you for your compliments as well, Ashraful. Yeah, I mean, I will go into bat for umpires more often than not because, okay, for me, if it's an error of judgment. It's not an error of process, the rules. That's what he saw, that's what he felt. And remember, he's seeing it in real time, really quick. And we are talking about centimetres here. And we're talking about something that's moving really quick.
Sure.
So, I think everyone has to be fair that if, you're involving human beings and so they don't get the benefit of everything we're seeing. And we want to encourage people to umpire and not be afraid to go out there because there's always the risk that you will make mistakes or you will make, not saying that's a mistake even, you'll make decisions that some people won't agree with. And that's just a part of the game at this level. You just have to understand that. They're going to take on the overthrow here. That's pretty good running if he makes it. And he does. So Takua hustling back for a couple.
Yeah, backs himself. I'm liking that. Very confident. He's had a look and he says, hey, you know what? Yeah, I can make it. Let's go. Because he's the one who's he's overrun the stumps at the bowler's end by a good few yards. But he backs himself, says, yeah, I can do it. And he does.
Yeah. And the other thing is, people saying, why don't we have DRS then? Let's get into the 4th over. 32 for 2. The thing is, these things, they are prohibitively expensive. So obviously, ECN is it's a different kind of a broadcaster. There's really nothing like it in the world. I think for what we can do, I think it's amazing. And we'd love to add some of these things in the future, maybe if they come a bit more feasible. But I just think, we're getting a lot right now. And just think about it. If you've ever umpired a cricket game, you'll know that it's very, very different when you're the man on the spot.
Yeah, this has been played away, and this time, though, he's got to come a long way to field it. Kasim gets there, keeps it to 1 as Shah comes into bowl.
Yeah, Mazif Shah took a very interesting one out a couple of days ago. He went full jaunty road style.
Edge, and it goes down. And the wicket keeper. I think he just, if you look at the keeper here, look at his shot. Oh dear, more extras. So This is just adding salt into the wound for the bowler. He should have had a wicket, as if Shah, the wicket keeper,
This is an opportunity
not
to take.
balanced at all, is he?
Well, I mean, to be fair, he didn't do a lot wrong. He just wasn't really agile enough to get up there. Oh, I used to love those. It's an opportunity to take a real hanger. He just needed to, I suppose, yeah, two-footed takeoff maybe. Wasn't really off balance there. He was in a fairly stable position to go, but I mean, look, to be fair to him, it did fly high to his right, and Shaquille, he's into the side, could have made a name for himself there. The next one goes past the bat as well. We've seen some really good keeper catches, though, in Malta, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen some great one-handers.
Yeah, can you see with that one, it didn't hit the middle of his hand, it kind of came off the end of the fingers. It's a sign he just couldn't go far enough. So I don't think that's really a misjudgment. I think it's more just physically he couldn't quite get there.
Yeah. I thought he was going to par it onto the guy.
Oh, that's what I thought too. But the other
I
thing,
thought he was going to go straight to him.
see if you can keep an eye on Shaquille here. He doesn't get very low. He just kind of goes in more of a slips catching stance. And wait for this ball, which is going to be whipped away and whipped away nicely. This will be a boundary. So Kua just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? Takes 4 more, and yeah, Crusaders, I think their innings hinges a lot on how long Gopal can stick around.
Yeah, he's batted very positively, hasn't he, from the way that it's been in. Okay, he's been bogged down a little bit after his few earlier shots, but that's a nice one to get out of the hat once more. So, yeah, it just looks very confident. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there.
So just watch the keeper here, this ball. Okay, because he doesn't really get low. That's why I think if you start lower, I'll try and show you here on the camera. So yeah, 39 for 2 at halfway. So he's just kind of more in a kind of slips catch position like this. All right. So those higher ones, the reason that as a keeper you're trying to get low, I know you can't see all of me, is because then it gives you more spring up and away. Yeah. So because he's not that low, I think that's why he can't. Just you try it yourself. Try and jump as high as you can from this position, and you'll only get so high.
Do that again. Go low.
Do you want to do it? All right. How how's the
go
roof
low
here?
again. Go low again.
Okay. So this is I'm trying to do it here.
Okay,
so I can get this high. Okay.
Yeah,
Huh? Okay. Now we'll have to. Now if I start down here, all right. In my seat, right?
Where's your trousers gone, buddy?
Now there we go. We'll measure the dice.
Yeah.
Measure the dice and see if that was better. Whew. I wasn't prepared for this
You
at all.
weren't prepared for it. Nor were your trousers.
That's why they tell you though to start low, because it helps you with the low ones, but also it helps you get a bit of spring up and away. And that one you could just see it just went off the end of his fingers. But it was a good effort. But I mean, yeah, that's just part of the conditioning. And I think you might have to take over for a second. I can't believe I used to do 100 overs with this in a day.
Is that your early morning exercise done?
There you go.
And, nice to see you looking nice and agile. But yeah, you don't want to be doing that stuff with those trousers on. They're too tight.
Medic?
Yeah, we could do that, don't we? Okay, you're not getting me started. 39 for 2 at the halfway point.
Somebody go and freeze frame and tell me, did I go higher the second time or not?
Look who's coming. Look who's coming. It's our man. It's Arslan Ahmed. And he is, this man here is going to go viral for, I was going to say the wrong reasons, but actually the right reasons, because of that relay. I'm going to call it a team relay wicket.
That's
when he headed the ball to Afridi, who picked it up, threw it in, and got the run out.
Magic skull.
Yeah, magic skull.
He just headed it on. I heard all sorts of chat. I love the comments saying he could be going to Everton on a free transfer and all. And, he's going to be great on corners and the flick-on goals and all this kind of stuff.
So here we go. Arslan Ahmed to come in. He's the man who likes to turn up for the day's cricket wearing a face mask. And let's go. Starts with a good delivery. Yorker length.
Good appeal. Where did that appeal come from?
I have no idea.
But
it
it was deep square leg. So that'll be just a single to get going. Yeah, I can see the old-fashioned zinc cream on. Yeah, Arslan, but he enjoyed it as well. He gets 6 fantasy points for being half of that run out as well. That was off his head.
Do you think he's got a bit of a bump?
Oh, that's a bad appeal.
He needs to be thinking about getting to the ball here, not appealing.
Well, yeah, and then he just kind of realised there's a big batter coming his way, and he's just like, okay, you can have the one here. Huge inside edge. Watch it.
Yeah, and he's appealing, and then they get the single because he doesn't want to do the fielding.
His heart wasn't in either, was it? The appeal or the fielding.
Well, Curry Wasam. He's the batter that's joined Thakur out there. And this one could be close, you know. And yeah, I reckon this one, you see, you just have a feeling. As an umpire, you know, Vinny, when Vinny stands here with me, he sees me giving decisions all the time. As soon as that hits, my finger's going up. Yeah, I reckon he's going right across the line. Is the ball going to go over the stumps now? I think it's hitting. What should the ball pitches? Yeah, that's out.
Seems out. It's going on the way up. I know that. But there's no real problems with impact or line. Height-wise, there's an argument. But I think if you miss one like that, you know you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, not a lot. The thing is with the Aston Ahmed, there's not a lot of pace on the ball. So that goes. And what's a wicket keep? Have a look at this.
Let's have a look.
Where does it
at
get
the keeper and dunk. It's another one. Well,
wow.
Yeah, Shaquille, don't expect me to do a demonstration of that.
Shaquille.
So ask people.
What is it about Aston Ahmed? It's always something to do with heads. He's definitely the headbanger, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a headbanger. All right, Arslan. New batter in, but down the leg side. They brought in Shaheen Hussain now. Just a bit of a crossroads in this innings. And Sweet United, I think it'll be as simple as if their top 3 click, they're gonna chase this down easily. On 76 pace at the moment, even if they get up to 80 or 90 from here. Just seeming, I suppose, up to Thakur, really. Can Hussain be an ally through these middle overs?
Yeah, they just need somebody to come out there and be a bit positive and play a few shots. Again, it's a good delivery from Arsenal. I mean, what I'm liking about what he's bowling so far, he's just getting the ball right up there. And I think unless you're pretty quick on your feet and you come down the wicket a little bit, he's going to get you. It's going to be interesting to see how Gopal Thakur plays him. I mean, he's outside his crease a fair bit, so he's ready to attack him. It's going to be a good battle. Well, he goes for the short one, and well, this one goes over the wicket keeper through his hands, and he's going to be 4 runs. This goes pretty quick. Once again, I don't know whether this one is just goes past him before he reacts or over him. Yeah, over him. So he's jumping pretty high. Well, he's using your technique. Yeah. He's bending his legs and he's jumping as high as he can, but he can't get there.
Shaquille doesn't know what he's got himself into, to be honest. He needs the pogo boots, doesn't he? But, yeah, bit of luck there for Thakur, but yeah, make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Takes him up over the 8 and over mark for the first time in a while.
Yeah, he just goes for the short delivery there. I think that was supposed to be the surprise when he's bowled everything pitched up, and Ahmed thinking, I'm going to bang this one in. I think he would have been better off just trying to go for the straight one and just try and get Gopal driving. He's hit pretty well. Fielder should field it. No issues at all from Afridi.
Well, taking it 2 here. Now, where's the bowler here? I mean, Ahmed finds himself in the wrong spot, and he's saying, what are you doing? Because he's
wasn't
in
a
front
good throw,
of, yeah, look, no, but look where the bowler is. He goes the wrong side of the stumps, and this may have even been hitting. You know, he's saying, give it to me. But what are you going to do when you get it here? Look, I think he's annoyed. I don't think it is a bad throw.
Yeah.
I just think the bowler thinks he's a goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's in the wrong position.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And he at least didn't try to block it with his head. As we get to the end of the over. Yeah, that's just fundamentals. The headbanger gets it wrong there. Wonder how hard he was hit on the head. Anyway, 49 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lesson, isn't it? To all the youngsters out there. Remember, all the bowlers, once you bowl, get behind the stumps. Not in front, get behind. And Vinny's absolutely right. Get behind the stump. Maybe he's able to take that better on the bounce and be involved in the run.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it would have bounced first. I reckon it might have hit the stump. It would have been a tough take, but I mean, there was 0 chance of him getting a run out doing what he was doing. Anyway, here we go, over number 7.
They go with Asif Shah once again. There's Afridi. So I'm just underarms this back to Asif. So this is where I think Gopal really needs to go big. He's the only one really that's made any contribution. You look at the score, 33 of those he's got by himself. I'll give you the extra count as well. Number of extras, we've had 6. So majority of the runs have come from his bat. You can see just exactly how many the score is on 50. The extras, well, extras is certainly the second highest scorer behind him, and that's another one that will go down there. Not a good line there from Asif Shah. When he gets it right, Shah, he can be very dangerous. He attacks the offside, he gets good bounce because he's a He's a tall lad, but he does have the habit of firing a few down the leg side. And that's better. That's where he needs to be. This one is not going anywhere. A couple of bounces before it goes to Qasim Mohammed.
Yeah, Qasim is Mr. Cool, isn't he? Let's see if he can turn it on the second half. This is as if Shah. Still not Ijaz Hussain on the field. No wonder how serious that injury is. Try and bring you some more information on that as we go. So, I can tell you, in the first 3 overs today, we had 2 wickets. That's going to become relevant because of what our Crickathon question is today. So, I'll reveal that at the end of the over. Here is Shah. It's just a wide, probably going a bit of the line, and he knows it. That's the thing. I know we've got harsh wide rules in ECN cricket, but the thing is the bowlers know it. You don't really see a lot of complaining about it.
Yeah.
They know it's their responsibility to get the ball inside the line. So you're saying, yeah, it's annoying, but I just missed my spot, so I'm going to have to bowl it again. I think people like certainty. I know some umpires will say, oh, you've got to keep that judgment in the game and all this, but I think the players just like black and white because they once you make a grey area, everyone wants to argue their case when it becomes a matter of judgment. So I think you see the bowlers, they know the score. They've got to get it inside the line.
Hussain, 3 of 3. Wants a boundary. Needs to attack. And, well, that probably was the one to attack, but he just... again, look, I don't mind the shot he plays. He's looking to go for the second, and he's going to have to be sent back. And I like the intent to try and get there, but just be a bit more attacking.
Pretty good slower ball, actually, I think. 56 for 3 after 7. Hey, Rico, it's time for the Crickathon question, powered by our very good friends at HCL Software. And we were talking about wickets in the power play. So what will be the total number of wickets to fall during the power play today? So we should have 8 power plays. And like I said, 2 fell in the first power play today. So that gets you going. So there's 5 options that you can choose. Everything from none at all. Well, we know it's not going to be none. But we are still in A territory at the moment, all the way to more than 16. Well done to yesterday's winner. It was Deepak Gandla from Germany. So congratulations to you. And just remember, no matter where you are watching from around the world, you can go to crickathon.com to participate. And we've got more exciting questions coming up towards the end of the year as well, as we head to the conclusion of the season in the FanCode European Cricket Series, where you could ultimately get an interview or an internship with HCL Software, a company that employs over 280,000 people around the world.
What do you reckon? I reckon on average we're going to get, in the power play, 4 a match.
Yeah, so that's why it's above 16, I think, is probably the best bet.
Yeah.
We'll have to see, though. Because, if you have 2 in innings, that's 16 already.
Yeah.
If it's any more than that, then you're in E territory. It's a good ball. First up, Qasim Mohammed. Mr. Cool. Gets that one past the bat. So Hussain's just got to get the one, get out the way, I think. They were thinking about it too last time. That was more about getting Thakur back on strike. They decided against it in the end. But, he has to get away from the strike. And this will be a perfect scenario because it doesn't even use a ball up. It'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, that's not a good delivery from Qasim. He knows what the bat is trying to do. Now, this is the moment I'm waiting for. I'm just looking at the field here. They've got 3 men on the leg side. You've got quite a straight long off. Man on the extra cover. He did this a lot yesterday. This was played away. Got to watch the bounce, and does. Well done. And they keep it to 1, so that's good. Yeah, they were reluctant to put a man back on the boundary to the backward point, and opting to have like the extra cover guy out. But it never worked in their favour. All the boundaries that were hit by overseas were always in the point area. And this one, well, there's the field on top, and you see, oh, that's a great stop. That is a really, really great stop by Asif Shah. This is fantastic. This ball has gone past him. He's got no right to be stopping this, and somehow he manages just to whip this back. This is such a good stop. Really well done.
Amazing stop. Just really planned his dive well there, Asif Shah. He doesn't mind getting down and smelling the grass. We saw that with his run out the other day when he took the stumps out.
Short delivery into the body of Hussain. He'll take a single. Really looking for that one good over, one magical over that gets the acceleration in and gets them then maybe to that sort of a 90 plus to 100 score. Bit of a French cut. You get the single, but only a single. Wild throw again from the fielder.
Good backing up though. Mr. Cool knew where to be. He just gives a little bit of advice saying, yeah, I'm going to throw. Try and get it remotely close to who you're throwing at. Once again, see the keeper. To be fair to him, he's in front of the stumps because originally he was going towards the ball. Anyway, it doesn't cost him a run. I still think they're pretty happy where they're at, Sweet United, in this game. They'd love to get the score though.
Nicely played. They'll stick with just a single. I'm surprised at that. I think they would have tried to hustle for the second to try and get Gopal back on strike, because that will be the end of the over. So score moves to 64. So yeah, 64, 3 wickets down, 60, 70, 80. I mean, look, they're looking at an 80 sort of score. I think before the start of this match, Vinny, I said that if the big guns don't get going, that both these matches could be battles in the 80s, the grady 80s. And certainly, we've seen that with Crusaders, but you just have to wonder if it wasn't for Gopal Thakur. I know he's taken 25 balls to get to that score 37. Well, where would they be?
Yeah, true. They need someone to stand up. Gopal's been good. Yeah, needs to really take the lead. Can they go 10 and 10 here, get 84 on the board? That's more or less a pass score, I suppose. Still feels a little bit light on, but we know Sweet United, you can get the top ones cheaply and you can hold your catches. And you can keep them quiet. Ninth overtime. I think in this series we haven't had too many issues with time, have we? And so anyway, here's the headbanger. Arslan. Is this off the pad?
Well, if it was, they should have been going up.
Look at this. I mean, I think this is probably closer to the one that was given out,
There's
but no one appeals. Look,
up here at all.
probably going down. Just.
I mean, just, yeah.
But it looks worse because he jumps across so far.
But when you think some of the appeals that we've had, I mean, yeah, I mean, you'd think that that one is going on to miss leg, so, but it's still worth an appeal.
That was about the same as the one that got given, actually.
And the appeal for that one.
Bigger appeal. This one's missing by 2 more stumps. Gotta love ECN cricket. It's so funny. I mean, we get to see it from a very objective point of view from right behind the middle stump, but the players, well, they're not so sure. I don't think the headbanger was going up for that one, to be honest. Yeah, considering something we have seen appealed for, even from people on the boundary. It's a very nice car at long on, isn't it? Hate to see something happen to it. That was right where Paul went over before.
Nice looking shot, and he gets a boundary, 4 runs. That's so important. So Hussain plays this nicely. Beautiful shot. I've been some time since we've seen a boundary. But this is, well, you see the bowler goes down. Well, he's trying to protect his head, I think, as he sees this one coming. But the ball goes past the boundary this time. Kasim Mohammed can't stop it. Oh, wow, that's a bit more of the Karate Kid action there.
You know, that reminds me of,
what?
You know, chefs sharpen their knives, you know, when they're getting ready to make a meal or something like that.
It reminded me of my mum when she's making chapatis. Good delivery in the block hole, and he's got the wicket. Nice sharp catch taken there. So Bilal takes a catch. Good delivery in the block hole, and Bilal, well, it's his turn to say, it was easy, no problem at all. Another smile on the face of Arslan Ahmed. And watch this again. So good delivery, Yorker length. He's in the block, gets the toe end of the bat, and nice catch taken, one-handedly, casual, and as cool as you like. Once again, Vinny, I do like these fielders in those close positions.
Yeah, it just makes the wicket out of nothing. If that wasn't caught, I think we would have had a run out if he just kept it in front of him, because yeah, the goal was off. But yeah, it does take the catch. Some question initially about if it's a bump ball or not, but certainly hit low on the bat and carries. You see here, just takes it one hand and eyes up saying, wow, if I hadn't caught that, probably could have run out the key batter. But as it is, it will be 4th wicket, 70 for 4. 8 balls remaining in this innings.
Yeah, so after hitting a boundary, Hussain has to depart. He goes to 12 off 11 deliveries.
Gulfraz can give it a whack. He's the new batter.
Charges down. You just think the way he's standing, you just get the single here. But there's certainly a candidate for another LBW. Stands right in front of his stumps. But just overcooks the delivery there. Arslan Ahmed just a little bit too full. But very quick on his feet and does get back onto it. That was important for that delivery. Otherwise he would have gone. Thakur, he wants to go. Wants to get out of the 30s. He's got a ball in this over to negotiate. 2 for 15 so far for Ahmed. Not a good delivery. It's a Gundy ball, and it's been called a no ball as well. So that's 4 plus the no ball 5, and there'll be a free hit here as well. So Hassan Ahmed lets himself down. I mean, if you're a coach now, you're plucking hairs out of your head because you're thinking, why? He bowled so well, a ball to get through. Not only does it go to the boundary, but it's a no ball.
And that's one of those ones that I would call waist height. You know, we amended the playing edition to say anything that's waist height or above is going to be called. And so I think it's pretty much what that was. So free hit coming up.
Hit it pretty well. A single. I'll settle for that. Stay on strike.
Yeah, it's a good clean pickup as well. So Takua, he'll get 1. He wanted more. But still walking stick. 77 for 4 after 9. But yeah. Do feel like they might have missed a trick, not getting Gulfaraz Masih out there a little bit quicker as well. Because he's one guy, I just think he's built for power. Oh. And yeah, he's just annoyed because he was hoping he didn't miss-hit that, but that's life, I suppose. But still, Southern Crusaders with that boundary and the free hit just gives a little bit of a forward bounce towards what I think's a pass score. They get about 10 off this. 87's around about par, as we saw earlier today. So it'll be Mr. Cool, though. Kasim Mohammed to bowl over number 10.
Yeah, Kasim, he'll be hoping to keep the ball away from the leg stick.
Good morning to Julian Dawson, saying that Malta is a better place to be than rainy Berkhamsted this morning. Well, can't complain about the weather here. It's been amazing so far.
Not bold. Yeah, I mean, this for me always, I remember back to my days in the UK. November, he used to hate. That's when it all turned nasty for me. November's always used to be wet, horrible. And of course the time changed as well, so it's always going to be dark. Yeah, not good, not the best of times weather-wise to be in England. We've heard from Ivan from Norwich saying it's pretty bad in Norwich as well. So Julie Dawson telling me that Berkhamsted is not that much better either.
With all due respect, we have a bit of a running joke, all due respect to our UK viewers, that when you sent the prisoners down to Australia, it would have been a way better idea for everyone to keep the prisoners there and everyone else go down, because you didn't keep the good one weather-wise. That's a bit of a running joke.
Yeah, you sort of got that bit wrong. Should have been a bit the other way around, right?
So like, we're out of here. you guys can burn the place to the ground. Anyway, that sounds very Australian of me to make that joke. Can they get a boundary here? Nice looking shot into the gap. Should be cut off.
They go for 2, and they will get there. So good running. Need to be a clean one-hand pick up and throw from Asif Sharp, and he's done good job there on the field. Okay, yeah, he just gets the stop on, and that little delay before Freedy could pick up the ball and get it in allows the batters to get 2.
Pretty good last over this though.
Got him. That makes it even better, and Thakur will have to go. And well, he's been a trooper, hasn't he? A real trooper. He's opened the innings. And he makes a fine 45 off, well, that will be his 32nd delivery. He's held the innings together, but gets done by a good and Yorker length delivery, and he has to go. But look, he's played a very important part in this knock, and if this is going to be sort of a low grade 80 thriller that I predicted maybe these 2 matches could be, and Southern Crusaders end up victorious, they'll be thanking his efforts, because that's a fine contribution from him. Just held it together. He was really the glue of this innings. 45 of 32 deliveries before he gets bowled by the cool cucumber himself, Kasim Mohammed.
Yeah, fantastic work that Kasim has delivered. Last ball came up, 81 plus this. Oh, bowled.
Wicket keeper. Oh, what's he done here?
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
Nearly breaks his ankle. Kasim, he's not happy with the keeper at all. I mean, I'm not sure why.
I reckon this might be out the first time.
Do you think?
Oh, it's close.
Let's have a look. What is he doing? What is he appealing here for?
I think he thinks it's caught behind. It's close. I'm going to say out.
Yeah, I don't
just got a feeling.
Was the bat down? It was.
No, I'm going to say in. I'm changing my decision.
Wow, that's good running. Watch the stop at the other end.
I don't want to watch it because he steps on it.
He almost does his ankle. And there's one man you don't want to do his ankle. Well,
no, I thought that was last ball, but maybe not.
I think there may be 1 to go.
So, what is going on here? I've got 83 now with the ball to go.
Yeah, well, they were finding the bails. Where's the bails? So I'll tell you where the bails were. Well, you see that Shakur, he hit the bails a long, long way away. Shaquille, that is. And they found him.
So we've got 83 plus the ball to go now. All right. So, was that called wide, was it? It was called a wide. Okay, so we're 83 plus this.
That one could be out. That is out. That's plumb as you get. It's full. So I'll tell you one man who won't be too disappointed. That was called a wide. It's Qasim Mohammed because he picks up another wicket.
That's true.
Right up there in the block hole. And this, well, there's no doubt about this. Well, Ivan, this is as plumb as they get, buddy. And he's a goner.
Hits him in line with off. So he should be saying thank you to the keeper for giving the extra run away. I'd trade a run for a wicket any day of the week. Good for the stats. 83 for 6. Southern Crusaders. It's only in the game, but Sweet United, as simple as this. If their guns fire, it won't be enough runs. Yep. But if they don't, well, it might be enough runs. Simple as that. Two teams, not too much between them on the table. And right now, we'll see which one will be in the box seat for that second position after the second innings of this game. But early on, you can see the Sweet United, they got a bit of tap. And I've got to say, the Kua, he was really important, especially after Bastian's got out of his own derriere. But Takua, I think he was the key to get him to a competitive score, if not an outstanding score here in match number 37.
Bastian, that was a little bit of a backfire. It got hit on the culo and onto his stumps. He was gone. This was the LBW decision that was given. It was an interesting one. But, well, Zishan Yusuf had to go. And that was important because he's one man that can provide you with some stability and some strength and some big hitting. Now that meant that it was Gopal Thakur that had to keep on going. He put a pretty good partnership together with Kari Wassam for a while, but Kari Wassam then caught in front with that one. And when you look at that one again, just I'll remind you, follow the ball when it goes to the keeper because it clonks him on the head as well. Well, this one misses him totally as it was a shorter delivery fired in to Gopal. And he managed to get enough thick edge onto it to get it past the wicketkeeper. That was a nice looking shot as well from Kari Wassam down the ground. And then he thought, right, enough of this. Sort myself out, dust myself down, and they get back into the action. And he did. He gets someone. And a nice catch there from Bilal, a one-handed catch. He's in a key position. I do like to see a man either side of the wicket in close to stop the singles and take those wickets. That one was called a no ball. That was a disappointment, really, I think, for Ahmed, because he's bowled so well and let himself down with that no ball for the end of his innings. And this was how the innings nearly ended. Nearly ended with Qasim Mohammed breaking his ankle, but he was thankful for getting the extra delivery because he does get an LBW, and no hesitations there at all from the umpire, Stefan Gooch, putting his finger up to end of the innings. 83, I did say at the beginning that depending if batters clicked or not, this could be a score in the grady 80s, or, well, if the batters do click, it can be a bit one-way traffic, and that's, I think, what we're going to see here. And apart from the efforts there of Gopal Thakur, who almost bats all the way through the innings, 45 for 32, nobody else really able to go, and extras do end up being the second highest score, 15 of those 10 wides. And, well, we saw Hussain, he played a little part there towards the end, once again, a little bit of a partnership with Gopal Thakur. But, yeah, it is 83 that the score finishes on. And as you heard Vinny say, that Sweet United, if they're top order, they probably will open with Anil Qadir. And I'm guessing it might be Qasim Mohammed, if either one of them get going. And then, of course, you have got the hard-hitting and very talented Mako Afridi's coming at 3. And this match could be done pretty quickly. But get those wickets early, then it's going to be a battle of the grady 80s. 2 wickets to Afridi, Ahmed, and also to Qasim Mohammed. Qasim Mohammed, I think, bowled really well, but right at the top end there, Waqar Afridi bowling himself out in the power play, bowled beautifully well, and that's what kept the power play pretty low. Umar Al-Haq this time, he was the expensive one, 13 of his 1 over. He was pretty impressive yesterday, but today he just couldn't get it right. The 2 very good overs there from Asif Shah as well. He's unlucky. He should have had a wicket, but the catch was not taken. As we leave you with the mid-match summary, it's going to be evenly poised. Southern Crusaders know they need to pick up 3 wickets. Get 3 wickets, and then this match will go all the way down to the wire. If they don't get those 3 wickets, I reckon it could be over sort of around about the 7th over mark. Well, to find out, to see which way it goes, you've got to stick around and wait and see. You've got about 10 minutes to go. Go get yourself a mug of coffee and sit right back down again, because I think we're going to have an exciting end to this match. The first one here on day 9, and it's going to be 84 required for Sweet United for victory, and see if they can continue their march up the top of the table. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in around about 10 minutes' time. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground as we get ready for the run chase. The Swihi United side, they've restricted Southern Crusaders to 83 despite the efforts of Gopal Thakur, who made 45 of 32, but nobody else really able to make any inroads with the bat. So it should be a pretty routine chase. They've got 3 very good batters, 2 of them are out there at the moment. Qasim Mohammed has been good, and well, a slight change maybe in the openers. Let's wait and see. Where they're going with, so Qasim is definitely there, but the change they've gone for Ahmed Shakil, the wicket keeper. So that is the change. They haven't gone for the normal. The normal would have been Anil Kadir. So that's interesting. No change there from the opening bowler. It will be Deesan Yusuf who starts with a wide. He does draw Qasim into the shot. Yusuf will consider himself a little bit unlucky with the bat. He made 2 of these first delivery and then LBW. Lovely shot. That's beautifully played, but there is a man back there just for it, and it is Gopal. And in the action straight away, the man who was well, key for the Crusaders with the bat. So let's see what Shakil can do. Takes his guard here at the moment, ready to go. Yusuf, short one into it. Probably saying, well, okay, if you don't want to wear a lid, maybe I'm just going to be attracted to the shorter delivery to you. He rocks back. Watches this whiz past him. A little bit of chin music. As Yusuf says, sniff that. That's a little bit of a matrix there, isn't it, from the batter? And then, well, he's playing this shot to a different ball, I think. Not the one that was delivered to him. A couple of dots to start off with. Yeah, no real footwork. Not really sure which ball that Shakil was looking at there. As Yusuf comes back into it. And there you go. Yeah, it goes a little bit too wide. And the umpire calls it straight away. A couple of wides in the over for Yusuf. 2 wides and a single that Qasim got straight away. And similar shot that was missed before, played again by Shakil. And you can see that Qasim has had enough. He goes over to him and said, "Oh, idhar tere na hamari ji gal baat karni hai." He drops his shoulders and thinks, nah, I can't help myself, I've got to talk to him. He probably says, hey, move your feet or get back onto ball. There's 4 deliveries gone in the over, 2 to come. And, well, that's okay. He just allows that to go by. Takes another one. So doing it in whites at the moment. Yusuf just wants a straight ball here, I think. Get one on middle stump. That could be it. It's not a middle stump. Slightly shorter delivery, which Shakil is able to drop the bat on and gets himself off the mark as well. Qasim Mohammed, what will he do here? Knows he's got a ball to face. Will he be thinking about getting a single, or will he be thinking about the boundary? Played a very lovely cut shot for the 1 run he's got so far. He whips this away, and this will race away to the boundary. 4 carreras, despite the efforts of the fielder. Not going to catch that. And nice little shot. Once again, just Yusuf straying with his line slightly. And Qasim whips it away nicely. End of the over. They get the boundary that they were after. It will be 9 without loss. Shakil will start the next over on strike. And just have a look at the golden ball count. 132 matches. What it stands at now. So far, that number just keeps on increasing. When is it going to come to an end? I'm still confident, yes I am, that we will get our golden ball in Malta. Malta does deliver. It has delivered us with golden balls. And we expect to see one before we leave New bowler, just checking his field. This will be Jojo Thomas. Moving fielders around, gets another man across the leg side, so gets a mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. And this one just eludes that fielder, but a single taken, says Shaquille, after getting one off the bat. He gets back-to-back singles and just hands the strike back over to Qasim Mohammed. Mohammed, how would he play Thomas here? Would he come down the track? 2 men out, square leg, long on. He does come, hits it firmly towards the long on the boundary. Shaquille has to skip over it. He does, very elegantly. Single taken as Qasim continues to do some more warm-ups. Thomas floats this up, and oh, he's very unlucky not to get the wicket. It's an interesting how after missing a ball, Shaquille always practices the same shot. Doesn't matter what the ball is or it was bowled, he practices the same shot straight away afterwards. This time he comes down the track, it's in the air, and it will be very well taken. And the fielder that was placed at mid-wicket, Zishan Yusuf, comes across, takes the catch, and that will be the end of Ahmed Shaquille. I get the feeling he was just sent out there to see if he's able to get anything happening for his team in the power play. It was almost a little bit of a, okay, we'll have a little lottery to see who can go out there at the beginning. I don't think too much perhaps was expected from him. And he gets 2 of the 7 balls that he faces. Well caught by Yusuf, had to make a fair bit of ground up. But that's one thing that the Crusaders are going to have to do. Every opportunity that comes their way, they've got to take it. And the first chance they get, they do take it. So more of a change here. So Swee United, I mean, I can understand them making a few changes, but I would have expected them to make sure that they win this match first. And maybe if they do win this match, they can be a little bit more sort of opportunist to other players. But not in this one. As we saw a nice picture there of Lee Tuck, who has done wonders for cricket here in Malta. Also very instrumental in setting up the women's team here. And early part of last week, had the opportunity to speak to the women's team captain, Shamala. It was lovely to talk to her. Well bowled. Just drifted that into the seam. End of the over. The score 12. 1 wicket down. So good over there from Thomas. Gets the wicket. Only 3 runs come off it. There's the table. So yeah, it's a Swee United. Make a few changes to the batting lineup here. I think they need to focus on getting this victory first. Of course, they'll believe that they still will, despite those changes. But Asif Shah, he gets an opportunity at the top of the order. He elects to leave this one. Kriya Wasam comes to bowl. Don't think Qasim Mohammed is too happy that that one's been left. Up in the air, how high? Who's going to get there? The bowler is all over the place. Oh, well, the bowler's got dizzy, and he thinks, nah, I've lost my head. Maybe somebody else will take it. Jojo Thomas coming in, thinks the bowler's going to take it. And this one ends up with 4 fielders around it. It goes all the way up. And just like, look, just at this moment, he decides, oh, I'll leave it. Because he sees out of the corner of his eye Jojo Thomas. But Jojo Thomas, well, yeah, the question is, I think the bowler probably thinking, well, why were you running in then if you weren't going to take it? But I don't think anybody actually claims it. So Shah gets lucky. And Qasim Mohammed plays this one down and just gets a single. I think he's getting a little bit frustrated, Qasim Mohammed. He's not getting as much of the strike that he wants, and when he does, he's only getting a single. and giving the strike right back to Shah. Shah, well, he's lucky. He was dropped on one. This one will be a wide. Yeah, Korea Wasam, probably another one who's been sent up there just to say, well, look, we've got an opportunity. Don't chew up too many deliveries. Try and play a few shots. And if it doesn't work, well, maybe we will go to Anu Kadir, or maybe then Waka will come out. We're talking about Waka. This has been whacked pretty well. The chase is on. Andre, Iba. And, well, what do we think? Does he touch this before he catches any of the rope? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But the ball was certainly dying, but it did need a little touch. The question is there any contact with the rope here at all, with shoe or with foot, when the ball's been touched? Well, it's hard to say here. He jumps back in, and that bit looks okay. Just that bit there, and I don't think he does. I think that looks okay. So we'll have a look at that, and we'll be happy with it. I think that's Sam Williams is doing the duties of the third umpire, while Stefan Gooch is out there for the play. So they only got the 2 runs from it. A swing and a miss. And the next delivery from Sharp. Here was Harm. Nice start from him at the moment. Sharp needs to be looking to cut this. Play it out of the off. Well, no, he wants to go for the big shot, and it should be a straightforward catch, and it is. There's another wicket that goes down. So Asif Shah, he comes and he goes. 6 balls, 4 runs. I just think that this approach from Suihi could backfire. Surely now we're going to go with one of the normal top order batters. It's all very well giving others an opportunity, but you still got a game there that you got to win. Catch taken, simple catch taken. At square leg. So it will be now score 17 for 2. Qasim Mohammed, he's a bit frustrated. He's not getting the strike, and he just looks like a man who's sort of wondering to himself, hey, Skip, what are we doing? Well, Umar Ul-Haq obviously has a plan in his mind about what he's doing. Maybe he sees as an opportunity to try and just give 1 or 2 other batters a knockout there. But at the moment, it's not working so well. It was also the end of the over. 17 for 2 it is. This one's played up. Once again, though, Qasim, who just gets a single, that's where he's getting frustrated. He's not able to really make an impact in this match so far. Still more changes with Bilal. Kadir now in. Just sticks the bat out there. Vidusha, Rashmika, the Shusha. The ball now. Off the bat. Not so what that appeal is about. I'm sure Stefan Gooch will say, did you not see that it hits the bat? Vidusha is giving his reasoning for the appeal. Rashmika nicely played away. He's got to be quick to get there, and he does. So they'll take the single. So not helping their cause here. United, that rate now is around about 10 and over. Remember, it started off just under 8.5. So rate is going up. They've lost 2 wickets. It's all very well holding the good batters back, but they don't want to be coming in when there's too many needed. This one will go in the gap, so that's better, and Qasim Mohammed will feel better for it as well. He's not been able to get anything away up until then, but now finally he does get another boundary. That's his second 4. You just feel that that's what we United need here. Just need somebody like Qasim to get going, and then those wickets and the changeover, giving others an opportunity won't matter so much. firmly hit down the ground. Just a single. He gets Bilal back on strike. The second time that the non-striker had to take a bit of evasive action when Kasim's been batting. 4 overs down now. 24 for 2. The rate stays at around about the 10. As we have a look at that scorecard for the moment. So Kasim Mohammed still there. 13 of the 8 deliveries that he's faced. But you can see that the gamble to go with Shakil and Asif Shah so far hasn't worked. Both of them have gone cheaply. Chewed up a few deliveries as well. Or will the gamble to go with Bilal Qadir here work? I am surprised though, I must admit. I mean, you got Waka Afridi in your side. He is a good batter. We've seen him score 50. We've seen him score 250, in fact, 50, and a score in the 70s as well. 74, which I think is the highest individual score in the series so far. But, well, at the same time, he didn't have a good day yesterday. It would have been a perfect opportunity for me to open with him today. He looks like he's an opening bat. Just open with him, get him back in form. But by keeping him down, him and also likes of Anil Qadir, by keeping them down and expecting them to come in, maybe even the rate could climb up to 11 or 12 and over, could be a mistake. And they could just come out and get themselves out. And speaking of getting themselves out, well, Bilal Qadir, pretty keen to get to the other end, but leaves his crease. But fortunately for him, he has time to get back. Jojo Thomas bowling his second. Goes for him. Fielder comes in. Big moment. Takes a catch. No mistakes. So Kasim Mohammed will go. Jojo Thomas gets another wicket. That is a big one. And now, game on. Now you got to stop messing around if you're Sweetie United. And you got to go with your big guns, your top order. Because one of the main batters has gone. And it is Kasim. He'll go for 13 of 9 deliveries. A very good catch out there in the deep. Has to come in a long way. Makes no mistakes at all. So now, issues. Because they're running behind where the Crusaders were as well. As they will now go with Waqar Afridi. It's a really nice catch taken in the deep. So you can see they're absolutely overjoyed about it. Afridi. Let's see how much of the pressure he's feeling. Oh, gets beaten by Thomas outside the off. Floats is up. Chance. Taken. Big moment. They get Afridi for a duck. And the Crusaders now, well, they got 2 of the big batters out here. And, well, the tactical changes from Sweetie United have not worked. That is a big moment. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Waqar Afridi did not have a good day with the bat yesterday. He's a key player for you. You want him to go out there and put no pressure on him to try and get runs. Having him up the order, chasing a score of 84 would have been no pressure. Sending him in when you're needing over 10 and over and you've lost 3 wickets, including that of Kasim Mohammed, is pressure. And that pressure takes its toll. He'll go for a 2-ball duck. It's another great catch. And one thing that we were saying that in this match is you've got to take the catches here. Looks like the teams are taking the drinks break here now. So gets an opportunity for Southern Crusaders just to get together and try to apply a bit more pressure there. But yeah, the catching has been great. You saw Rahman, he took a good catch. You saw a great one there from Kari Wassam. And that one there, well, that was a good one as well, diving forward. Well, this is what's coming up this weekend. We just turn our thoughts to the weekend's matches. I know, of course, we got quarterfinals day tomorrow here and finals day on Saturday. But more cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. And this T20I International Series in Spain. And that is at the Desert Springs Complex, featuring Germany, Italy, and also Spain. So that's going to be a very exciting contest because those are the 3 teams very evenly matched. And I'm looking forward to seeing a real sort of mixture of results. I think that's going to be very topsy-turvy. I think going to be tight contest there. Tight contest here at the moment. There's a lot of pressure now. What a great catch though that was from Yusuf to get rid of Afridi. Afridi went for a 2-ball duck. Crusaders. It's another one that's in the air but doesn't quite go to hand. And we know that Anil Kadir, he will always give you chances before he gets going. So there's the 2 Kadirs out there now, Anil and Bilal. That is also the end of the over, and they are in all sorts of trouble. What a great over that was from Jojo Thomas. In fact, what a spell from him. Picks up 3 wickets, only conceding 4 runs that last over. Just the 1 run from it. And the wickets, important wickets. Thomas, the hero, the star at the moment. Vidusha the Shusha now coming on. 25 for 4. Well, this is fine. Kadir. Dot ball against him. Rashmika. They know another wicket. 1 more wicket and that would be that. This is hit pretty well and will race to the boundary. 4 runs. But no celebration at the moment at all from Sweetie United. They know that they're under the cosh here. They need something special. They need a partnership. They need these 2 to go. The captain probably under a bit of pressure. Umar Al-Haq. These changes don't work. Another big swing from Anil Kadir. Bilal Kadir just making some suggestions his way. Down the ground. Gets fielded, no mistakes. The man who took the great catch to remove Afridi. Taken everything that's come their way. That's been the key. Everything that's come their way. Into the pad, but doing too much. Probably a combination of things, maybe a height and also going down. I'm going to miss the leg. Once again, a big warm welcome to everybody that's on the chat, that's enjoying this contest. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the cricket coming your way here from Malta. Slower delivery, but once again, they're finding the gap. It's going to be 4 more runs. So could this be the over that gets things going for Sweetie? And, both batters have picked up boundaries and both in that spot. That one was just over pitched though. I think Rashmika just getting a little bit carried away, wanting the boundary. So the batters, but Rashmika, he wanted that Yorker length delivery, doesn't get it right, gets put away. And a bit of discussion here now with his captain. I think just talking about maybe putting a fielder out there with those 2 balls have gone. You go forward here, find time to join back. For me, it's Vinny Sandhu. That one I think also called a no ball, so this is a free hit.
All right. Not to make too much of a difference, did it? But yeah, you got to get the top order. They've done that. So they've done the hard work. 50 required off the last 4. Look, Anil Kadir though, he's a guy. He's very, very capable of going large. So he's still the threat. But you got to say Crusaders. It's a bit of a funny one because they've chosen to chase every single time. Yeah. And they have chased every single time because teams have let them as well when the other teams have won the toss. Yeah. But I think they're defending really well here. They've got runs on the board. It's a modest score. But yeah, Sweet United, they just faltering a bit. And also got to say, you look at the fielding. So important, isn't it? Look at Waqar getting caught for a duck. It was a pretty good catch coming forward. Yeah. We saw him dropped earlier on 0 in the series. He ended up going on to punish the team. And that could be the catch that wins you the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's and also, I mean, look at the changes that we have made. They messed around with the batting order. I think they tried a few things when really this match, they needed to concentrate on winning it. I think they took Southern Crusaders for granted, and the Crusaders looks like, for me, they're on top. One more wicket here and they're in, and I don't see Sui getting back into the match. This partnership is crucial. It really is. It looks like it's going to be the Korea Wasam to bowl his second here now. Hit hard, but not going anywhere. Ends up dropping just before Jojo Thomas can get to it.
Yeah, Jojo Thomas always entertains me, actually, with his bowling. Korea Wasam right now, he's got the job. Another good over. I feel this probably gets out of reach. Again, can he talk about the fact that he barely leaves his crease on the strikers end? He's not even looking for that, is he?
Look at him, he's just leaning on his back. He doesn't even get away from his crease. Of course, the batter has no idea, Bilal, where that ball is. That's why the non-striker's got to be the one to say, yeah, keeper's missed it, let's go, let's take it.
This is going to be a run. You know what? Comes back and hits the back of the bat. It's going to be called leg bias, but it's wrong. Have a look at this. Definitely comes up and hits the back of the bat after it hits the bang there. See?
Yep.
And Bilal, if he gets out for 99, he'll be dirty. Probably not going to happen in this game.
He doesn't know where it is, but at least give credit to Kadir. At least this time he does run, does get to the other end.
He's saying, is it
He
leg
said,
bias?
"Oh, wait."
I reckon actually he's saying that Stefan Gooch at square leg is saying, actually, hey, definitely not a leg bite. And he's just saying, I don't really care. So let's just get on with it. Doesn't really change anything except Bilal's score.
Well bowled, well played.
The reason I noticed that, as a keeper, you're always looking for every opportunity. And, you know, if that happens, still the ball's never touched the ground for the moment the ball first impacts the body. So, yeah, you can catch that if it comes up. And, you know, they're the ones that, it's so weird. No one really is expecting it. But I've been unlucky if it went up in the air and got caught. Actually, I think maybe they did change it to a one run. Just looking at the official scoring. So it was a strange one. Anyway, they need more than ones.
This should help. It's boundary ridden and it will go all the way. Balle, Kina zona. Shaka Lagia is the first Maximo of the innings. And didn't they need it and don't they need it? They need to try and get going. That rate, it's climbed up to just over 12. Well, if one man can turn it on, it's a very unpredictable, but Anil Kadir can. We've seen him do it once before. Crucial partnership, need the breakthrough. Can they get it? The Crusaders. Firmly struck, looking for that area again, and he's going to get 4. Well, 6 and 4. And Kadir, he is definitely hungry for more. And this could be the over that just gets Swihi back and going again. But Crusaders got to keep believing because they know that they are 1 wicket away from maybe being the favourites to go and to win this match.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's now or never, really. Time to hit the go button. You know, we mentioned these two teams. They were so close together on the table. Just having a look at the table. They are 0.05 within each other of net run rate. So they're the same amount of points. 0.05 is pretty much nothing. So if it hits, the result's important, but also the margin's important. But these things all matter. And even if Sweet United don't win this, if they can get close, that'll make it easier because it means they'll need to win by less next game to then go up in the second if they win. So look, they're still looking to win, no doubt about that. 12.33. It's not out of control yet. But I think that Anil Kadir is the key.
Yeah, Rahman could be key here, and he bowls really well. Rahman. Somebody who's been difficult to get away.
He's a clever bowler. I like his variations. Let's just have a look at what's coming up next. And this will be the game, regardless of what happens here, that decides who finishes second and who finishes third. It's possible that potentially one team could still drop to 4th or 5th. Unlikely, though. Hey, so it will be Sweet United versus Southern Crusaders. And Crusaders, they've decided to chase again. And so they'll get their wish, even though they've done a pretty good job. Of course, they have to make that decision before they know how the second innings plays out. But yeah, Rahman's an interesting bowler for me. He can bowl some wrist spin, can bowl some finger spin, can change his pace. He's going to have his hands full here with Anil Kadir, who wants a piece of him.
It's a pretty interesting appeal. I'm not sure what Rahman
I also
is
love
seeing.
it that he's run straight back to his mark here. Look at this. It comes in. I think it's just all movement. I don't think there's any edge. And it just conveniently is not out. Okay, well then give me the ball back. So I'm already at my mark.
Try to hit this.
Doesn't
Oh,
want it.
they're not even taking a single.
Well,
It's just
Anil
so poor.
thinks that he is the man that's going to have to do this. Bilal hasn't shown too much so far. So I can kind of get this. He's frustrated that he missed times, that he wants another crack at him. He says, time's running out. I'm not worrying about the one. I want more than one.
He will take the single, and Bilal is half asleep saying, oh, you want this one now, do you?
Yeah, and this is about, okay, we're getting to the end of the over. And now we're talking full strike manipulation. Anil doesn't really have confidence that Bilal can go at the rate required. So he doesn't want a single here. He's saying to Bilal, have a crack because I'm not taking a one. And I can't see him taking a two either. So it's 4-6 or nothing. It'll be the latter. As we get to the end of the 8th over, it's 49 for 4. Good over from Rahman, though. I mean, it gives him nothing, doesn't it? Just 2 runs came off that 8th over. Potentially a match-winning over for Southern Crusaders.
Yeah, I mean, it's really United. I must admit, I mean, sometimes I watch the cricket and they certainly do thrill me. Some of the batting they've done, but most of the time I have to say, Vinny, I don't think tactically, the way they make the decisions and the things they do, I don't quite get it. I don't understand the batting order here at all. It's a match that you want to win. And if you want to then make a change, make the change later, make it for the final match. Get the win that you need under the belt first. And they could have got a good win here. That was the thing. They had the opportunity to get a good win. Net run rate would have been positive on their side. They've mucked it up. And now I think even with this run chase, they're turning down runs. You don't turn down runs.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, though. I get what he was trying to do strategically there, Anil Kadir, because he just doesn't think. He thinks he's the guy that's got to face most of the balls. But then what's frustrating him is he hasn't timed those. And then you dig yourself a bigger hole. Let's see if he can get anything away. And he gets nothing. Straight between the body and the stumps. And yeah, I mean, what you would say, Anil's been a bit off, so maybe that's why he's batted himself a bit lower. And I suppose what you would say as well is that the key players have had an opportunity, even though not really in their regular positions, except for Qasim Mohammed. Once again, you look back at these and he'll be frustrated because if he gets across here, these are all wides. And he's just swung and missed at a couple. Now, we are talking margins because I'm going to say these guys pretty much precisely at the same place on that run rate. 0.05 is pretty much nothing. So if they lose this, then they'd have to beat Southern Crusaders by just as much more in the next game if they're going to take second place. So this will help. This will be it's a teaser, but it will get to the boundary. 4 runs. So Kadir gets the boundary he wants. Brings up the 50. And that target of 84 looking a long way off in the distance for Sweet United at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. Yusuf just gets a little bit too full outside the off. Get a boundary, but yeah, I mean, they need a lot more, don't they? They're really got to get cracking here. Back-to-back boundaries required. Yusuf wants to push the man. Okay, well, he says, I'll show you. Goes up to him, has a chat, and says, yeah, go on the line. Okay, if he's going on the line, is somebody coming in from somewhere?
2 Maximos would leave 19 off the last. What do you got for us here? Ooh, that's handy if it goes. That fielder does well. Again, he just keeps following Anil. I can understand why, because he just keeps backing away. And yeah, it's not the worst piece of thinking I've ever heard, but just gets away from him, and Anil actually gets inside the line of that one. 2 to the target. Bilal, though, he's the one that needs to do something here. Can't. Look at where he ends up here. Bilal, well, we've said this a couple of times. Whenever you're backing away from your stumps, see, look there, that little skip makes that unreachable, even though it's not that wide at all.
Yeah, but the thing is here, Vinny, Bilal, he came in at number 4. He came in before Waqar Afridi, and this is now, what's that, 13 deliveries? I think that's 13 deliveries for 7. I mean, they messed it up.
Yeah,
they messed it up. It's as simple as that. The captain got it wrong, and he's got to put his hand up and say, yeah, I tried to change things up. He went with a different opener with Shakil. Shakil, 7 deliveries, 2 runs. Then he went for Asif Shah, 6 deliveries, 4 runs. Bilal Kadir, he's still there. And then he decided, okay, I might need to do something here. We might not win this match. Left it too late. You don't change things up until you know the job is done. The job's not done. And the captain's got to put his hand up and said, yeah, I messed up.
So here is Mahbub Rahman. 29 off 6 required. Need something supersonic. Look at here. Here's a 6-hitter. Judging by the fact they only got 2 off the first over, I think he's got to get as many as he can off this over. Like I say, they'll have to beat Southern Crusaders by the same amount if they want to grab second spot back, because they're going to lose it momentarily after this match. And so, I don't think there's any time issues at all. Let's get on with the last over.
Well, they're asking the question, does he get back in time? It takes a
He might,
while.
actually.
Takes a while for to get back. Let's have a
Pretty
look.
close. He's only just out, and then he clonks the bat down. It's a race. Now, does it bounce? No, he does well to keep it down, I think. Yeah, because we've seen if that bounces up, it is actually still out.
Yep. And they're just checking, I think, here. But, yeah, I think the double bounce, he does get it back.
He has to be strong to keep that bat down. See, it's a little bit of a half bounce, but, yeah, he's pretty strong at getting it down on the ground. Anyway, swings and misses.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? Game done.
Yeah, now, again, he's just thinking he's the man. It's probably more likely to boundary, but, I mean, Gadir has just been off, hasn't he? He's hit 3 4s and a 6 in his 22 off 19. So that means that's 15 balls, and he's only scored, not many, 4. So, yeah, just a sign that he's having just one of those days. In fact, both the Kadirs just struggling to get going. Take nothing away from the Crusaders, though. I think they bowl pretty well.
Crusaders, they bowl very well. I mean, it's another one that's another swing and a miss, and Rahman, they just can't get back on the ball against him. He just bowled cleverly. They bowl cleverly. I think they basically said, I think their reaction was, well, okay, if you think you've got this game in the bag and you want to change things around, well, we'll show you.
I'm sure Michael Gunatilik is enjoying this wherever he is at the moment.
And this one, bit of luck, but they
not taking these.
They're not
great for the
at all.
Not great for the strike rate either. It is now 22 off 22.
Hey, see, what's the point of this? Did somebody tell me what the point is? The singles there you should be taking. You're not going to win the match now, so
it's not often you see your number 6 face 22 balls.
Yes, I mean,
last ball. Thankfully, this one will be over. Well done again. Well, that's a maiden. So Maiden Waters, she'll be pretty happy if she's watching that, because last over maiden, you don't see that very often. Sweet United grounded. In the end, this margin's pretty significant, 28 runs.
Yeah.
And that means that the Southern Crusaders, well, they just need to avoid losing by that much to get within 28 runs or so of the Sweet United side in the second game, and they will get second spot. That'd be a big effort from the Crusaders. And you just see the importance of, for example, the Crusaders pinching those 2 points off the Knights in that upset. And in the end, Sweet United, we knew how much it would depend on the top order. It wasn't the top order we thought, though. But it's Mr. Cool out there with Ahmed Shakil. He didn't last too long. And in the end, Sweet United, well, they'll be in the Hall of Mirrors wondering exactly where it went wrong, because there were multiple mistakes, I think, and some execution errors that led to a fairly heavy defeat, considering they were chasing something in the 80s. That was a miscommunication, but didn't cost him too much, as Asif Shah promoted up the order. He didn't last too long either. He went 4 off 6. Bilal came out, couldn't get anything going, just 1 boundary and 13 balls. But for me, there was one moment really which probably wins the game. I mean, firstly, that was a good one to get Kazim Mohammed, but for me, it was always down to Waqar Afridi. If he comes out and he gets big runs, you know it's going to be trouble. This score isn't going to be big enough. So if he gives a chance, you better take it. That's exactly what they did. And from there, Kadir came out, and Anil Kadir just couldn't get it going. And catches win matches. That was an important one from Zishan Yusuf.
Yeah, absolutely. Two good catches. One to get rid of Kasim. And that was a good one, wasn't it? And that was well taken by Kari Wassam, and then that one there from Yusuf. And look, what I'm going to say here is, first of all, you've got to give a lot of credit back to Gopal Thakur. 45 of 32. He batted all the way through. He got the runs on the board for his team. That was important. And I said that if this ends up being a victory for the Crusaders, you look back at that innings and say, well, that was a bit of a masterclass, because nobody else was able to go. But also, talking of masterclass, I think the fielding and the bowling from Crusaders was great. Maybe they want to take the title away from Gozo as being the great defenders. Sweet United, all I'm going to say is shocking. That was shocking. That was probably one of the poorest batting displays that I've seen. When you've got a game in the bag You've got batters out there that can win you the game, and you don't use them, you don't deploy them, you go with the changes, you try to change things around. They get it 100% wrong, and I think when you underestimate and don't respect the opposition because you think you got the game in the bag, well, this is what you get, this is what you deserve. And I think Sweden United, they've had a bit of a shot there. I think in their camp, the mood is going to be sour. There's going to be one or two fingers being pointed at the captain, but they get the opportunity to come back out there again and put it right.
What I will say, though, is, and we're concentrating on that, but let's just try and be positive as well and say how well Southern Crusaders played in that 10 overs. And I think they didn't give them too much. I love the bowling of Mahbub Rahman once again. I mean, it doesn't give him anything at all. Holding some key catches. I know there were a couple of blooper moments as well. But these two teams will go head-to-head again. And we are back on track now after a slight delay to the first game. We will be back in around about 15 minutes with the first ball of the second game. Match 38 is on the way. This time the Crusaders will be chasing. We know to get second spot. They'll probably just need to get within about the margin that they just defeated Sweden United by, which was 28 runs in the end, 55 for 4. Disappointing 10 overs. And just have a look at Anil Kadir, 22 of 23. And timing comes, timing goes. But no one really able to get going. Waka Afridi going for a duck hurt. But Kasim Mohammed, 13 of 10. He was well caught by Ashanta Karyawasam. Down on the deep backward square leg boundary, Jojo Thomas chipping in with 3 wickets and pretty disciplined bowling as well. 6 wides and a no ball. Probably par for the course, but I just think that they defended well. And the Sweden United side looking for boundaries. They just couldn't really find a way to get them. Jojo Thomas, like I said, 3 for 4 of his 2 overs. Brilliant bowling. And Mahbub Rahman doesn't take a wicket, but he was pretty much unhittable, including a last over maiden. He took none for 2. They were the cream of the crop. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the second match of the day. It'll be the Southern Crusaders hunting second spot. Sweetie, well, they need to turn it around and fast. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Back shortly on ECN with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Now it's time for match 38. It's the last group match for these two teams and still are neck and neck on the table. Once again, we're going to see Sweet United. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders in match 38. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with two captains.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
So this time it is the Southern Crusaders that win the toss, and their captain Erdly Chandaram has decided that he wants to field first. No surprises, because I suppose they have been chasing most of the time. In fact, the last game was the first game that actually batted first. So I think the Crusaders, they like to know exactly how many they need to chase and exactly how they need to go about it. So of course, if we have a different result this time around, these two will be tied to net run rate. So the margin could be important as well, because potentially one of these teams could finish in second. It's likely the other team will finish in third, although we don't really know at this stage what's going to happen this afternoon. So plenty of possibilities, but I can tell you this is the last chance for these two teams to score points. Rico Fulk is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of the second match of the day. This time it's Crusaders. They will be chasing because they've won the toss and they're bowling first. It's over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much as we get ready for the second match between these two, and well, let's hope that Sweet United, they actually do turn up with the bat this time. They need to if they want to finish in that second spot in the table. I mean, technically that should give you an easier match when it comes to tomorrow's quarterfinals, but either way, I don't think there's any such thing when you go into those elimination matches. But I think the form that you go into those matches in is important, and Sweet United at the moment, well, after that disappointment with the bat, they're looking to come back well and be in good form. Remember, they lost last night also to the overseas, so they've lost 2 matches on the spin. Just wonder what the bat versus ball wall has to say about it. Well, here we go. Ask the question and we get the answer. They still think that Sweet United 97 to Southern Crusaders 93 will go on to win this match. Look, I did say about that first match, didn't I, when the Southern Crusaders were batting, and even before the start of the match I said that this one could go, this could be 2 matches which go down into sort of the grady 80s. It just has that feel about it. I'm thinking here this time that Sweet United, they'll be hurting from that batting performance, chasing 84, not getting there. I just think that maybe this time that that 1 or maybe even 2 of the key batters may stand firm and they get some important runs on the board, and this one could be one where they actually do get past the 100 mark and try to put a little bit of pressure on the Crusaders. But the Crusaders, with that win, well, they are in the driving seat, and they'll probably know that even if they don't win this match but come close within so many runs, they still guarantee themselves that second spot. You can see 2 openers are out there, and you can see there's a change straight away. See from the shirt that Afridi, he's there, so they're going with Afridi up front, and he's going to be out there with Qasim Mohammed. These two, if you don't get them early, can certainly cause you plenty of problems, and both of them will be disappointed with the way that they performed in the last match. Qasim Mohammed, I think he got frustrated. I'm a big believer as we see this first delivery from Yusuf. Let's see how this one first. Down the leg side will be alright to start, but yeah, I'm a big believer that when you're a top order batter, if you're not batting with a regular partner, if you're not batting with somebody that you're not feeling confident with, it affects your performance. And I'm pretty sure that Qasim Mohammed would not have enjoyed the batters that he was up with at the beginning of the last match. This one's been smashed away, and it's going to be 4 runs. It probably would have been another wide, but he's backing himself to play the shot. He gets the width, he gets the height, and he bangs this. 4 runs. Nice shot. Yeah, beautifully executed. So I reckon he's going to be far happier, Qasim Mohammed, that he's got the likes of someone like Afridi out there with him. Afridi, though, look, he's not been in good form. Didn't really get going yesterday. Got a 2-ball duck in the first match here today, so he's looking to get back to form as well. Yusuf goes with the slower one, but this has just been helped along the way. An intelligent shot, and bye-bye Kookaburra. That goes all the way. 6 more. Bole, bole, bole. Very intelligent shot. Just waits for it. And look, he hardly hits it at all, but the timing is emphatic. It goes all the way. 6 more, so lovely shot. Played for 4 out on the off. You see that well-timed shot over square leg for 6. So Qasim, just like that, he's already started better than he did in the last match where he had to stick around a long time. I think he had to wait for about 6 or 7 deliveries before he hit his first boundary. Yusuf under attack, 11 of this over so far. And this is going to be 6 more probably, or will it go just short? No, it goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, boom, Shaka, not a good delivery from Yusuf down the leg side. And Kasim says, thank you very much. And what you see there, it clears the boundary by some margin. As the umpire, Tim Wheeler, puts them up in the air like he just don't care. And 17 already, and just only halfway through the over. Look like a different team, don't they? Well, 17 was their power play score. 17 of 3 overs compared to 17 of 3 balls. And he just misses out on this one. This one just follows him. It'll be a dot ball. Yusuf, yeah, still going for that same shot. They've got that side of the ground well packed out, you have to say. Point, backward point, and you've got man on the boundary as well. Oh, well, he is very lucky to still be there. This one he quite easily could have smashed back onto his own stumps. Gets lucky that the pad's in the way. Look at that ball spinning away. Let's have a look at this, yeah. Oh, well, Yusuf thinks, or thought he had his man. 2 dots. And Yusuf finished well. Will it go magical? He tries to get it to go magical. He's going to go. He gets a wicket, so it's going to be magical for Yusuf. So Qasim Mohammed, after hitting the 3 boundaries to start off with, now loses his wicket. So a good comeback from Yusuf. The last 3 balls, dot balls, including the wicket. Once again, though, not smart cricket, you have to say. Doesn't have to do this, does he? He's already got the boundaries, already got 17 off the over. And Qasim just probably says, yeah, okay, well bowled, you can have this one. Yusuf does come back after he was under attack. 17 came off the first, but he also gets the first wicket, and that is Qasim Mohammed who goes. He'll be disappointed with that. Dildardhan, he gets the catch behind the stumps. And off Qasim. As we have a look at the scores, the good news is, I suppose, that the runs have been going up the last couple of days. Though today, that first match certainly wouldn't have helped things with the scores being 83 to 55. But we still believe, or I still believe, that we can finish with a flurry of high runs. Still expecting us to get or finish here around about the 9.2 mark. You see that 2020 9.8, and then it's gone down ever since then. 8.9, 8.6 during the encore, and 8.2. But I will say that during that encore, that the weather did play a part as well. The ball certainly on the wet outfield wasn't going to the boundary as quick. Not a good start. And this one is still going, and they think about coming back for another. Decide against it. It's Krishnan. Here's the bowler. Sorry, Krishnan is the new batter. It's Masi who's doing the bowling. And, Afridi not able to do anything with his ball. It's a dirty wide, so Krishnan now will go on strike. Hits him on the power, but this is going down the leg. Oh, well, he's giving it out. Giving this out. I must admit, I thought this was going to miss a leg. It was swinging a lot, but he's got to go. Well, either my eyes are deceiving me. I thought this was swinging big. Let's wait and have a look at this again. The batter's surprised. I mean, he does shuffle across, but I think this ball is going on. That is going a long way to miss leg stick. So, well, puts the finger up. I'm very surprised at this one. This is swinging big time for me. Look at the shape of the ball. That's missing leg stick. But that's disappointment. And just like that, Southern Crusaders get a break. I tell you who doesn't get a break. It's the batter. And Hari Krishnan. He has to depart. And, well, what's he forgotten? He's taken the wrong glove out. Taken 2 left-hand gloves. So had to come back and take a right hand out. So, well, Hari, he couldn't stick around because of this. And the Hari goes. There's no helicopter today. Well, he's been whizzed away. Oh, Akhtar now coming out. It's all happening out there in the middle. Freedy hasn't faced a ball yet. First ball he got was a wide. That doesn't count. He ends up with non-strikers end again. So 19 for 2. There's Mussey. Got the wicket. Oh, and it was a good delivery. York and length, but swinging. And that sort of delivery is probably going to get him a few more wickets maybe. But that one, I think he gets very lucky with Akhtar now. He gets a bit of bat on this, and this will race away. Fielders are after it, and they get the stop on the shoot. Oh, well, this is bad running. I hate this. I really do. I really hate batters not taking runs. Afridi, once again, that's an easy 2. He just puts a hand out, said, no, I'll stay here. And Afridi and the Sweet United, they love turning down runs, don't they? Look at this. That's such an easy 2. And in fact, Akhtar, he completes the 2, and then he thinks, okay, I get the message. We're just not taking the singles. Okay. Freedy goes up in the air, and he gets a fair bit of this. Yes, he does. He backs himself with his timing, and he goes all the way, gets 6. Well, maybe now he's saying to Akhtar, well, that's why I didn't want to take the 2. I want to be on strike. Well, okay, fair dues. And let's see if Freedy can turn on the style of this match. Hasn't been able to up until now. Doesn't want it. You see straight away, he's not even, even before he knows where the ball is, because he knows he's not going to the boundary, the hand goes up straight away and says, stay there. It's off the pad. Look at this point, even though the ball's been released, he says, nah, forget it, not coming. And Akhtar, once again, he's halfway down the pitch, has to walk back. Frustrating for Akhtar. This one is called a wide, and only just makes it onto the pitch. See, the other reason I don't like these when they turn down the singles, if I'm batting out there, if I'm in Akhtar's position, that one, oh, it doesn't actually catch the pitch, but it does go past the return crease. So, he wants to come round the wicket. I'll go back to that after this delivery first. And Mussey. That's a nice one in. Changes his angle round the wicket, gets it in the right spot. Yeah, I mean, if you're batting Akhtar there, he knows he should have 2 runs, but he's got 1 run. You know, you don't want to be cheated out of runs. You're out there, you're batting with your partner. Well, if your partner wants to get runs as well, not just you. Well, this is right out of the middle. This is a big one. Balle, balle, balle. Brashaka, this is the danger when you're bowling around the wicket. Well, you're bowling into that slot if you don't get it right. If you don't get it going wide outside the off, what you're basically trying to do is imitate a left armour coming over the wicket, which is mean you're getting that ball to angle across, but there's no margin for error. Get it wrong, then a batter like Afridi will put you away. This is how the table now looks. The Crusaders, with that victory, they sit in 2nd spot. Sweet United, if they can get a win here, they can join, once again, the Crusaders on level points. Both teams started on 6 points, of course, today. But net run rate will decide which one goes through to 2nd and which one doesn't. And the other thing about that net run rate, right, you want me to go on about these singles. Well, if they'd taken all the singles in the last match, remember when Anil was out there, who, you know, made, what did he make? He made 22, 23 deliveries. So he was turning down singles. And the margin of defeat ended up being 28 runs. That affecting the net run rate. If it ended up being, say, 15 runs, because I think they've quite easily turned around at least 12 to 15 singles. If it ended up being 15 runs, well, the difference between the victory margins, or in this match, if they are to go on and win it, could be the difference of whether you finish 2nd or 3rd. So you've got to take your runs. You've got to play positive cricket, not negative cricket. And you've got to respect your opposition, and you've got to respect your batting partner as well. Thomas bowled very well in the last match, fires this one down the leg side. Akhtar tries to go after it. And the other thing it does, to Akhtar. Akhtar is now thinking there's no point me wanting to take singles, or I'm not going to get twos here. So I might as well try to hit boundaries myself. So he's trying to play a different game here just to please Afridi. Plays this one away. Afridi will take the single because he's going to get on strike and he knows he's got plenty of balls to face. Thomas picked up 3 for 4. Bowled very, very well indeed as well. But how will he go against Afridi? It was Thomas who had Afridi caught down the ground. And this is out on the offside. There's nobody out there. Fielder coming across to try and get a foot onto it. He won't be able to. It beats him. Ryan Bastian's chases hard, but not able to get there. Will he make an impact in this match as well? Ryan hasn't really got going with the bat himself. You know that he's a key player. Not able to get to that one either. Afridi, much better start from him. Floated up, hit firmly down the ground. It will just be a single. Rio's arm does the tidying up. Yunus not in that area this time, where he was able to take the catch to remove Afridi. Akhtar and back on strike. Floated up. He looks like he's going to come forward, then decides he'll go back and just play this ball around the corner. Takes the single, gives the strike back to Afridi. Afridi takes it. Now we'll face the last ball from Thomas. Thomas, can he get the breakthrough again? Can he get the danger of Afridi? Going down the leg side, shake of the head from Tim Wheeler. So finishes with the dot at the end of the over. So that is the power play complete. 41 for the loss of 2 wickets. The men back in the shed so far is Qasim Mohammed, was the first to go. Had a quick fire 16 of the 6 deliveries that he faced. And before he was caught behind. And Angelo Delarden taking the catch to the bowling as Yusuf. And then the next man to go was, well, unfortunately, it was Hari Krishnan. I always like to see him when he's out there, but he was adjudged LBW to Marcy. It's a tough one for him to take. It did look like that the ball was going down the leg side. But since then, well, thanks to Afridi, been a little bit of a partnership put on by Sweet United. 41 for 2. So much depending though on Afridi, who's at the non-striker stand at the moment. Akhtar looking just to try and keep Afridi on strike. There's Rahman comes on to bowl. Rahman has been very good for the Crusaders. Close one, is it? Yeah, he's going to go. He gets the LBW. And well, I tell you what, I think it's Joy Trigger, he puts the finger up. Going to get a bit of a reputation, isn't he? Let's have a look at this. He does go back. And okay, what do you think about this one? I mean, it hits him on the knee roll. I mean, it could. I mean, it's one of those. I think this is depth. This is one I'm going to say is umpire's call. You could argue that maybe it's going to go on to miss the leg stick, but then at the same time, when you just see that shot again, has he shuffled enough across to allow that ball to take a little bit of the leg stump? And, well, we shall never know because he has to go. So Akhtar, he will be another LBW victim. Another one that Joy Trigger puts the finger up to. And Rahman, he picks up another wicket. So Akhtar, he did go for 3. This one's been floated up. And it is Shakir that now comes out. And he gets off the mark with the single down the ground. All these wickets, of course, just put more pressure on the likes of the established batter. Afridi will now think that he's got to go alone really here. Drags this one down towards the leg side. Gets well fielded as the third as mid-wicket and long on combined together to make the stop. Shaquille. This will be a wide caught. Rahman continues the good work that he's done with the ball. Slices up in the air and, well, gets a hand on this, does the fielder. Or was it just a hand or was it more than a hand? As they come back and complete the two. Rahman, he gets lucky. Let's have a look at this. It goes, here we go. So he's high up in the air. And yeah, well, he gets a bit of the elbow onto it. And suggesting there that the sun was in his eyes. But I suppose he does make the top. So that was Hussain. Firmly hit, trying to get it in the gap. But once again, those two fielders combine. And this time, it will just be the single, and that will take him back on strike. As the score moves on to 47. 3 wickets down. Good over there from Rahman, nice and tidy. Just the 6 runs from it. But that's what you'd expect from him. He's been very good. He's made things happen for his side. A lovely shot once more of the Malta International Cricket Ground here. And that was established back in 1902. That's when it was inaugurated. It served as a recreational sports centre for the British forces that was stationed in Malta. A lot of history in Malta during that time. Vidusha Ramishka with the bowl here now. Let's see if he's going to be doing any shushing today. Shmika, Shaquille, who well hits his up in the air. It should be out, and it will be out. It's nice and easy, and there he goes. That's the celebration. Well, the celebration from the fielder. I wonder if we got this little celebration from Rashmika as well. You know what he likes to do. His own little celebration. Trying to get this over, I think, the fielder's there, but no mistake there. There's the catch. He says, yeah, I'll do my own celebration. Yeah, okay, nothing too original about that. And whereas Rashmika was doing that, shh, I'm in the house, shush everybody. And, hello to Keanu. And hope, yeah, we're well. Hope you're well as well, Keanu. And Kai Bai as well. He's on the chat. There's another batter comes in. And there's the catch being taken. And he thinks about throwing it. And then Rahman says, how about this? How about I do that celebration? And Erdly Chandru says, yeah, okay, why not? It's not bad. It'll do. 47 for 3. That was 4 now. As the wicket came off the first ball. So that just gets updated on your graphics, changing the field to the left-hander. This one no, it's okay. Or maybe could have been a wide, but it's okay. Adnan Gul, who comes in now. Looks like a big, strong man. Probably can hit the ball pretty hard if he swings hard at it. He decides just to take the single here and get Afridi some of the strike. Afridi's just getting a bit cold. It's out there at the non-striker's end. He's only faced 8 deliveries in Afridi. Here we are. We're sort of coming up to the halfway point in the innings. Afridi wants to get going. Gets a wide one here. Lets that go. The umpire from Wheeler pulls the wide. Just waiting here as the more field changes are made. And this one's pretty wide as well. Chance and taken. And that's a poor shot from Afridi. Ryan Bastians, I think, is the man that takes a catch. Yes, he is. Yeah, doesn't need to be playing at this. It's another wide one. He left the ball before alone. This one, he goes after it. Doesn't get in the middle of the bat. Gives the opportunity to Bastians. And they will take the wicket. That's a big wicket to get. So it will be now 49 for 5. And once again, the Crusaders, they're right in this. And find time to welcome back into our commentary position here, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah.
As the players take their drinks. So it's Crusaders back on top, I think, with that wicket.
Such a big wicket, isn't it? I mean, he's a guy that can hurt you so quickly, but that's the nature of this game. Even good players, they'll give you opportunities. If you can take them, I think you go a long way to getting good results. Remember, the Crusaders and Sweet United, they were so close in that run rate at the start of this game. And so, obviously, if the Crusaders win again, then they go 2 games clear of Sweetie, and they're easily in second place. But even if they lose by a certain amount, I think within about 24 runs or so, they will still hold on to second spot. Why is that important? Well, we saw last year in Malta that the quarterfinals sometimes were affected by weather. If you can't get the minimum 3 overs, then the higher ranked team goes through. So if you're finishing second or third, makes a big difference, because if you're second, you play a team that's lower than you. If you're a third, you play a team that's higher than you. And even without the rain, it just means if you finish higher, you get an easier opponent, on paper at least, in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. So plenty to play for here. Looks like we're going to join the action back again. So they've get the big wicket off of Afridi. So everything going well.
So Vidusha is going to come in and try and keep the momentum going. Still got 2 balls left in his over. That's a good ball to get first up. 49 for 5.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. And he's got a bit of a spring in his step now. As Rashmika, 2 for 2. Really well bowled. And, he seems to be on fire. He looked good the first time we saw him, didn't he? He's a very confident, bubbly player. Far too high. I think he knows it. That will be the end of the over. So, well, what a great over it is as well. All you can see is 2 runs, but picks up 2 wickets. And he has Sweet United all sorts of problems. But once again, I think Sweet United, short selection. As we have a look at that scorecard, remember Qasim Mohammed, he came out, there was 17 scored off that, 17 on the board of 3 deliveries. But with that 1 extra, he hit 3 boundaries, and then he goes and gets himself out. Didn't need to do that at all. And maybe you see the same there from Afridi. Going after a wide ball, being called out. He's going to be disappointed. So Girl is out there now with Asif Shah. Let's see if these two can get anything going for their side. Afridi was the last man to go. Didn't get a lot of the strike, but he went for 18 of the 9 deliveries he faced.
This one's edged onto the pad. No issues there with the LBW. Very Wassam into the attack now. Sweet United, they need to find a bit of a burst. This is kind of where they really lost their way last time after they lost Waka Afridi. They just couldn't get going in the game at all.
Oh, gone. Done him like a kipper. And Gal, he will go. And he got sussed out pretty early by Kriya Wassam. And after beating him a few times, he thought, well, you know what? If I get 1 on the pegs, I think I've got me man. And that's exactly what he did. Look where he's standing. Stands a long way outside his stumps. And then as he starts to come across, well, a good one like that, just swinging in slightly, does him. And he has to go. Picks the wrong one to go after. And it's another one that bites the dust. And Garland would go just for 1 of the 4 balls that he faces. Bowled beautifully, you have to say. It's a good bit of bowling.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling.
In the right areas.
So, yeah, just keep it straight. 49 for 6, Sweet United. Yeah, just not having a good day at the office. That's all you can say so far. And so, you can see, Gary Wassam, he's pretty reliable, to be honest. I think he knows what he has to do. He's not trying to bowl too quick. Just tries to get it straight. And he gets it straight through. Another wicket. Here comes Bilal Qadir. He had some struggles, didn't he, in the previous game. And it starts with a swing and a miss, but it's called a wide.
is a borderline one. If the ball's not completely inside the wide line, typically is called. I'm not so sure about that one because when it goes past the crease, felt like it was inside. Anyway, Bilal catches a break. Let's see if he can make the most of it.
This one ends up just following the batter. He says, okay, if you want to move, tell you Wassam, well, I'll move with you. Kadir does manage to get a bit of bat onto it. Troubles continue for Sweet United. Remember, there is no Anil Kadir in the side. This one, this will be well hit, and this will go all the way. Well, that's a bit more like it, and that's what they have to do. But that shot's come from nowhere. It's a good hit that from Asif Shah. And that's what they need. Just a little bit of this, you know, a few more of these, a couple of maximums, a couple of boundaries, and all of a sudden, that's a score. Getting into around about the 90s can make all the difference. So, well, that one ends up going into the road over there.
Through the netting there. He's been blown out for his protection. Yeah, they need something from somewhere, don't they? But yeah, Sweet United, 50 comes up, and yeah, they cash in with a 6. And Asif Shah, he was promoted last game, couldn't really do too much with it. Curry Wassam, yeah, it goes a long way.
Yeah, it's a good shot. So can Shah be the man to pull a few more together? Remember, there's no Anil Kadir in the side for this one, so he's not there to try and get anything going for them. So that one batter short as well, which made. Oh, wow, this is a wild swing. This probably one was there for the shot, but he just goes really far too early. Just needed to wait on it a little bit. You can see he's gritting his teeth here. Definitely was on for the shot, but placed too early. Just needed to wait. Maybe just needed to go inside the shot a little bit rather than away from it. And this one, you shouldn't be going anywhere near it. It's a bit of a shy at the stumps, and they say, well, you know what? Why don't make it too wide? Send the keeper there. And Angelo Darden thought he had the opportunity for a cheeky stumping, but misses the stumps. I think the batter did keep his feet well inside the line anyway, so ends up giving away an extra one. Does mean that they get Bilal Kadir on strike, so maybe the bowler thinks that's a better option for me to be bowling at Bilal.
Last ball of the over for Curry Wassam. And this is well blocked, actually. It's a tough bounce to predict, and so it was stopped, and so it will just be a single at the end of the over as well. So 60 for 6 after 6. It's exactly 10 and over. Bearing in mind, the Crusaders, obviously they want to go for the win here, but also they're just trying to get within a decent range of the score set by Sweet United. Right now they're in a pretty good position anyway, I think, with those big hitters gone. Rashmi cut 2 for 2. He can still come back. In fact, all these bowlers can come back. They bowled 6 individual bowlers. A good place to be if you do have 6 bowlers. And you use them at this stage. You've got a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, they're going to go back to Jojo. So Jojo Thomas. Bowled he's second.
Yeah, Jojo just gets pulled away from 1. Bilal gets a single over to Sharp. Sharp has one scoring shot. It was a big one. Well, I think he'll be eyeing off Thomas here. I don't think he's sticking around.
Yeah, he wants to go, doesn't he, Sharp? He needs to go. I think he's the one batter that showed that he is able to play the big shot. He moves early, and this goes right up in the air, and Thomas says, I'll take it, thank you very much. He has to push Bilal out of the way first. He said, hey, you're too big. You're forming a bit of a wall in my way. Get out of the way. Gives him a little nudge and takes the catch. Well, Jojo Thomas.
I actually think Bilal, his sun's on his eyes because Bilal's blocking the sun here for him. So that's doing him a favour. But I don't think Bilal did a lot wrong. Well, he's meant to go somewhere. He tries to get out of the way. It says, all right, it's over to you. And so yeah, Jojo takes a good catch. And so Asif Shah, a bit of a one-hit wonder in this innings. And he is the 6th wicket to fall now, 61 for 6.
Yeah, just the one shot for 6, that's all he does in the 5 balls that he faces before he has to go. And I think we're into that territory now, really, where it's going to be difficult to see where, even with plenty of balls still to go in this innings, if they're going to be able to get another 20, 25 runs. Can't see it myself. Let's see, can they do what the Crusaders did and try to get into the 80s at least and try and defend it? Gets played away. Bilal says, yeah, I can make it if you want it. And they do. Gets a single.
Yeah, can they find a sting in the tail here? They need something, you feel. They still want to steal that second spot. I mean, to be honest, they just haven't played well enough today to justify it. But cricket's a funny game and anything can happen.
I mean, they 2 defeats on the spin now. Lost to overseas last night and losing to the Crusaders this morning. One is just going to be a dot, and I think they will look back at the missed opportunity in the first match. And that, you know what, that decision, Vinny, to change the batting order up looks even more crazy now when you think the likes of Anil Qadir was not playing the second match, and this one probably will be out. It probably can be given out easily on the field of play. I mean, no, you change things up with your batting order when you've got your players that can play, and then Qadir is not playing in this match, and this would be the one. This is the opportunity to change it up. It just didn't make any sense. As you see, another batter go, and Bilal, he hasn't really been able to get anything going here today, so he'll go disappointingly as he's stumped. And another wicket for Thomas when he picked up 3 in the first match. He's on his way for maybe a 3 for in this one as well.
Yeah, sweetie, they're a bit of an enigma, wrapped in a riddle, aren't they? I remember that last year with them as well. Had some good performances. I mean, they're a team that beat Malta last year, but they also lost to Gozo. I mean the old Gozo.
Yeah.
The day after Gozo got bowled out for 6. So, I suppose you're going to love them at their best if you're going to love them at their worst. And, it's been rough. Here is the headbanger, though. Arslan Ahmed coming out. You can see he's got a helmet. Maybe we should start bowling it. Last ball of the over coming up. Here's Jojo. Oh, he really tosses this one up. Despite that, Ahmed goes back and punches for 1. It's the end of the 7th over. The score is 63 for 8. And have a look at this. Yeah, and decides to go away. So it was always going to be hard to elevate that ball. Happy just to take the 1. Thinks about going forward. Says, you know what? Probably going to get stumped if I do this. So I'm going to go back. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Of course, we're in the second last series of the year right now. We have Spain. The ECS, they're starting on Monday, but we'll have some more cricket from Spain starting tomorrow, actually, where Charlie Hunt, I think he's travelling today. So, yeah, Spain is going to be a great series. We're going to have, I think, 16 teams taking part. It starts on Monday, and it runs for 5 weeks and goes all the way until a Super Sunday. We'll finish on the 11th of December. Then we'll take a break. I think we deserve it after 45-week season. There's another stumping, and this time he's not even get close to getting back. And the headbanger's got to go, Arslan Ahmed. And once again, got Taladen just racking up the dismissals. This is out by so much, he can't even. He barely turns around, really. Yeah, Taladen, he's loving it out there, isn't he? I'm just trying to count how many dismissals that is. He took a catch earlier. He's gone 1 and 2 stumpings, so yeah, the 3. Doing good stuff, and well, they're in big danger of not batting out the 10 overs here. They're 63 for 9.
Yeah, it's another one that goes easily. So, yeah, I mean, he's racing to the ball, isn't he? Absolutely racing to it. And, well, Rahman, he's happy. Of course he's happy. It's another wicket for him. 63 for 8, goes from 63 to 9. And the question is, how many more balls will they survive? Maybe not too many. It's up in the air and just falls out of the reach of the fielder. And they get another 1. 64 moves on to. He sticks out a hand, but the ball just eludes him. Oh, hello to Charlie. Charlie is in the chat. Charlie doing a bit of lurking.
He's lurking. Hello, Charlie. Where in the world are you? Let us know. Well, last man stands. Umar Ul-Haq, pretty good for number 11. And Umar, you might notice this. So he's a cross-handed bandit. And not the first one we've seen. Pretty rare, though. I think he can do a bit of both.
Yeah, what is he doing in coming in at number 11?
This is Ayub Khan, actually, hits this one. But keep an eye out for Ul-Haq.
Well,
And, well, you won't see him for that long because he swings across this one and he misses it. So Swing United bundled out for 65 here. There you go. There's a cross-handed bandit. And Yep, swing and a miss. It's game over. 65 all out. Sweet United. Well, I don't know what to say about that really, except that was dismal really. Having said that, we have seen 65 defended in this series. But the other reason that hurts as well is that Southern Crusaders, again, they just have to get within about 25 or so to get that second spot. So really puts any question to bed. That's where United though. I want to finish with a win. All right, now looking a bit of a sorry sight as we look back, and it was raining wickets here in match number 38. The last chance for these two teams to put points on the board in Group B.
Yeah, well, it started up raining runs, didn't it? Because, well, Qasim Mohammed, his first 3 balls with the extra as well. There was 17 on the board, and then the next 3 were 3 dots, including a wicket of Qasim Mohammed. And that was really as much as the highlight lasted, because after that, they were in all sorts of trouble. That one, I think, was very unlucky for the batter. I don't think that one was going to go on to hit the stumps, but sometimes the way it goes, the umpire is standing wicket to wicket. He gives what he sees, and then the batter there, you see, went out with the wrong glove. He thought, hang on a minute, I can't bat with 2 left-hand ones. I need a right-hand one. Afridi, he backed himself to play a few shots, and he played some nice shots as well on his way to a score of 18, but then he did pick a wrong one to go after. He leaves one to be a wide, gets a wide, then the second time round he decides, well, you know what, I'm going to play at it. This is another LBW. It's another batter who gets disappointed, and another one that Joy triggers, puts the finger up, and I think he's going to get the name of Trigger. Here's the umpire, Joy. Well, he likes it. He likes the joy of giving the trigger. This one was a simple catch to be taken, and a bit of a celebration from the fielder. And, well, Oman was the one doing the celebrations with the catch, and bowler was doing the shushing, but there's not really too much that was happening here. This one was the one that was a disappointment for me, and that was when he goes for the big hit and gets himself out, but it was a wide ball. Ryan Bastians though made no mistake at all. So, and then this one, right on the money, Yorker net delivery, the left-hander. And, well, no answer to that at all. We saw a nice corner bowl coming up as well. First of all, well, this was the one scoring shot that Asif Shah managed to get away. And this is the corner bowl, and he says, hey, Bilal, get out of the way. Your shadow's too big. I can't see the ball. Gives him a little nudge and says, thank you very much. That'll do. And Thomas picks up another. Bowled very well today, hasn't Thomas? Thomas, Rahman and Rashmika have been absolutely sensational, and just goes to show maybe that's something that the other teams going into quarterfinals tomorrow will be having a look at. Swihi United, you take the pace of the ball, and well, they start falling apart. And there was Angelo behind the stumps, still Darden doing some more work behind there, getting another wicket. And well, thanks, I'll do it all over again, he says, as this time he gets the headbanger, Arsenal Ahmed. And then right at the end, it was the captain who was to go. He's the cross-handed bandit. I'm surprised he comes in a little bit late. Remember, he did hit some big bombs yesterday, but it's all smiles on the faces of the Southern Crusaders, and also Rahman as he picks up the wicket again. So it's you got to say, it's another dismal performance from Swihi United with the bat not being good, and they're a team that have got some talented players in their squad, but they're not performing, and the tail is not being wagging at all. There seems to be no fight in the tail. So Crusaders, they're in a good position to win this match, and I think maybe someone like Ryan Bastians will go out there and knock these off, and maybe we get an early finish in this one. I get the feeling that this could be done around about the 8 over mark as we have a look at that scorecard. The top two, Qasim Mohammed 16 off 6, and Wakar Afridi 18 of 9, with the early ones really making a contribution. But both of those men will again be disappointed the way they get out. They don't play smart cricket, and they don't really think about the match situation. Qasim Mohammed didn't have to play the shot he played to get himself out, chasing that wide one from Yusuf. Talk about chasing a wide one. Wakar Afridi did the same. It's a wide ball, doesn't have to play it, plays it, offers the catch to Ryan Bastians, who makes no mistake at all. And once that wicket fell, well, that was it. There was nothing else happening there. I thought maybe at a push they could try and get somewhere near the 80s, but it wasn't to be. Bowled out, and 65 is all they managed to get. The bowling figures well, the first 6 overs were all bowled by different bowlers, and every one of them getting something. 3 wickets from Rahman, bowled beautifully. And Vidusha was doing the shushing again. Well, he shushed everybody up as he took 2 for 2, and also 2 there for Jojo Thomas, who's had a good morning with the ball, picked up 5 wickets in the play. But you can see there it's the slow bowlers that have caused the problems for Sui United, and I think teams that will be playing them tomorrow will know that as well, and they'll be looking to keep the pace off. So it looks like this is going to be an easy victory for the Crusaders, and there's certainly something that they'll look forward to, and will cement their position second in the standings in Group B. But anything can still happen. Sui United, they want to finish with a bang. Look, they had a disappointing loss yesterday to overseas, more disappointment this morning in the first match when they lost to the Crusaders here today, 83 to 55. So they want to highlight. The only way they can get a highlight is maybe somebody like Afridi can really be fired up, and somebody like Asif Shah as well, and really roll over the Crusaders. But look, we've seen some low defences. This will be right up there as one of the lowest scores defended. Is it going to happen? Is it not? Only one way to find out. Why don't you come back and join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, for the conclusion of match number 38. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back as we join the match between the Southern Crusaders and Sui United. The second match between the two. Southern Crusaders were victorious in the first, defending 84, restricting Sui United to 55 for 4. Sui just couldn't get going with the bat, and it was the same story in this match as well. Batting first, they only got 65, and well, they were bowled out with like 14 deliveries still to go in the innings, so it wasn't good. And now it means that they've got to pull off what would be amazing defence. Look, we've seen some low-scoring defences, but this will be right up there. It's one of in the top 10 quite easily. Afridi to Bastians to start off with. And he's going to start with a wide, which gets past the keeper as well. So that's 2 on the board. So basically make your total 63, because there's not a ball being bowled here. Keeper gets a few fingers onto it. He's looking at the business. Then a bit of ZZ Top about him there. Got the old shades on. Just give him an electric guitar and he'll be away. Look at that look. That's quite sensational actually. With the mirror shades, looking the part is good. He says this is nicely played away, and you get a single. There he is. Ahmad Shakil behind the stumps. And Bastians gets back on strike after not facing a ball, you'd have to say. It was 2 wides. He ends up on the other end. Afridi round the wicket to him. Into the body. It's quite a sharp delivery actually. Gets a bit of pace onto it. Let's have a close-up of the wicket-keeper. Let's have a close-up of Ahmed Shakil there with his mirrored shades on. And with all of the face point, oh look, I love it. All of the face paint there as well. Doesn't he look a character? Does he look like a colourful chap? Down the ground, and nobody stopping this. 4 runs, beautifully hit. It's a lovely shot. So Ryan Bastians does get off the mark with a boundary. 4 runs. As Qasim Mohammed has to trot back to get the delivery. And the Tim Wheeler just making sure that that's nowhere near him. Just ducking. And then gives the signal to the scorers. 4 runs. Afridi. This time goes wide. And it's a misfield from the fielder. And it's going to be 4 runs. Afridi, the bowler, does the double teapot as he stands and stares. He wasn't the guilty one. There we go. Gets straight through him. And, oh yeah, he was. Gets through him and then he chases after it. Well, he might have all the face paint on. Seems to be a bit of a theme, doesn't it? Here with the players, they like to have the face paint. Well played. Bit of extra bounce from Afridi. This time no mistake. 1 man. Nicely face painted. Throws to another. So a big shout out to you people on the chat now. Julian Dawson. Keanu is there as well. And Kitty Hundley. Hello Kitty. Hope you're well. As this one coming back over the wicket to Yusuf. Beats about 133 matches now without a golden ball. I'll be very surprised if this gets anywhere near it as that first over comes to an end with the score already on 12. The one thing you will say is at this point, like for like, Southern Crusaders are behind because we know Sui United was 17 off the first 3 balls. But that's when it all went wrong. That's when the wicket of Qasim went. Yusuf got him caught behind by Angelo Delarden, and once they got the wicket of Afridi, 18 for 9, Rashmika got him. Brian Bastian, the man who's batting now, taking the catch. There wasn't much more to come. Into the pad, asking the question, and not out. As it is the captain, Umar Al-Haq, to see if he can make anything happen for his side. And, this one always missing the stumps, pitching outside leg and going on to hit outside the leg. Wide ball. Goes one way and goes the other way. We know he's had issues with his line in the past. Umar Huck. We want to put that behind him and just get back to getting this ball right up there to Yusuf. Plays it down the off, wants to take it on, and well, if this hits, it would have been out. That's for sure. No doubt about it. And, that's the difference. A couple of days, mate. The other day, all of these were working out. They were holding their catches. They were getting the run-outs. Look, he's in no man's land, really. Here's the Yusuf. But Afridi missing the stumps. Full delivery and latched onto. This will go to the boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs. Ryan Bastians gets a full pitch delivery, turns it into a full stop. Full toss and gets smashed away. And captured there. You saw the corner of your screen. Dan Oros taking a few shots. That's another one that will turn up on the social media. There he is. And, Rushmika, the Shusha. Just helping out Sweetie. Saying, here you go. Give it back to you. In the legs. Can never be out. And, well, how about that little bit of Bhangra appealing there from the wicket keeper, Ahmed Shakil. Watch him. I mean, he's appealing for this. He has no idea where he goes. How's this? Look at him going up and down, up and down. And not out. Well, enjoy there. Saying no, it's not going to be. Not this one. Just drop the bat on this. So Umar Huq, he has got his line better. A big shout out to our global audience, wherever you're tuning in from. Delighted to have you with us, enjoying the cricket here in Malta. A low scoring affair to start the day. But remember, plenty of cricket coming your way. Straight after this, we've got a huge battle. As this one gets played away, it's going to be another single. Yeah, huge battle coming up. This one has really been the tussle of the teams that finish in the top 2. The next battle is going to be about the team, or which one will be eliminated. As you see, the likes of the Overseas coming back. Overseas coming back, though, after a good victory yesterday against Sweden United. But they're taking on Malta Day. Malta Day, not too many good things came their way. And you can see that reflected on the tables as a welcome back into the box. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. We only saw that for a second, but if Sweden United lose badly here, I'm going to say maybe lose in 6 overs or something like that, the net run rate's going to take a bit of hammering. There's an outside chance that they could be knocked out. Say outside. This is an outside edge, and this will go for 4. So Yusuf gets a boundary. But yeah, the main reason is because the 2 teams below them, what would have to happen for Sweden to get knocked out is for them to both win a game, but for their net run rates to both improve. So it just seems pretty unlikely that could happen, unless Sweden United's net run rate takes such a hammering it's already down in that kind of echelon. So we'll have to see. There has been a lacklustre performance from the man in orange today. You have to say that. Raka Afridi trying to get something going. And, well, pops back. Will he get there? He won't. Might have a run out, though. Bastians lines it up, misses. And they'll get a run.
Oh, dear.
Well, Waka was the guy yesterday. He's trying to say, where was everybody? Remember, he was so alert yesterday to take a run out that bounced off the head of Hassan Ahmed. This time, Bastian says, uh-oh, big trouble. And to Bastian's credit, he runs away from the ball. I would have been turning straight around. And he's a big blocker. As it is, Waka was due to miss, and he did.
What happens here on the ECN? And, yeah, you'd back Afridi to hit them. But, look, that misses them easily, and the batters say, yeah, we'll take the run now.
We know you know what a quick single is? That's an unquick single, because it took a long time for the play to develop. But Bastians, he's a guy that can go large. We know that. He's over 100 runs in the series now. I'd just love to see him stay in for a while, make a big score at some point in this tournament, because he's great to watch. As is this guy, Afridi, when he gets going. Just nudged away for a single. Yeah, so Michael Gunnar-Tulika, he'll be watching with interest, I'm sure. If he's arrived yet in Desert Springs or not, I don't know, but he'll be very happy with the way the Southern Crusaders are playing this morning in his absence.
Yeah, be very, very impressed at all, indeed. I mean, they've just basically got on with the job, haven't they? I've liked the way they've been impressive with the ball. Fielded so well. They've taken practically all their catches. But the bowling, especially the slower bowlers, I think Rahman, Rashmika and Jojo Thomas, they've been on fire today. They really have. And Sui United have just not had an answer to what they've sent down to them.
It's well bowled. And here's another outside edge. This is another one that's going to get past 2 players. And it's going to be another boundary. Freedy. Steam coming out of his ears. And twice he gets edged away to the boundary here in the 3rd over.
Yeah, and
that was a good leap. I think he was listening to me, Ahmed Shakil. I was saying, going to start low, finish high. He couldn't have done any more. So that one's bookended with a couple of nicked 4s, and after 3 overs, the score 31 without loss.
Yeah, well, I think yesterday was the International Day of the Ballet, and it's unfortunate that we weren't seeing the keeper Ahmed Shakil yesterday, because he would have been right in place, right on song for the right date, because he's been doing a little ballet.
Look at that, bowled out in the 8th over. Ouch.
Yep.
There's only 1 over that didn't have a wicket. That was the 3rd. Yeah, graceful as far as the dive went. Not so sure the landing was as graceful. But, you know, full points to Shakil for the effort there. And now we're going to have Mr. Cool, Kareem Mohammed, who's going to bowl over number 4. End of the power play, so Phil can go back now. Probably a wide, although he can't see, so he'll get away with it.
Yeah, hang on.
Classic.
Hang on a minute.
Yep, he's going to radio it in. I don't mind this, because look, where Kasim Mohammed is, it swings. Well, actually, maybe it's not a wide.
I think.
But I mean, he's got no idea.
Yeah, he can't see it.
So it probably is fine.
Yeah, that's okay for me.
Yeah,
sneaks it inside.
It's one of those things. Even the first time I saw it, I was fooled. I thought it was a wide. The second look, I think it's just inside the line. So yeah, we'll get away with that. But yeah, Kasim, he's got to make a bigger effort to get off the wicket, I think. Doesn't. Gets blasted for 6 though. Maximo. Well, see you later. Adios, Pelota. This was absolutely hammered. That's out of the ground, and well, that's Carr's under attack, Rico.
Yeah, Carr's under attack, and you don't want to be bowling there. Just a little bit short of a length and get smashed away. Well, this one does hit something, and well, we hear that there is a car that's been clonked. So there's a lot of cars there, and we were admiring that one back there. But maybe somebody wants to move that nice motor as well. Cars are in the firing range. That Kookaburra may be coming back with a bit of colour on it, the colour from the car that it hit. And this is up in the air, opportunity, and it is Ahmad Shakil, and he makes a total hash of it. And the shades come off. He looks up and says, "Oh, it's the sun. It's in my eyes." And when he looks down, he says, "Nah, can't say that because I did have these babies on me." Up it goes, and the keeper, he goes up. Actually, he didn't have the shades on. What is this about? Let me see that one more time. Oh, no, we can't. We'll go back to it later. He's got the shades above his head now. What's going on there? Earlier on, he had the shades on and he was looking at the business. He's got them above his head, and when he had to take the catch and he needed the shades, he said, "I couldn't see the ball. The sun's in my eyes," but he still ain't put them on. Oh, well, it's all happening, and nothing really going the way for Sui United. Now this has been absolutely mullered. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Boom. Shaka lagya. What a hit. I tell you what, everybody is rushing to find their car keys and start to move some of those vehicles out the way now. Oh, the net stopping that one going through. But they're looking to do this in a hurry. And these are dangerous signs for Sui United. They're going to really muck this up today. Goes for another, up in the air. And this one goes. Gear. Shaka. Lagya Kinna Sona. And Ryan Bastians, he's having some fun. And that shot brings the 50 up. What a big hit this is. And Kasim Mohammed, he's getting a little bit of his own treatment. He's normally the one that likes to hit the ball out of the ground. Now, well, he's even sending, that was a Maximo, and he sends a Maximo afterwards. Well, where's that one ended up? Well, it comes from somewhere, but there he is, Maximo. Oh dear, that's a bad throw, Maximo. Was that you throwing it there? And now he's going to have to go and get it again. There he is. He says, "Okay, I'll try again." That's better. Where's he throw? Oh, that's a bad throw. Maximo, what's going on with that arm? Anyway, we do get the ball back. And I believe that was that the end of the over as well? Was there still a couple to come? So, Ryan, that's the end. And certainly woken up today. And that was, I think, the end of the over. We'll get those scores. We'll get those scores up for you for a moment.
I'm going to score for you.
Tell me.
51 for no loss after 4. And set your watches. It's Ryan o'clock. We smashed that. I went searching for it and got stuck in the netting over the fence. So Yusuf says, okay, over to you, Ryan. This is just what Sweet United were trying to avoid, because if they finish it this over, for example, they're such a net run rate buster.
Yeah, I tell you what. I mean, the thing is, though, I know it sounds bad me saying this, but when you play the sort of cricket that Sweet played today, especially in that first match, when they mixed it around and were overconfident, this is what can happen. It can haunt you. Shah is trying to get a good over in. That won't help. That's a big wide. You can't hide it. I don't know. They're afraid of the Ryan Bastian. This is the way I remember Ryan Bastian batting when I first saw him back in 2020. Hits the ball so well. He's such a dangerous player. Hasn't really found that form, but he's there now. And that's why he's so dangerous.
Yeah, sure is. Shah just getting the ball to go away from him a little bit. Ryan's looking on song. Yes, it's this one though. It'll get a single. So this pretty much confirms, or already we know, that Crusaders have done enough in this game to secure second place. So they'll play the Masita Warriors in quarterfinal 2 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The other one we can confirm, we already knew the Knights were going to finish top. So the Knights are going to take on AUM in quarterfinal 4 tomorrow. So we still don't know third and fourth place. He's just knocked onto his own leg, back to the bowler. I feel like they might survive to the drinks break, but might not survive a lot longer at the moment.
You missed the wicketkeeper's catch. He went down from Ahmed Shakil. You know, we were admiring him behind the stumps with his shades on, looking good. Look where his shades are now.
On the head.
On the head. And when that ball went up in the air, it was the sun that was in his eyes. That's why he's saying this one goes for 4. Nobody out there, which is a bit of a surprise. Yeah. He dropped the catch and he said, the sun's in my eyes. And it's because he's not got his shades on. Had him on the top of his head.
Yeah, that's another boundary to Yusuf. Matter of time until they do this. And yeah, Sweet United, probably one of the worst mornings of cricket I think they've played on ECS.
Well, this one should and will be stopped. It will. And it is Ahmed that gets the phone. Maybe he's going to be called upon to bowl if required, because you can see there, not too many required now. 7.
You can tie the game with one swing of the bat now, Bastians. Last ball the over.
Oh, another catch goes down, and it's Arslan Ahmed. He puts it down. Just the way, that sums it up. That's been Sweet United today. They've dropped the catches. Nothing's gone well for them. We do get to the halfway point, and 7 required for victory. It's not been a good day for if you're Sweet United or if you're a Sweet United supporter.
For sure. Anyway, look, I know a lot of cricket going on in the world, but we appreciate your company here on the European Cricket Network. You know what? This time, I've got the dice shirt on today. I'm going to roll the dice.
You're
going to do a lurker call out.
Okay,
let's do a lurker call out. So
yeah.
if you're watching and you can't get in the chat, now's a great time. Just get in. Let us know where you're watching from. So come on, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Come at us right here. And let's say hello to you. It's a nice chance for us, while this game is live, maybe to say a quick hello to you. But it might have to be a quick one, because with only 6 runs required, the end of this game is 9.
Yeah, it looks like they're going back to Arslan Ahmed here.
The other thing is, look, this afternoon's game is super important as
big
well,
time.
because Mudda Day and overseas, they're fighting to stay in the tournament. Overseas missed out on the finals last year on net run rate. And so, yeah, a lot riding on it. So the margins matter. That's the other thing. And Sweet United, well, it might matter how long they can last in this game, because they are going to take a bit of a hit. I'll be curious to see where they end up net run rate wise after this game. They are going to finish on 6 points. That does put them at risk. Here's Arslan.
And this one is in the gap. Oh no, it's not. It's been well stopped. Amazingly stopped by the left boot.
That was an incredible stop, Name.
Oh.
Might get an overthrow here. And yeah, I mean, I think as soon as Bastians hits this, he thinks it's 4, but he didn't count on this. That's the area. We have seen some good football skills.
Yeah, it's a nice little stop. So just means that Bastien, though, still does get on strike, but now he can finish it with 1 hit. And he will try, and he will. Adios. That it is. Game, set, match to do the double over Sui United. So the Crusaders, without their captain, Marco Gunteleka, get a fantastic victory here. And it is Ryan Bastiens who will, well, he'll end up in the 40s when he's on 43 of 17 deliveries. That is big. Boom. Shaka Lagia. And with that is the match, which ends a very dismal day for Sui United. And I think he summed it up, Vinny. It's probably one of the worst cricket that we've seen them play. Well, 1 or 2 of them have got smiles on their faces. I don't really know what they're smiling about, because you know what? I still do believe that they may think that they're coming back tomorrow, but that could also change. I mean, this is a clubbing defeat. I mean, they lost by 28 runs in the first match, and that could have been a much smaller margin. That was down to their own fault. They changed up their batting order when they needed 84 to win, and then they didn't run their singles. And there was a period when Anil Kadir was out there. He made 22, 23, and he was just turning down singles all the time. And then they've been absolutely walloped. They've been smashed. And in this match, they've been absolutely crushed by the Crusaders. So Sui United, well, they think they should be coming back tomorrow. I tell you what, depending how the matches go this afternoon, they may not be, So it's going to be very interesting. But the net run rate could be very, very important as we have a look at the highlights. Well, these highlights are just about one man, and that's Ryan Bastien. And some of these highlights is also will sum up just why Sui United had a bad day here today. A lot of things that they didn't do right. The catches did go down. I mean, sometimes they got a bit unlucky. That one doesn't quite carry to the ballerina wicketkeeper Ahmed Shakil. But this one he should have had. He has all the time, and well, catch goes down. He almost ends up rolling onto the sunglasses, and then he says, "Oh, the sun." He's looking at the sun, and he says, "Why is the sun in my eyes?" Because my sunglasses that I should be wearing, I'm not wearing. And that was a big hit. That was one that ended up hitting a car. Well, a look of concern from somebody
so
thinking,
you should be concerned.
what is that? Well, this one was in that direction again, but thankfully the netting saves it. Ryan Bastien is in town.
They did this quickly. That's the thing. So, I mean, this means that Sui United is doing some quick calculations. They're minus 1.0, and then you've got overseas minus 1.7 and Mater Dei minus 2.2. So they still are kind of ahead of both of those. And the only way they could be knocked out is if both teams improve their net run rates and split the games. It seems unlikely. I still think we'll see Sui United make it, but they're in terrible form. Kirill's in pretty good form up there. I went searching for a lurker call out. I'll have to get back to everyone in the chat because this game was over pretty quickly. That was the one that did it. One team lose all wickets. The other team loses no wickets.
Yep.
Bizarre game. In fact, believe it or not, Sui United hit more sixes than the Crusaders in that game, but still they were no match, and 28 balls to spare. 10 wicket win for the Crusaders. Comprehensive stuff from them here on day 10.
Yeah, very comprehensive indeed. Well, we know what we got coming up next, and maybe you can have a look at the two teams. But it's going to be, well, there's everything to play for. The overseas are taking on well, let's have a look at the scorecards first, and we'll go back to that fantasy dashboard for the next match coming up. But Ryan Bastien, well, it was all about him today. He's a man that we can perform. I did remember saying before the start of the day, I wonder if he's going to be able to show us what he can do, and he does. 43 of 17. And Zishan Yusuf, well, remember, I think he was unlucky in the first match when he got a LBW decision which went against him, but he proved his worth in that partnership as well. 19 of 15 for him. And, well, with regards to the bowling, it wasn't that great. We see only 6 extras. Two of those leg bars and wides, but
they didn't have time to bowl.
Didn't have time to bowl.
But
Afridi, got to say this: Afridi was a bit unlucky. I think 12 of those runs were edges that went behind to the boundary. So he was unlucky, but nothing really went their way. But when they had the chances, they didn't take them either.
That's what it comes down to, basically. So we do have a bit of an extended break then. We've got about 45 minutes until the next game. So yeah, I want to thank everyone as well, and I know that Kitty's there, and to Julian and to Kai and everybody else. Hopefully you're having a great day. Thank you for chiming in on the chat. So now, yeah, we have a bit of an extended break, like I said, about 45 minutes, and this is what the computer's predicting. Let's have a look. Overseas 95 to 88. We can probably understand that overseas are a shade ahead, but you can see that they're pretty similar, aren't they? The runs for and against in the 80s, runs for. Overseas doing slightly better. I think Malta Day, they've been a bit unlucky with Sarthi getting out a few times. He's their key player, and both conceding about the same. So join us for that. That's coming up in around about 45 minutes, 11:30 GMT. It's 12:30 in Central Europe and 5 p.m. in India. From now, we will leave you, and we'll leave you with the scorecard. Not a good-looking one for Sweet United. They go down in flames. It wasn't a T10, really. It was like an E5 or something. 8 overs almost. Sweet United were bowled out within that. And Southern Crusaders chased down in 5.2. We're going to have some lunch, and when we return, we'll be back with match 39. And, well, two teams also battling for survival. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hopefully you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful Malta cricket ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now we have 2 more matches left in the day, 2 more matches left in the group stage before quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. So coming up next, we have match number 39. It's overseas versus Malta Day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Malta Day the call. Heads. Heads is the call. It is heads. I will go for the bet. Okay. All the best. Cheers.
So it is Malta Day that win the toss and they have elected to bat first. Look, I don't mind that. I think that is their best strategy to do that and try and put the squeeze on in the second half of this game. I do think Malta Day, they have been the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team in this tournament so far, but when they've been good, they've been really good, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Big hello to everyone. I'm sure you're tuning in from the Malta Day Hospital. To everyone there, I hope you're having a good day, and I'm sure you hope your team gets the job done. But overseas, I mean, they have been good, and when they have been good, they have been getting good results. And I know that Heinrich Gericke, even though he got out in a bizarre fashion yesterday, he has been a really important addition to their side. And overseas, they have a slight edge on Malta Day as far as net run rate has gone, about 0.45. So again, one of these teams, they're on the chopping block really, because you just feel that if they were to not play well this afternoon, they're every chance of exiting the tournament. So 2 teams that have had some success, they've also had some dismal performances in this tournament. They will get the chance to battle it out for one of the spots in the quarterfinals Friday. Let's see what happens as we get to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. The news from the toss, Malta Day, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the afternoon session.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome back everybody. Hope you've enjoyed and made the most of your break. And about 45 minutes between these 2 matches. Maybe you've had a spot of lunch, or you've been for a little wander. Maybe you took the dog out for a walk, or whatever it is. Well, why don't you let us know? Always nice to know what people are doing. But look, we're getting ready for the start of this match, and everything depends on this. One of these 2 teams will or will not make it through to quarterfinals day tomorrow, or maybe we could see a big surprise and see somebody like Sweden United not making it through if the results go in a particular manner. So Sweden United, well, after they've had a dismal morning of cricket against the Crusaders being victorious on both occasions, absolutely crushed them, blew them away. But Sweden United will be looking on with interest to see whether they do need to pat their kick bag for tomorrow or not, as we have a look at the bat versus ball wall. 95 to 98 in favour of overseas here. Malta Day electing to bat first. I like that move. It's a positive move, and why not? Look, when you look at the conditions that you want to bat in, they couldn't be better than this. It's a lovely sunny day, a gentle breeze, and if you can get yourself in, you should go on to score big runs. That is what they'll be thinking. Azim Sathi, he's one man that can score big, but he's going to be up against the marksman. And David Marks has been very good with the ball for the overseas as well, so going to be an interesting battle here develop. But David Marks, he will have to be spot on and get his line right straight away. He doesn't really want to be giving any freebies to the likes of Sathi. Sathi's, we've seen him be pretty strong when he's hitting out on the offside. He does like to play in the area of be sort of behind point, goes aerial. It's going to be a good contest. They need to remove him quickly overseas. And Sujay Patel is out there at the non-strikers, and he was very good yesterday. He played a very exciting knock when he scored 51 off 27 against the Knights. Here we go. And it's a good delivery in swinging Yorker. Had to be dug out. Beautiful start from David Marks. A really good delivery. He'll be excited about the shape that he got on that delivery. Just watch this swing in. Nicely played. He does really well to adjust here, because Sathi starts to take a big step outside the off stump and then has to come back. This one's just dropping short of the fielder. As a shy at the stumps. We get the single. First one's on the board. Sathi gets himself off the mark. It's an interesting technique of running with the bat in the air. Just like that. It's like he's running with a sword in his hand. Patel. Oh, gets a bit of a full toss here, and that's been called straight away. No ball called. They're going for that Yorker once more. The marksman and gets it wrong. So Patel is going to get the opportunity to have a swing. He's got the license to go the full Monty. The umpire just having a chat with David Mark, saying, hey, that's the one for the over. Free hit. And he hits it well, just gets it over the fielder. And that's going to be 4 runs. So the first boundary of the innings comes to Patel. Plays this well, digs it up. Patel is I love watching him bat. Not just when he hits the ball, but even when he doesn't hit the ball. That certainly is an interesting character. Moves around a lot in the crease. And he makes a dot ball look good. Marks. Oh, well, he pulls his hand away from this maybe. It's a nice clean hit straight down the ground. It certainly is catchable. As I see Sam Williams pop up from nowhere. Says, I'll get it. I'll do a bit of this fielding. I think he wants to go for it. And then at the next moment he decides, oh, maybe it's not a good idea. But it does get past him pretty quickly. Sati, back-to-back boundaries from Patel. This one will be down the leg side and called wide. Good afternoon to our umpires for this match, Andy Nowdy. And I should say congratulations to Andy Nowdy. He's played a bit of golf this morning, had a very tough match. And well, he ends up winning it as well. So that's good. So he's an umpire with a smile on his face. They're always nice to have a happy umpire out there. I don't know whether that suits the batters or the bowlers, but either way, Andy Nowdy is a happy chappy. One of our match officials, and Tim Wheeler is out there with him. Tim at square leg at the moment. The umpires have done a fantastic job during this series. And this one down the ground, and now it's Sati's turn to go big. And this one will end up just short of our commentary position. And, it's a good hit. It's a good start, isn't it? It's a nice hit, hitting clean through the ball. Goes all the way. Boom! Shakalaka! Nicely done. At the end of the over. A good starter. So we have a look at some of the main players here. 18 without loss. Once again, thank you to our stats gun, Ravi and Shazad. Top batters were Jericho. He's been good, 122 for the overseas. And, well, Kivian Johnson has played some important knocks as well. But then there's a bit of a dip between those two and Lauren. So they really could do one or two other batters picking up the pace. Same with Malta Day. Sathi and Patel are the two big ones. And again, you see, very similar. Then you've got Nazir there. He's a fair way behind with 37 runs. With the bowling front, Lawrence has been good for overseas. Nazir has been the surprise package for Malta Day with his little spinners. And this is out. It's a horrible shot from Patel. He looks up at the heavens. Ginaki ho gaya. And, well, I can tell you what happened. He missed it. And that is the end of Patel. Played some nice aggressive shots. Then, well, this is a shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agya Banda. And the wicket straight away for Guruki. Gets it in the right area. And Patel, he'll be very disappointed with this. It's not the one to be choosing to go after. So after a good start, the first wicket goes. And well done to Henrik Guruki. Gets the man that he's after. Patel, he will have to depart. And he will go for 9 for just 5 deliveries. Cleaned up by Guruki. Good delivery, knocking the stumps over. So they've got one off. So remember when we're looking at those stats, so you've got those two batters right up there. Well, Sathi was one of them, Patel the other. Then it's this guy, but there's a big difference in terms of contributions made between the top 2 and number 3. And this is where Malta Day have had their issues. They've been very much reliant on a couple of batters. Overseas, been very much the same. This is what makes this another tight contest. Nazir gets himself in line and just opts to play this defensively. Guruki getting a bit of respect. Wants a single, and he'll get it. As fielder comes in, feels it well, but not before the batters can get back and take the single. So Nazir gets himself off the mark. Sathi now becomes very key in this contest. Aju, similar shot, same fielder. It comes in to do the fielding. And that is the man. Kabian Johnson's been very good with the bat, but he's obviously done something wrong because he is wearing the pink cap, which we're calling the D cap, the dunce cap, which gets passed on from player to player every time they do something mischievous or something wrong. Sathi, the non-strikers then just watching as Nazir just offers a bat to this, doesn't really play any kind of shot. I think he's maybe just hoping that he can just guide this away. Nazir can play. And, he can bat. I've seen him make some good knocks. Just seems to be a bit low in confidence at the moment. That's a better shot. A little bit more intent from him there. Looks like he's just trying to play a few balls away, get his eye in. But a very good over there from Heinrich Guruki. Just goes for 4. And the score moves on to 21. But the one wicket, that they do get the wicket of Patel. This is why this is so important. Both two teams stuck on 4 points. The Sweden United are the next team in the 3rd place position, but only 4 will be seen again tomorrow from this group. 1 we have to say goodbye to. Who will it be? And you get the feeling it will be one of these two teams. Nazir makes a big movement outside the off here. And all he does is succeed in just playing the ball. I think you can see he's looking for one that strays on the leg side or is too straight and too full. And he's looking to latch onto it. Lawrence. Peter Lawrence doing the bowling. Asking the question, and he's got his man. This is sensational work. This really is. Oh, this is superb from Clive Palmer, because, I mean, how does he see it? Look, the batter is right in his way. I think that nutmegs the batter. I'm pretty sure that it goes through his legs and gets taken. This is class. Absolute class. This is brilliant. And look at this. And, well, that is World Cup, because when he takes the ball in his hands, the foot is on the line, but then the balance takes Sathi out of the crease. Watch this. At this point, he's on the line. He's good. Then, because of his momentum, takes him out of the crease, and the bails get whipped up. That is world class. You won't see better. And that actually goes through. I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure this goes through the legs of Sathi. So the batter does the nutmeg. Clyde Palmer has no time to see it at all and takes the stump in. This is world class. It really is. As a new batter now comes in. And that is the end of Sathi. So they get the big fish. Edge. And batter has no idea where this is gone. They'll get 1 at least. That's all it will be. And they do go for slight change, actually. I'm a bit surprised that it's Edward Thomas that has come out to bat. I thought they would have gone maybe for Cornelius Eunice, but they don't, not at the moment. So Sathi gets stumped brilliantly by Palmer. Well, I tell you what, folks. Gone, another one. This is great, and what a great catch that is for Michael Hart. Well, he gets down low, takes the catch, and they're in all sorts of trouble as Nazir now also departs. So the top 3 batters all gone. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but that is a really good catch low down. Standards, that's what we're seeing the difference here today. The teams that have been winning, their standards have been good. They've taken opportunities that have come their way. And they have put the pressure on. So after that first over, they went for 18. Overseas are now all over it. Sati, he was taken brilliantly by Palmer off the bowling of Lawrence. And now Lawrence, he gets another. He gets Michael Nazir. And so the key batters have gone. Great catch there from Hart, though. And Zubir is the next batter that comes in. So they're not going with Yunus just yet. He wants to be aggressive. Goes for the shot outside the off. Doesn't get it. So dot ball, what an over this is turning out to be. Swing and a miss. Two wickets, just the one run. And this is a bit edgy as well. Hart is the man. Well, he's on fire, isn't it? Look at him. He said, I'm not missing anything. I've not only got these special shades on, I've got another set of shades on top of my head as well. So old young Four Eyes there. But what a good catch it was from him as well. And the power play is complete. And not too much power after the first over. 18 off the first, then just 3 off the second over. You see then only the 2 runs off that third one. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely superb, and it's not going to get any easier. There's Cherokee. You come back onto bowl, and he bowled beautifully as well. 1 for 3 so far. Thomas takes this nicely. Keep it to 1, and they do. Fuder gets down, gets dirty, gets the throw in straight away. Peter Lawrence. Can they get a recovery together here? Cherokee once more. It's time to Zubir. Zubir doesn't hardly get anything on this. In comes the throw. They're good backing up from Thomas. Gets to the other end. Zubir gets off the mark, but wasn't really a very a confident looking shot. Cherokee played out to the man. Point this time, but no run from Johnson. Goes back to his mark. Well played. See that both batters just trying to get a bit of a partnership going here now. I'm guessing, look, when you look at the record of both these two teams, look at the sort of scores that they've been scoring. I mean, on occasions, Malta Day, when their batters have performed, have put good runs on the board. But the majority of the time, they've struggled to be around about the score, sort of 80 to 90. And I just get the feeling there, if they are able to do it, then they may feel they can defend him. Overseas, they've got good batting, but you just get the feeling if you get, again, I've said it all along in this series, you get the top order out early, then you get a chance to get into them. And this man, certainly, Cherokee, is going to be pretty key with the bat. Maybe the likes of Palmer as well. But one man who's been in very good form has been Kevin Johnson. So they're the 3 that you need to try and get through quickly. And overseas will know that, and that's why they need to try and contain this. So far they've done pretty well. That was pretty high. It's been called a no ball. So just slips out of his hands. So this is an opportunity for Edwards maybe to get a big shot in here. And get the momentum going once more for the batting side. That ball to go. He's disappointed, Cherokee, because he could have finished the over off there. Hit pretty well. It will be stopped. It is. Here comes the throw. It was the free hit, but you can still run a batter out. End of the over. So despite the extra delivery there, because of the no ball, the free hit doesn't really hurt them. He goes for 9 off his 2 overs. And the score only just moves on to 29. 29 for 3 it is. These two are trying to lead the recovery, but at the same time they know you've got to be going at a good rate here as well. See there, that scorecard at the moment. 8, 9, 3, 3 and 2. It's resembling the start of a phone number. Top 3 are key batters. None of them made an impact. They go with marks. They want to get this breakthrough. Straight down the ground. Doesn't really middle it. Take the single. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. I think this is where the captain has decided, right, I can keep hold of marks and use him later, but I may not need to. But what I do want to do is break this partnership. And, oh, how does this miss? How does this miss? He completely misses the shot. And this one, wow, look at that. You're talking about millimeters. Zubair. Similar ball attempted. This time he gets this away, plays it through point, but no ball signalled. Too high once more. So both the umpires working well together, Tim Wheeler and Andy Nowdy. So once again, too high. I think that's the second one that he's bowled on. I think that's what is being said to him. So look, you bowl one in the first as well. So that's 2. You bowl one more, and that's your lot. You're done. Yeah, look, it's waist or above. That wasn't that high, but still, by the laws we played it. In the air is a free hit, so won't be out. How many do they take? Do they chance a second? They don't as the throw comes in. So once again, there's been a couple of free hits, but the batters haven't really been able to capitalise. Marks just needs to concentrate on getting that ball to pitch. Doesn't want to be bowling another no ball here now, otherwise he will be taken off. No, that's a good delivery. That's when he's at his best, I think, for me, when he's bowling that in those areas. Just getting that once again, just almost shaving the off peg. Good delivery. And Zubair looks a bit at all sorts at the moment. Does get back onto this, sort of pushes his out onto the offside. He'll take a single. Ball to go in this one, and they're just into the 30s here, so well below par. It's a ball to go, the halfway point, and it'll be a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, as we see another one just blocked out. It's all very much tiki-taka at the moment. And Vinny, welcome back. And I bet you appreciated that stumping. Wasn't that world class?
Love that work. I mean, sometimes you can do everything right, but some of it is guesswork. And that's what Palmer's doing there. He can't see the ball, but he gets one last look at it before it gets lost in the batter. Comes through the legs. Brilliant work. And something that I say, and this is a tip to all keepers really, you need to pretend that the batter's not there and the stumps aren't there. It's easier said than done, because you can easily just kind of go, well, that's going to hit something, isn't it? So that's if the ball is crashing into middle stump, your glove should be right behind middle stump. And that time, he had to take a bit of a guess because he loses sight of it, but it was brilliant. And it's game turning. This is why I think, especially in this form of the game, you got to pick your best keeper, because even if they're not, even if a guy that doesn't bat, doesn't matter. You don't need as many batters in this form of the game. Clyde, that was top class. I loved it.
It's game changing as well, because it was Southie, it was the main batter.
Exactly.
I mean, you go back to it, had no time to see it, but the reactions were quick. I mean, we've seen some good work behind the stumps. That's got to be right up there.
Right up there, because, it was kind of flicked the leg on the way through, I think, as well. Anyway, this is what's coming up. And tomorrow, we will have some T20 international action. I know that Charlie has been lurking around, as have I, actually, in the first half of this game. And we'll have Germany, Italy, and Spain going head-to-head in 6 T20 internationals over the next 3 days. So you can catch that action from tomorrow, 9 o'clock GMT. It's 10 a.m. in Central Europe. It's 14:30, so 2:30 p.m. in India. So that should be a really interesting series, and we'll get to see a bunch of players that we've seen in the ECC, and some others that we've seen in some other T20 international cricket that we've been showing on ECN this year. I think some 30-odd T20 internationals we've shown this year as well, which is great. And at the time we've got the T20 World Cup going as well. So here comes Julian Erasmus, who's going to bowl the next over.
Erasmus
important you just keep going the way you're going. Yeah, when it's such a big play out, I think that is something that I think you really, it's the best feeling actually as a keeper when you do something like that. And I know Marcus Dornis is having a good time at the moment. I remember I stumped him off the first ball of a T20 once when we played him, and it just the kind of energy around it. It was one of those, just a little bit like that, although it kind of flicked his pad down the leg side. And I remember, that's something you can just say, I might not score a lot of runs, but that might have saved us about 80 right there. Anyway, here's Erasmus. Does that grab the pad? That must have hit the strap. Have a look at this. He's got big straps. And this is why they say you got to tuck those bits of Velcro in, because look, I think that might just flick one of them and it makes a sound.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get the wide for that.
There's a couple of deliveries that have been on the pads here. Could have been wides if you stepped inside of them. This one probably will be a wide. Yeah, he overcompensates. So Amos just not getting it right here. There's no Hershey in the side today. No babes. So they're going to have to find 2 overs from somebody else. There's no Alton in the team either. Hits this firmly, looking to try and get the boundary, but they're not going to get it. They will go for 2. It's been very much tiki-taka for most of this innings so far. I mean, just have a look how long it's been since we've seen that the last boundary. I think the last boundary came, it was actually in the first over. That's quite amazing. Haven't seen the boundary since then.
Yeah.
An over that went for 18.
I mean, overseas they had their own problems, haven't they, with the bat? A little running back flip. And won't concede an overthrow. Innovative stuff. Got to say, though, for the most part, overseas has been pretty tight, I think, with some of their stops. I know that Michael Hart took a good catch. Looks like he's forgotten his shirt, though, Michael Hart, today. He's wearing the 82 Super Sub shirt. He normally wears 44. Anyway, come on, Jules, is the call. Just trying to make sure Marta don't get away.
Oh, and, the only thing bad about this for Marta Day was that they didn't get any bat onto it, because it would have surely been the no ball plus whatever.
Yeah.
Ends up just being the 1. They haven't been able to make the most of the free hits. This will be the 3rd one that they're having. We saw 1 ball by Marks. We saw also 1 from Guruki. Can they make this one count?
Well, they can, I think. This is going, it's going, and it's gone. Maximo. Couldn't cash in the beamer, but the next run was the free pass, and Thomas doubles his score. Maybe that's a shot that can get Edward going here in match 39.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Needed something that came out of the middle, and that was sweet. Out of the middle, like a bowl of rasmalai. It's the first boundary that they had since the last ball off the first over, so we waited a long time for it. Let's see if we can have a few more. Oh dear, it's another no ball, and this time Lisi gets bat onto it as well. So that's how you get 7. It's also the second one. So Erasmus, he's in a spot of bother here, but well, it's back-to-back boundaries. This has been whacked away. So they get the acceleration gain, 7 off that one, and the next one, free hit.
Well, somebody's turned off gravity, unfortunately, for Erasmus, and this one was even higher. I mean, you swing at this knowing that you could easily edge it into your own face and it probably lights out, but he takes the 7. So another free hit coming up. And Erasmus, well, causing some work for his teammate. Gerald Sat trying to find the ball, as Kirstein.
But I wouldn't go in there. There's some snakes in there, you know.
Well, the thing is, that's his second and final warning.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if he will get a second over, but he's trying to get out of this one. Another free hit coming up. Yeah, so we know that these two teams does seem like they are battling to survive, and whichever team performs worse this afternoon is probably going out. I can't really see a realistic scenario that sees Sweet United dropping out, even though potentially they could finish on the same amount of points as the bottom-ranked team. But yeah, Rasmus has another free hit to deal with as this over threatens to go magical. 18 have come off it so far. Here's Edward.
The batter is jumping up and down, and he hits this pretty well, and he's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, brrrr, boom, shaka, the over. It does go magical, and he's going to go for 24, and that is the end of the over. So Rasmus, not what the doctor ordered for sure for him.
It just shows you how
gets past the 50 mark.
Shows you how quick overs can turn around, because off the first half of the over, there were only 4 runs.
Yeah.
Then the second half of the over, there's 20 because of all those high deliveries. And well, Julian Dawson's in the chat. It wasn't a good over for the other Julian, was it? He said that he's looking forward to the Germany, Italy and Spain series. Well, so am I. I heard Liam Day as well watching from New Zealand. And to Wayne, thanks for your contributions. Keep them coming.
Zurab coming on to bowl now here. Look, having
Edwards
that one
spun to
bowler short.
Yeah.
This one's been hit pretty well. It won't get past, or will it? Well, they take the single. I was going to say it won't get past.
That's the outfield
Marks.
here. Think about what it was like in Italy, where that would be a really tough stop that might even bounce over the fielder. But yeah, the spongy grass here takes a lot of the sting out of it. This is Shrirab, who's trying to stop the bleeding.
Here comes Zurab. Well, this is an opportunity. Goes a long way up in the air, and he goes down. And he's going to have to just keep hold of that cap for a bit longer. And batters get lucky. That's a big let-off, because that's the one you want, is Thomas. That's going well.
Thomas has just come good after a slow start. And if there's such a thing as double dance, I think Kivs is it. And, well, the hat goes down, the sunglasses goes down, the ball goes down. And now another opportunity. The fielder goes back, Lorenz, and he will take it. Well, a bit of a hands-free catch, but Pete will take it. And that's another one. We saw one from Clyde Palmer yesterday. Takes it almost in the neck. Well, he's necked another one here for overseas. And so Zubair goes for 8, and the score is 62 for 4.
Yeah, Shurab gets the wicket of Zubair. Look, I don't think that's a bad wicket to lose at the moment. I mean, Zubair, I think he's played his part. He needed to get a bit of a stability gain, needed a bit of a partnership just to weather the storm. I mean, he contributed to, I think he got 8 runs maybe of the 13 deliveries that he faced. So time for him to make way and get another batter in there. And that's exactly what he does. And maybe somebody like the left-hander, I would expect it be Cornelius Eunice to come out. Maybe he can just get a bit of a partnership going here again with Thomas. Thomas, who just had a life, we know, was dropped by Johnson on 24. But look, maybe he's going to go on to score another 20-odd plus runs. Get a bit of partnership here with Eunice. Eunice, we know, if he gets going, he can hit the ball pretty well as well. And we do know that they have used the bulk of the main strike bowlers now overseas. So the bowling should be a little bit easier. This one's not a good start to the left-hander down the leg side. Wide.
I'm thinking it's a good move getting Eunice in here for sure.
Yeah.
Makes a right-hand, left-hand combination. You're already causing a wide. Yeah, Cornelius is... He seems too good to be at number 6, but he just hasn't quite found his mojo in this series. But he'll know. Nothing to lose here. Really turned this around quickly. Right today.
Swings and misses. Doesn't move his feet at all, does he? Look where that front foot ends up. And you know where it should be. Yeah, just off the ball, Eunice. He just needs one good knock to get him going again. Look, the foot. He doesn't go to the right area. He needs to, and he's off balance as well, you can see. Needs to get that foot wider to where that ball is pitching. Yeah, 1 over changes everything. They almost doubled their score in that 1 over, you know.
Cricket is such a funny game. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's like trying to face a tic-tac down at the other end. I feel that that's what Cornelius is feeling at the moment, but he does get off the mark at the 3rd attempt. Other times it just seems so easy. That's the beauty of the game, really.
That's what Johnson is thinking. He just said sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. With Johnson, sometimes you got that cap, sometimes you don't, but it's staying with him because when he wants to pass it on, but he's the one who drops another catch.
Yeah. You have to bring out the dunce shirt or something and just keep adding layers.
Full toss, and he's, well, gets lucky he wasn't straight.
It's not miles away, that one, you know. I think it's just heading down the leg side, but it means that Thomas will retain the strike. This one does seem to be drifting, but yeah, maybe hitting a 4th stump, maybe a 5th. As it is, where it gets away with it, and after 7 overs, the score is 65 for 4. All right, let's throw another one out there. Let's have a look at some of these groups. Well, why don't we talk about...
Hang on. I'm gonna put... You stand here. I'm going to do this with my finger and point somewhere on your shirt.
All right.
That was the way we do it. And
all right, what'd you get?
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay, let's go. Well, this will be a really exciting group with Beverin from Belgium in there. That Sabres a kill. How about Royal Tigers Budapest? And they went a long way in their group last year. They've got Zishan, of course, Zishan Kukakel. Now, Fossum are a new team to the tournament, as are Lethbury Lightning, so they're from Norway and Gibraltar, respectively. And then Alton, they return from Switzerland, and there's every chance we'll have an ECS in Switzerland next year as well. So, yeah, that's the group in the ECL that we're just featuring. But right now is Widdop, who will drop a catch. That's been one thing that's been a lot improved today, and then he fumbles it a second time. Had a long time to think about it, but George, unfortunately, it didn't stick.
Yeah, he gets dropped again. Thomas, this time on 25.
You're going to run out of space on that paper, I think, with Thomas. He's been lucky, hasn't he?
He's been very lucky. Well, this one goes a long way up, and the catch gets dropped. We weren't able to stop it. Well, I tell you what, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Well, Lawrence, he'll be thinking he can get rid of that cap now.
Yeah, that's exactly what Wayne says. Cornelius, well, he just tries to hit this about 200 metres, and to be honest, he didn't have to. He's late on it because he's trying to swing so hard, but he will get the wide. Look how hard he swings at this.
Remember, Erasmus can't bowl another no ball for height.
Yeah, so he gets a second over anyway. It just shows their bowling depth is a concern. No Hershey in the lineup today either.
Oh, that'll be it. He's going to be off.
That's curtains.
Yeah, he's going to be off. The ball will get fielded.
Good fielding.
But that will be the end of Erasmus.
Haven't seen it in a while. And if you want to know why we have these slightly modified rules, to take some of the guesswork out of it. Also, sometimes it advances the batter if a guy can't handle it. Anyway, he says over to you. Looks like Michael Hart is going to take over. That's Cornelius. He is the one that gets the third time unlucky, and there's no doubt. I mean, this is miles too high.
Yeah.
So it's a free hit coming up. Change of bowler is forced because that is the last chance that's gone for Erasmus. We'll finish with none for 28 off 1.1 balls. And in fact, it won't be Hart. It will be, and it's just handed the pink cap off. I think for good, maybe not for good, for now. It is going to be Gideon Johnson who's going to take over this over.
Yeah, he's going to take over. So, going to have to bowl 5 deliveries. Now, last time I saw this happen, the bowler took over, actually ended up taking a couple of wickets.
That's right, I remember that.
Let's see if the same can happen here. Johnson.
Starts with a free hit. So I'm going to ask the question. Johnson hasn't bowled yet. We know he's been pretty good when they've called on him. A little bit surprised they went back to Erasmus in the first place.
It was a bit of a surprise. But anyway, Johnson. So I think this decision was probably made because maybe he was going to bowl the next one anyway. It's 5 delivery. I think it was if he had bowled 4 and was off, they would have changed it.
But now,
what's happened here?
Johnson can effectively bowl 2 if he wants. Whereas if they'd held him back, he would have only bowled 1.
Yeah, signal a free hit. I missed something there.
Well, is this another no ball?
Yeah, I don't think it was for height, but let's see.
Well, you can't do that. Have a look at this, because he actually rolls his arm over, so you couldn't actually do it. Look at this arm. Because it goes over, you couldn't even do it if you wanted to. Anyway, what was that a no ball for? I've got no idea.
He's missed out on it again, though, and this is disappointing because Thomas, he did so well when he got up to 24, and he was hitting the ball. And now, since he got to 24, he can't hit the ball again. I mean, he's had 2 there in the slot, which he could have blasted away. He's missed them both.
Yeah, it's raining no balls.
Okay, in the air, and it's been taken. So it's a nice catch. Taken up. It goes a long way up in the air, but Peter Lawrence makes no mistakes. Why is he still wearing that cap? Surely it needs to be. Well, here we go. I say white. There we go. There's the official changeover of cap at that same time as well. So George Widdop will get the cap because he did drop a catch, but no mistakes this time. Yeah, and once again, like I said, with Thomas, he got to 24, then he got dropped on 24, he got dropped on 25 as well. And the man who dropped it, Widdop, will take the cap. Look, I'm liking this. Watch over. Oh, we just missed it. The change of the caps happened there.
The official changing of the cap. They haven't all been ceremonious, have they? Sometimes it's been just the throwing of the cap. But I just got information that the no ball, first ball for Johnson, was for 6 outfielders. So in the reshuffle, they didn't quite get their field organised. So that's why it was a no ball. And so, well, Johnson comes on. Does a pretty good job.
Can you imagine when in that situation? Lawrence has the cap on longer than he should have it on, right?
Yeah.
Because Widdop should have got it. Yeah. Now he's under that catch and he's thinking, I wouldn't even pass the cap on. If I drop this, it's going to stay on my head. Exactly. He had to take it and he did.
We're still buffering.
I was going to say, why's the batter wearing the cap now?
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a pink helmet, but I think it's just a weathered red helmet from Sam Aquilina, who's out there. I see Sam back in the lineup. He'll be behind the stumps for Malta Day in the second half of this match.
Yeah, and listen, I was right, wasn't I? He came on to take over from Erasmus, who got pulled off, and the wicket came. We always see it. So one bowler comes on to complete the over for a bowler that just gets taken off, and he gets a wicket. So Johnson, well done to him.
Yeah, like I say, I'm a bit surprised he didn't get the first dibs at this over. Johnson keeps her options open. Aquilina goes back and pulls. He's quick between the wickets, Sam, but he'll just get the single here.
Yeah, so where can they get to here? Is that takes the score up to the 70s?
Yeah, got 73 for 5. I've got that as over. We'll see what the officials say.
Yeah, it was a long over, wasn't it? Because there's been a couple of no balls in it.
Maybe we've still got one to go here. There's a lot happening. Maybe it's 72 with a ball to go. We hadn't quite updated yet. So, waiting for last ball from Johnson. Remember that first one was a no ball that he bowled because that was for 6 outfielders. So, it does have one to go.
Oh, this is being picked up beautifully, and Cornelius Yunus goes bigs. He's going to get the 6. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, una cita. This is more like it. It's a Gundy ball. They've missed so many of them. It's about time to start putting some of them away.
He couldn't keep missing him forever, could he? It was a smorgasbord of Gundy balls, really, for Cornelius. And he finally catches up with one, sends it out the ground for a Maximo. So that's the end of the 8th over. And combined, that goes for 19, I think. Yeah, so Johnson just getting it wrong to the lefty. So 78 for 5 after the 8th over. We say it all happens in the 9th, but a fair bit happened in the 8th there, Rico.
Yeah, a fair bit happened. So, okay, they get to the score 78 it is here now. To 2 10s, takes them to almost 100. That's what they'll be eyeing up. They want to get to that 100 here. So they need to try and pick up 22 runs in the last 12 deliveries. Peter Lawrence going to come on. It's not going to be that easy to get away. Sam Aquilina, well, watch out. I'm going to just say watch out to Cornelius Yunus. He better get ready to run.
So, yeah, here comes Pete.
It's a nicely played shot. He times this well. Happy to just take the single.
And so, Ian, hello to you. Hope you're well in the chat. Ian Johns. He's lost the pink hat. Where is it? Well, at the moment, George Widdop has it. He's at cover. And he just clanged one, unfortunately, down the long off boundary. But Cornelius, they haven't bowled well to him, really. Left-hand, right-hand combination, I know you're a huge fan of that. Just forces the bowler to keep changing their line, changing their plans. 79 is getting par-ish, or maybe a bit above par now.
Happy to just dab this way. He's looking for the big hit on the leg side, isn't he? This Yunus. When he doesn't get it, he's just happy to dab and take the single. But I like to see him do a bit more with that. I mean, he can try and guide it into that behind point area. Try to hit the ball a bit harder. They've still got, look, you've still got wickets in hand, so don't be afraid to have a go. Don't be afraid to try and turn ones into twos. That's what they've got to do. If they want that 100, then they've got to get a bit of acceleration on here. Aquilina on strike. Lawrence comes back into him. Takes this nicely away. And again, see, I'd like to see them push a bit harder here. Just put a bit of pressure on the fielder. You can see Sam's doing his bit, but well, Cornelius Yunus gets into his crease and he stays put.
He's hit it too well, I think, perhaps. And so could only get the one. Just who they'll go back to. Either go back to Schwirab or Kivian Johnson. Schwirab's only bowled the 1 over, 1 for 4. I feel like he'll probably get the last. Johnson bowled an okay 5 balls. Just that last one cost him heaps. In fact, he shouldn't have done that if they hadn't had 6 outfielders earlier in the over. He would have been out of the over already.
Oh, well, this is a good leave. I don't think it's going to be called a wide. I think it's okay for width. We'll just see what the umpire decides. I think it'll be buys.
I think it's buys.
Yep.
Yeah, good call. Andy Dowdy's a good umpire. Yeah, that much. He's pretty relaxed out there. And you see actually that bounces pretty much on the crease and it's inside the line. Nothing's touching the tram line. Palmer, that was just a little bit of a lapse from him where he didn't get his whole body across. Needed to actually kind of move his whole body across there to at least block it, probably catch it. But he just went with the hands. Once it gets outside your eye line, it gets a bit more difficult.
And this is where Eunice wants it, and he's going to got the 4, is he? Yeah, he is. And despite the chasing there of Erasmus, he can't catch up with it. Nice shot. So he gets one in the slot where he wants it. He works it away well. Bit of a chase on between the Cook and Erasmus. But the Kookaburra getting it. Coffee course, you get the feeling in. But Joka Lugia 4 more.
Well, I think Cornelius has been a good boy this year because it's raining Christmas presents early here. Just keeps getting all these balls down the leg side. Now Lorenz goes over the wicket. I like this. Get it across him. Get it outside off. It's much better.
Run out. Oh, my word. What a clanger. What an absolute clanger this is. Well, this has got to be the biggest miss you've ever seen. Well, the marksman can't believe. I don't know if he's on the floor through laughter or what. Well, the hat is going to change over, surely. How do you miss from there? And he didn't even have to throw it. He didn't have to throw it.
That's such a panic. And didn't Lorenz just give it away? He's got it back quickly. If you ever want to, see panic personified, just look at that. Because look at the position of when he fields the ball. He's got about 3-4 metres more on him. Sam can't believe he said, well, I've come this far. We might as well run now.
Come on, Peter. You can't hide the cap. You can't hide it. He's got it the wrong way around. Put the cap on top. Come on. That's the way we like it. Yeah, well, he said I only got rid of it for a few balls, and it's come right back to him. I think he's taken a liking to him. He looks good in pink, though. This one's in the air. Will it change hands again? Marksy says, yes, it Well, Marksy's going to wear it now, and that has got to be the shortest stay the pink hat has had on somebody's hat. I think for one ball. It's lasted one ball. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Can probably throw it to him from there, I think.
Oh, dear.
He'll get one more ball.
Well, there's another drop. Well, we see the funny side of it. I don't think the captain of Overseas, Clyde Palmer, does, and any of their supporters.
Is this score just keeps climbing. And, well, Overseas have no toes left. They've shot themselves in the foot so many times. Ishwirab unimpressed.
This is a good pickup, and it's going to be a boundary. That's a lovely time shot. And they're in the 90s here now. Hey, Peter, go give him the cap. Go on. Go give him the cap. Go give him the cap. Yeah. Come on. Don't take the cap. Come on, Marksy. Get the cap on, buddy.
The thing here is
Marksy's saying, stay away from me. I don't want it. Yeah, there we go.
I think Kivian can make a dive at that, but there was no chance he was going to try and catch it because there we go. Well, lucky we're not still in the disinfecting days. We'll be out of it.
Marksy,
so many times.
He was hoping it was going to happen because we're in the last over. No, Marksy, we've got an eye on what's going on here. Go for it, Sunshine. Yeah, he gets funky. He's going to get caught.
Which team can make more errors? That's what we're looking at the moment. Aquilina picks the wrong guy to do this to because Chirab doesn't give you a lot of pace on the ball. So he ends up trying to generate pace from this weird, unnatural, almost sitting down position. And then Clyde says, he didn't get it over me. Not even close.
I think, why would somebody who's a giraffe, who's almost 7 foot, try and play this shot? He's got a long way to go down to play that. He's too tall to play this shot. Well, he's disappointed. I reckon he should have stuck to his task and tried to hit another one down the ground. And anyway, it means that the captain gets an opportunity to go out there.
You know what will happen to Muthu Kumaran? He'll probably get caught one-handed or something like that. You know, after all this, I mean, Sam Aquilina, just pick the wrong guy to do it to because you need pace on the ball to do that. And when you have to generate it for yourself, it's not going to really work out. So 93 for 6 still. I think Monday pretty happy that they've got this many because it didn't look like they would for a while.
Can they get to the magical 100? They need a couple of big hits. 2 boundaries will do it. Captain on strike. And he does get a full toss. He gets past the fielder who's in close. I don't know if that was a catching opportunity, but I think Marksy will say it was.
Let's have a look.
He couldn't put another cap on him
already
if he
wearing
tried.
2 caps. Does this get to him on the full?
I think it does. Oh, he's a bit wide of him. He has taken one good catch already.
Lucky he's only got little arms, otherwise that'd be in his wingspan.
Right, Cornelius, 6 for 100 on the board of the last delivery.
We've got maybe 2 more.
Is it 2 more?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay then. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Oh.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. He's showing no signs of hurt. He's got lucky. Maybe he's got this right on the sole.
Let's have a look. Ethan's done some good football stuff in this series. Had a good Good stop on the mid-wicket boundary earlier. All right, here's his attempt at the 100. Should be gone. Dropped, of course. Now they might as well keep running. And Heinrich wants to run out. Well, there probably will be a run out. The bat's still short.
He throws the bat at it to try and get in. I'm sure he does. He can't do that. You've got to have an arm at the end of it as well. Have a look at this from the captain.
Well, firstly, it's a drop catch. But
yeah, he's running badly. That's really poor running from Cameron. Then he realised he's going to have to run. And watch here. He throws the bat at it. Watch.
Yeah. Well, kind of.
Scored off.
It's not a great sign when the bat's still out. So you don't even need a third umpire there. So, yeah, Kamaran just needed to not worry and run anyway because it was irrelevant. It's the last ball. You're going to go anyway. So they're going to get one. But they will be run out for last ball. So 95 for 7. And two teams. Well, I think this is a bit of pressure because, you know, they are playing for their survival today. That's the way it seems. And when you are under pressure, you tend to make more errors. And there certainly were plenty of them really from both teams in these innings, though there were a couple of magical moments as well. For me, the highlight was Palmer with that stumping that went between the legs. The low light, well, there were too many to choose, really. Vijay Patel, unfortunately, he was swinging across that one. Gericke once again was reliable, but their bowling depth tested again here overseas in match 39.
Yeah, Patel just got a little bit carried away after playing some nice shots, and he knew it as he throws his wicket away. But that gave the opportunity for the next batter to come in, and Nazir, well, he was watching wickets fall. That's Laurent. He got through the defences, and Sati, well, that was just brilliant. That was a great bit of stumping. And then, no, that wasn't a bad catch either from Hart. Well, he's wearing a different shirt, Super Sub. Well, it's Super Sub Hart. Well, don't know what's happened to his shirt. But that one, he says, I like this shirt. It gives me a bit of luck. It was a nice catch that was taken. And then we saw some good hitting from Edward Thomas. It all seemed to happen just in one over. It just seemed to have one good over where he smashed the ball all over the place. And it was that over from Aramis, which, well, went magical. And there were some really good hits. This was the one off the very last ball of it, which sent it to that magical zone. But then he gave a couple of chances. This was the first. As this one goes down for Lawrence. Well, he already had the pink cap on, the dunce cap. So he said, all right, I'll just keep it on. Put it back on, Sunshine. Put it back on. You're going to have to keep it on. And, well, then he wanted an opportunity to pass it on. And he does get the opportunity, but not this time, because that time he takes the catch. No problems for Lawrence. And new batter then comes in. He just thought somebody needed to just find a way. He knew this well. He could have been the man to do it. This one was hit pretty well, but the catch goes down. So it was time to pass the hat on to that man there, Widop. So Widop took the hat, but Peter Lawrence, well, after he takes the catch here, he was able to pass it back on to Widop, but not for too long, because he was back dropping. This one, though, from Nazir, well, that was a blast. He needed to be fed to get to the boundary. He did. Hits that well. This one was incredible. I mean, that was how you get the cap back. Lawrence, how do you miss from here? I mean, look, he could have taken the ball, just taken a walk up to the stump, because look where Sam was. Sam cannot believe that got missed. And the thing about it was that Sam Aquilina was then the one who went on and hit a big cap. Well, Lawrence, though, he had a smile on his face because he only had to wait a couple of deliveries before he passed that cap on. Sam Aquilina, he's a tall man. What he's doing getting down there and dirty for his side, I don't know. He should stand tall and hit the ball. But he had to go. It meant that the captain, Kumaran, got an opportunity. He said, yeah, don't worry, I'll sort it out. Another catch going down. So I think you'll find that Gericke will probably be wearing the cap next time we see it. But no mistakes there from Zureb. Gets the wicket, and wasn't he pumped about it as well. So a very entertaining, and well, we always say it's always a bit of action, drama, entertainment, and well, a bit of comedy as well. We had everything in that innings, and the good thing about it is that we're now going to see overseas have a bat. And Malta today take the field. I did say they need to get to about a 95 to a 105 score. They've got that. They got to a 95 score. Now what they do have to do, though, is get some early wickets. Quick look at their scorecard first. Edward Thomas, he was the only one made any contribution. All of those runs really just came off one over, you would think. Rest of the time, he was swinging and missing a lot. And then Cornelius Yunis, who I still believe, though he's not in any real sort of form at the moment, I still believe he's coming far too low. I reckon he's your number 4 batter there for me. Get him up the order, because if he does click, he will cause issues. And you know, he's also the not-out batter there, so you just get the feeling that maybe if he was higher up the order, there would have been fewer dot balls and a few more runs on the board. They probably would have got to the 100. Quick look at the bowling figures. I think had a few issues overseas without Hershey in the side, missing a few bowlers. So once the openers were bowled out, the likes of David Marks and Garicki, Peter Lawrence bowled very well, but they had to try and get overs in from somewhere. Erasmus just didn't quite happen for him. He had ended up being taken off after bowling 7 deliveries because of 3 no balls. He goes for 29. David Marks went for 24, but that's because it was Azim Sathi that took a liking to him before he had to depart. But 2 wickets there from Peter Lawrence, 2 for 9. He bowled very well. And also 2 for Ethan Zurab as well, 2 for 11. So those 2 certainly did keep things going for the overseas. But it was just too many extras. 17 extras in total. 5 of those in wides, 7 in no balls. That's the issue there. And 3 byes there as well, and 2 leg byes. So overseas did no favours in presenting 17 extras to their opponent. So very evenly set this match at the mid-match summary. Malta Day have got the runs on the board. Overseas need 96 for victory. Join me, Rico Fool and Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the conclusion of this match. Hello and welcome back. The umpires Andy Nowdy and Tim Wheeler have led the teams out. And it is what a day that will now take the field. As overseas have a target of 96 to try and get to if they are to be victorious in this one. Everything to play for, remember. This is all about survival. This is all about which one of these two teams will be seen again tomorrow. Which one will potentially be eliminated from the series. It's going to be Johnson, who's been good in this series so far. He's opening up with Garuki. Two batters that really do have to perform here. Well, today we'll be happy to have Sam Aquilina back behind the stumps. Looks like they're going to open up with the man with all the zeros on the back. It's going to be 000. Going to start off with, well, he's the man on the mission. Let's see what his mission entails. That, of course, is Sagar Arif. Calling the first ball here. See if they can get the magical start they need as we wait for our official time partner, Frederica Constant, to give us the go-ahead. Here's the first delivery. Get played out into the onside. We'll take a single. Let's have a quick look at this field. We've got the four-man out on the leg side, all at the moment inside the circle. So the player that is back is long off, and the man at point. Don't mind that, because I think Gurki is a good cutter off the ball. He'd certainly be eyeing up shots in the point, backward point area. So let's see how well they bowl. Riff into the pads. There's definitely a bit of bat on this. Certainly heard something. Let's see if the umpire agrees. Yeah, he does. No signal there from Andy Nowdy, who's been top draw during this series. Man who's played a bit of golf this morning, won his match and decided, nah, better go and do my umpiring duty now. No bowled, no run. Someone else is going to be pretty key, I think, with the ball, with Edward Thomas. So played his part with the bat, had a bit of luck, but he rode it and got valuable runs for his team. 26 of 19, most of them came off when the bowling of Arasmas. This is in the air, it's a chance. It's got to be taken, and it has been taken. No mistake from Patel. And they lose Kivian Johnson early. That's a big blow for the overseas. Johnson, he attacks this, but it doesn't really get the shot in, doesn't really get too much off a follow through. So Patel takes the catch, and Johnson, yeah, doesn't really see that bat. Sort of almost stops in mid-air. He wants to get that coming all the way through the ball. He doesn't. Patel, he makes no mistakes. So 000 was sent on a mission, and so far the mission is going well because they do get the first wicket. That will mean that is the captain, Palmer, that comes out into the middle. Palmer yesterday, after batting 21 of 21 in the first match against Swee United, he decided that he wasn't really helping his team's cause and didn't bat at all in the second match. Overseas went on to make 104 for 6 and restricted Swee United to 89, so it worked in their favour, but he's backing himself here today. Got Arif to deal with first up, who gets a good Yorker length delivery, but oh, it's been put down. The catch has been shelved. That is an absolute sitter. It's not the first time that I'm saying that, and it's the captain that puts it down. Muthu Kumaran, well, captain drops captain. Well, this is that could be the match. That really just could be the match. He drops Palmer on 0. And Kumaran, can't believe he's put that down. Arif should be 2 for 3. If this one just gets played out, they'll take the single. That will be the end of the over. It's a very good over from Arif, but he's going to be disappointed. Look, you can see there Sathi giving him an applaud and saying, hey, buddy, you bowled really well, and he certainly did. Just 4 runs come off that. It's 4 for 1, but Palmer is lucky. He could have been gone as well. He's dropped off the first ball that he faces. 134 matches without a golden ball. All I'm going to say on the matter is this score between 95 and 100 is golden ball territory. Let's just leave it at that for a moment. New bowler gets ready to bowl his first. They're going with Faisal Naeem. He gets set. Wheeler just giving the instructions to the batter, the action. So Cherokee. Oh, well, don't have to do too much about this. This was an interesting delivery from Naeem. Nothing seemed to be in the right place. The legs, the body, the arm, and the ball. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Can't be out. No, hang on. I want to see this again. I think he completes the bowling action. I want to look at this again. Okay. Palmer is wandering. He goes all the way round. I don't think this can be out. I don't think it can be out. Being given out on the field of play, but look, that for me is doing a dummy. I don't think it can be done that way. There's a conversation happening here now, and I wonder if this is just asking the question, if you want to go ahead with it, or whether this is Tim Wheeler saying, no, look, it was given out, but I reckon you've got to get this right. I can understand why. And yeah, he's coming back. Now, I'm not sure whether this is the actual Malta Day saying, you know what, look, we don't want to do it, or this is the correct decision being made. There's still a bit of debate about this, but look, he can't. Once he goes, if he's running up and then before he goes into his delivery stride, takes the bails off here, for example. But once you do that, that you can't beat, because you know that just trying to. He's got a big smile on his face and very happy with what he does, Naeem. Well, I reckon karma is now going to come round and follow you, sunshine. Well, let's wait and see what happens here. So, Naeem. Somebody somewhere's excited about it. A lot of appeals, but gets a dot ball. He seems to be very happy with his work so far. Faisal Naeem. In the air, and this one has been taken, so he does get a wicket, and it's a more unorthodox one, and it is he's the big man himself, Thomas, that takes the catch. Edward Thomas. This was hit pretty well, you know, he's travelling quite quickly. Watch it again. He goes quite quick. Yeah, it's a very good catch. That ball is travelling, and he's taken it in front of his face as well. He's got the shades on as well. You see, he's wearing the shades. And he's probably saying, Ahmed Shakil, are you looking? Keep the shades on. They serve you much better. It's another wicket goes, and Cherokee, he goes. And he's going to go for 2 or 3 deliveries. Very good catch taken there by Thomas. And Naeem, well, if I thought he was happy about the way things were going before, he's probably a little bit happier now. Overseas are the ones not going to be too happy. They've lost 2 top batters with not too many runs on the board. Johnson lasted 3 balls for 1, and now we see Cherokee lasting 3 balls for 2. Clyde Palmer still there. That's just having a look at that run out, or man cat it's called, and you can see there straight away. Yeah, I think this was not out, because yeah, he's not allowed to do that, not allowed to complete his action, as we welcome back into the commentary position Mr. Maximo, as Naeem comes in once more to the new batter. He does well to get bad onto this, does Lawrence. Yeah, welcome back, buddy.
Let me explain that, because I saw that. So basically, once you get to the point where your hand goes above your elbow, so in this point, once you get above that point, then you need to either bowl the ball or it's a dead ball. Yeah. You cannot then come above, and then you see he actually puts his arm all the way over. Don't know, depending on what happens on this ball. Well, something happens, and guess what? It's another wicket to Naeem. Well, I don't know how your karma works at the moment. It's working out pretty well for Faisal, who goes double strike, and Lorenz, who's a dangerous hitter, he's got to go. And overseas, well, even without that run out backing up, they're in a big mess here, 5 for 3.
Yeah, this is just, what can you say about it? It's quality bowling for a man who's very happy with the way things are going. He's just getting the ball in the right areas. Johnson, look, he's out of his crease. He's trying to make something happen, but look, leaves a big gap between bat and pad. And Naeem gets the ball through there. He takes another. And that's, well, 3 of the key batters now gone. They are in all sorts of bother as it is the marksman that comes out. Well, he's known for his big hitting, but now he's got to be thinking about putting a partnership together here with Palmer.
Well, since about over 6, absolutely nothing has gone right for overseas in this cricket match. So I want to say a very good night to those that are wishing me a good night, to Rubel in the chat, and hello to Mandrake as well. Good to have you with us, and to Wayne and Elizabeth. Good morning to you, because I know you're in the USA. Yeah, so hopefully that makes it clear. And that's actually exactly the reason why I think it's not that unfair to do it if you do it correctly.
Yeah.
Because you have to actually do it before you swing that arm over.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, you're absolutely right. So bowler running in saying, hey, the batter's trying to steal ground here. So before I bowl it, I'm going to run him out, which you can do. And it's going to be another wicket. That's 3 wickets taken here by Naeem. And I think Naeem is basically saying, hey, look, stop talking about it. Just talk about what I'm doing right. Okay, Naeem, you're right. I suppose Naeem is another one that's saying, well, look, I didn't know. I just thought, well, maybe he's not supposed to do that. So I'm going to knock the bails off. But since then, he has taken 3 wickets in the over. And talking about 3, there's a ball still to go in it. And he's got a chance to get a hat-trick. This is quite amazing. Marks, well, he goes. First ball, Golden Duck.
He's got 3 and 4 now, and he's still got a ball to go in the over. Yeah, so here comes Hart, and it looks a bit like Al Borden of Home Improvement, if you remember that TV show with Tim Allen. That's not what I always think when I see Michael. He's got the super sub shirt on. Came up with a really good catch in the first half. Yeah, so
This is a sensational over, isn't it?
5 for 4. And I love it. Just show the world is full of randomness, and sometimes things happen that are fair, and sometimes they don't. We tend to pick up things that we do seem as natural justice. It's been quite the opposite if you're not a fan of the illegal man-cat attempt, because he's taken 3 wickets since. And 5 for 4. Not a good situation. Last ball of the over coming up.
Trick ball. Look, everything's happening. I said karma will work its way around. Well,
Imagine if you tried to do it again now.
At the moment, karma's in his favourite. Maybe he's going to get the hat.
Here we go. Hat-trick ball to make it 5 for 5.
Here he goes. And he gets this one wide outside the off stump. I think he needed to be attacking the stumps once more. But look, what an over it's been. It started off a little bit controversial, but then he still picks up 3 wickets. 3 wickets, only conceding 1 run.
And this is why it's a tough one as well, because the standing umpire, he's normally watching the foot, right? So he's normally watching the foot. So, okay, you'd think he should be able to tell, but maybe, obviously he's not expecting it. You can see whichever team plays better out of these 2, I think goes through today. Yeah. I think that's what it comes down to. Tweety are in 3rd with 6 points. There's a chance that both these teams could have 6, but I can't see Tweety having the worst net run rate out of the 3 of them. Okay, Palmer, it's up to you. He's faced 1 ball, but he's still survived a scare. And Sago Arif is going to bowl. And this is where I think sometimes people that don't understand the history of what's called man-catting, it's a slang term, it's just a run-out, but a run-out backing up, is that in the old days, what he did there used to be completely legal until they changed the law. Yeah. So you used to be able to pretend to bowl, and pretty much, you're fooling a guy out of thinking you've bowled the ball, and they're leaving, and then you get them out. So that's why over many years it became very unsportsmanlike. Now, this is pretty sportsmanlike from Palmer, who's taking out his frustration on the Kookaburra now. Maximo and Clyde. Well, if anything was going to spur you on as a captain, probably what's happened in the last 5 minutes is that, and that is a beautiful shot. Holds the pose. The follow-through is great. 6 runs to overseas.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot right out of the textbook. Well, I hope Diana Norris has got a good shot of this. She's right down the ground. Well, that is a perfect shot. A perfect straight drive. Gets full reward. And I think Palmer knows that he's got to put a good shift in here for his team. And hopefully something like Hart can give him the a bit of partnership at the other end as well. Good shot.
Yeah, it's been a game of momentum swings. Overseas had the early running. Since then, nothing's gone their way. This is off the thigh pad, I think. Probably come back for 2. And, well, that's Papa hands it off. Two-leg buys the call. Yeah, so this is where, look, I couldn't even tell you if Palmer was was out of his ground early or not. First, let's have a look at Dancing Popper's fielding. Because we know that he did a cartwheel yesterday when he thought he had a wicket. It was then overturned.
He's still struggling from that. He does well here. Liking this. Gets a slide in. The layoff didn't go too well.
Unnecessary slide, probably.
And then he thinks, oh, I'm hurt myself from yesterday. Watch him walk back. There we go. There's the limp from the celebrations yesterday.
I like the hustle, though, from Dancing Popper. Yeah. Now he's down.
Is he?
He's just stretching that out. Yeah, there you go. 3, 4, 5. It's like the old aerobics.
Need to get the music going to it, don't we?
Block hole almost takes out Hart, but it gets out the way. Yeah, so, okay, final point on that. That's why I think if you know the rule's been changed now, or the law has been changed, that you can't go through your action and then get a guy out. You're basically saying you've got to get him out before that arm goes past the perpendicular. If he's out at that stage, well, it's his own fault.
Yeah.
The Palmer's got his eye on the bowler now, but he's still got his bat in the incorrect hand. See, this is gone. It's dropped.
Oh,
wow. How's this get dropped? Hart gets super lucky here. And, yeah, Sam Aquilina behind the stumps. He's normally so composed, but he just saw that one a bit late, had to adjust. It was a fairly healthy edge. And it was in, and it was out. And almost popped back up off his pad. He got another bite at it, and he still put it down.
Yeah, Hart could have gone first ball. And how many times did that? 4 attempts? Aquilina, he dropped an absolute dolly the other time, and it was Wakar Afridi that he dropped. And he dropped Afridi on 0. Afridi went on to make 74. And Hart, and I'm not sure he's going to go on to make 74, but he could certainly put a good partnership together with Palmer, as that's the end of the over. And it's going to be 14, 4 wickets down.
Sometimes you do something good in one aspect of the game, it can rub off on another. So Palmer took an excellent stumping, probably one of the best stumpings we've seen in the first innings. And now he's come up and he's smacked a 6, just looked confident. Now here's his nemesis, Faisal Naeem, who's going to come on and have another crack at him. I'm trying to remove him from the other end this time.
Yeah, I'm going to like this contest. I like this contest. These two, they never have met. They will now. Naeem. Well, he wants to go after him, but it's an opportunity. Sathi will not put him down, and well, there you go. He gets him down. He gets him out legitimately this time, and that's a 4 We could see a 5-wicket haul here. Faizan Naeem, or whatever he did this morning, whatever puja, jera bhi puja karke aana Faizan Naeem, bahut acha chal raha hai really, because he is on fire.
Well, that's 4 wickets in his 6 deliveries for Faisal Naeem now. And yeah, apart from the wide that he started with, he's basically taken 4 for none in 7 balls. So, you know, it's a bit like, you know, those big blockbuster fights in Las Vegas, how everyone gets ready and then the opening bell rings, ding, ding, bang, 1 punch.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, well, Palmer really knocks himself out, doesn't he? I just don't see a way back now for overseas. And the worst thing is that net run rate, if they get smashed in this, that means they'll have to win by more. I think. I mean, at the moment, they have a bit of an advantage on Malta Day, but if they get rolled here, they could give that away and more as Ethan Zwirab comes to the crease.
Yeah, Zwirab now, he's basically now into batters that, in all fairness, haven't done anything. I'm not to say that it won't in this match, but looking at the record, looking at what we've seen from overseas so far, these are batters that haven't been able to do anything, and they're up against a bowler who has taken 4 for 1, 5 deliveries to go in this spell. Are we going to see the first 5-wicket haul here? Naeem gets it on. They just get the feeling if he can get that straight ball going again, just pitching on middle and leg and getting it to slightly move away. You can see he's getting natural movement. That's what's caused the problems. He gets a straight one of those in here, and it could be another wicket for him. Shureb, what can he do about it? That's the one I'm talking about, and he just digs this out. It's good delivery, though. It's worth trying. I think if I'm him, I'm getting 4 out of the 6 deliveries there, and then every so often put that one in slightly wider to try and get to the edge. Zureb, though, does get off the mark. Hart now. Well, Hart in mouth, because it's his turn to face Naeem. Naeem, he wants a 5-er here.
Yeah, got to claw some runs back. How are they going to do it, though? Hard to see.
That delivery again, the Yorker, and that's what I'm talking about. Just got to keep that one up there all the time.
So it's going to be real tough. Like I said, they had a run rate advantage of around about 0.5 overseas. It'd be cruel if they were knocked out on net run rate again, because that's how they went out last year. But you got to win more matches, I suppose. Naeem, got a couple left, chasing a 5-putt.
Edge. And Papa doesn't see it until late. Mind you, it wasn't a catch to him, but he gets it. Very dashing the way he picks this up and throws it in. Nice to see. He seems to have, the stretching seems to have worked. It's another run of Naeem. It's been difficult to get runs off him. Okay, how will he finish? 1 ball to go. Will he get the 5-wicket haul? He's been amazing so far. Here we go. And gets the ball in, but it's a dot. So well bowled to Faisal Naeem. बहुत अच्छी bowling की थी. 4 wicket चक दी थी आज Faisal ने. And Zabardasti start from him. 4 for 3. The score moves to 16. And it's 5 wickets down.
Yeah, we'll obviously do some calculations at the end of this game. But first, overseas need to try and claw back as much as they can. Yeah, just looking at what's to come, you feel like the best batters are already back in the shed. So now, Malta Day winning the toss, electing to bat once again in the next game as well. So overseas, yeah, we'll have to see what situation is. We don't actually even know at this stage who will be ahead on net run rate. But after this, assuming that Malta Day hold on here, they will be 2 points ahead. But yeah, overseas will need to win to tie them, and then it may come down to net run rate. So we're going to miss, and now there's a slight hesitation, and well, it's basically clanged. I think it's a bite. But I think if Aquilina takes this cleanly, then there's a run-out opportunity here, because there was hesitation from the batters.
Yeah, I also think if the dancing Papa had thrown this at the other end, then it definitely would have. Because look, he's still posing, watching. Look at this. If it gets thrown to the right end, it's gone.
And then
a direct hit, I think, would have been out as well.
Zverev was always keen, but when he saw that Hart wasn't coming, he stopped.
Yeah. Nazir floats it up, and oh,
it's hot ball.
Yeah, into the deck, gets the stop in, and Hart seems to have spent more time on the deck in this match than he has on his feet.
Was this a ball or not? It certainly looked like it was first up. No, I think that was actually a catch.
This one is out of here. It's a good hit. Shaba, Shaba. Gia, Shaka. Lagya. Nice hit. I'm liking the confidence. That's what you got to do here. Back yourself. Be assertive. And, well, Ethan Zuherb hits this right out of here. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es. 6 carreras. This one is a bit wide, but he wants to go for another, and he's going to get another. Balle. Brrrr. And, well, Zerb, he is going big. It's another one. Clean out of the middle. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of Glab Jambu. 6 more.
That was such a good shot. You reached, you got it right in the middle. You just concentrated on hitting the middle of the bat.
Zureb taking on Nazir. Nazir goes for a quicker one and does him. That's clever bowling from Michael Nazir. And he says, thank you very much. He gives the batter a little kiss. Goodbye on the way through. Yeah, okay. You've been banged for 2 big sixes. But he's got the comeback ball. It's flatter. It's quicker. And Zuheb going for the defensive shot. Gets done. And he's disappointed with himself. So his highlight is over. It lasted a couple of deliveries. And, well, he got some acceleration in. And the thing is, though, any run, especially big runs like that, could prove to be vital, certainly when it comes to looking at the net run rate. But that's another one that bites the dust, and he'll go for 13 of the 6 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, so things looking promising, but then that avenue of attack is neutralised. So now we move over to the new batter. George Widdop comes into the crease. Yeah, this isn't the time you want to have a batting performance like this.
Widdop in face. Nazir. Nazir's got the ball to go. No doubt he's just going to flight it up there, bowling to the left-hander. Let's see if Nazir can get it right straight away to the lefty. Floats it up. And the defensive block played. That will be the end of the over. So 5 overs gone now. And the score moves on to 29 for 6. So it's been a disastrous start. But look, I mean, yeah, overseas all over the place here. But let's focus on the bowling of Faizul Naeem. What about those figures? It's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. I mean, he fired himself up, didn't he? We get to the drinks rate. What I'm checking right now is that overseas they had about a 0.45 advantage net run rate. I feel like they're going to give some or all of that up, maybe even a bit more.
Yeah.
So now it really comes down to the fact that, okay, Malta Day, I'm going to give it as granted they're going to win this. And then the margin matters because then overseas for them to qualify, they'd have to win the last game. Yeah. And I don't see Sweet United going down. I think it'll be whoever has better net run rates. That's why it's important. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, though. Not only is it quarterfinals Friday here in Malta, but also it is the first 2 T20 international matches that we're showing as part of the Grizzly Bear European Cricket International T20 Tri-Series from Desert Springs in Spain. So Germany and Italy, they play both matches tomorrow. Spain will only see them for the first time on the weekend. So remember, those teams, they're not just playing for that trophy, but they're also playing for crucial rankings points. We know that Italy ranked 29 in the world, Germany 35, I think Spain 36, so they're pretty closely ranked. And yeah, for the teams, if they can win those matches, they just earn more points, which gets them up the rankings, potentially leading to things like eventually ODI status and longer form international cricket. So it all starts tomorrow, 9 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 p.m. in India. Should be really great. And Rico, we'll see plenty of players that we have seen on ECN this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to like about it, and to see plenty of players that we've seen. And also, look, some of those players have played T20 before, T20 International. Some of them haven't, so I'm looking forward to the players that we know and we've seen playing T10 and just seeing how they adapt to playing the T20 format.
Yeah, exactly right. And I know, a couple of opportunities, especially in the Spain team, being given to guys that impressed at the ECC. So, got them on the map.
Here we go. It's dancing time. It's time for the dancing Papa Smurf. And okay, well, they're just deciding, well, okay, with 6 wickets down, and, well, no real recognised batters in. Michael Hart is still there, but he's just 1 of 6 deliveries. George Widdop has just come in, and they're thinking, okay, let's go for a little bit of Salman Khan. Here we go. It's time. Let us entertain you wherever you are. Go, Papa. In the air. And they'll just take the single. No damage done there.
This is going to be good. This is going to be real good. Imagine if you get to a wicket here. Pick the moment to bring him on. Like I say, margins matter though.
Yeah, Salman Khan. Not the Salman Khan. Anyway, I don't think it is. Could be the Salman Khan in disguise, couldn't it? But anyway, in he comes. Oh, well. Like it. Liking it, Papa. Liking the moves. And I think Tim Wheeler's saying, hey, pups, just be careful. You're standing right in front of me. So he says, okay, I'll remember for next time. Look, he's ready to throw if he needs to. So here we go. I just get the feeling he's got one here, you know. I get the feeling this one here. In the air. This could be it, could it? No, it dropped short. Well, remember that the dancing Papa, he did, well, we all thought he took a wicket yesterday, and he was doing the dancing, injured himself in the celebrations as he was doing the forward roll. But it was called a no ball. So that display, it's like a firework display on the 5th of November that gets wet.
That was crazy.
And let's see if he
but
can.
We love it.
But he's getting another word too, so he's going to come over the wicket now to the right-hander. So this shouldn't be an issue.
Actually, I think in all seriousness, he's bowled pretty well. He's got decent control. And yeah, he's not quick, but that's the thing. You have to generate the pace against him. If he's accurate, he's going to be a handful.
For where we are in this match, yeah, he's ideal. You want to take wickets. You're going to try and buy wickets. You haven't got any real key batters in here. Now, just think that Tim Wheeler's saying, look, I had a chat with you a couple of times. If you do it again, I'm going to end up warning you. So he's just asking where it cannot go. Basically, I think this is more about him ending up standing straight in front of the umpire. So he's going to say, yeah, I'll just come over the wicket.
We'll just do this then. So I don't really mind. Overseas, what can they scramble to here?
Well, this is in the air. He tries to stop this with his foot, and so does the fielder. And as a result of it, opportunity. And if you're taking it cleanly, maybe it could have been.
I think so. And, well, you see Hart going in overdrive there.
Yeah, let's watch this. I think if he takes this cleanly, he's in the wrong position again. Why he doesn't get in
I think
line with the ball.
That's not sliding his bat. Maybe watching the ball thinking there's no way someone can't is going to take it. Well, he was right.
Down the leg side.
Oh, that almost comes back on the stumps. It's not out LBW. Just watch this. It almost comes back onto the stumps. Gets a real tangle and then spins. Watch this. Actually, it might have just hit Sam Aquilina back onto the stumps, but still. Salman, he was excited. We're always excited to see him, but it's the end of the over, and it's 34 for 6 after 6.
Yeah, so it's 5 overs that come off that one from Salman. No more wickets lost. I think that's what overseas are just trying to do here, just trying to repair some of the damage and trying to get a couple of maybe just 10 balls or so in here where they don't lose any more wickets, and then see where they are in the match situation and then go from there. And Muthu Kumaran is going to come and have a bowl here now. Maybe the captain, seeing if he can pick up a few wickets. Up in the air, maybe you can, and the catch is taken. So Muthu Kumaran, the captain, comes on the bowl, and his very first delivery, he does get a wicket. So he's got a big smile on his face as the 7th wicket goes down with the score on 34, and that will be the end of Hart. He'll go for 3 of 9 deliveries, and maybe that also is where the overseas, they're starting to lose heart as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. So yeah, just trying to raise the rates with his game. Hart, so hits it up, and Kumar, well, he's pretty happy as overseas unfortunate stretch of circumstances continues. 34 for 7.
Yeah, and new batter will make his way out now to face the second ball of this over from the captain. We're into the 7th over, and are we going to see another team not bat their way out? 7 wickets down here now. So new bat comes in, has a look around. He joins Wood up there, and it's Gerald Sands. Gets a short one, and he hits this pretty well, but straight to the fielder. It is 2 in 2 for the captain. Muthu Kumaran now finds himself on a hat-trick as the fielder, well, he takes a catch, and then as he goes backwards, he runs over his own cap. It doesn't matter. He doesn't mind. Well, here's the catch. He takes the catch pretty well. Well, we heard that sound yesterday as well, didn't we, Kiriolis? But anyway, look, the cap comes off here, and then as he starts to rewind, well, we didn't see the rewind bit. He runs over his own cap. So here we are now. The captain could run. Could he get a hat-trick here?
Well, he's going good guns here at the moment, isn't he? I mean, really, we're seeing a disastrous batting performance. And so, yes, that's going to go first ball. The G-spot not quite being found. And so,
yeah, the Gerald Sand spot not happening. And is this a hat-trick? Oh, we have a hat-trick! Well, Muthu Kumaran, he does make history. He puts his name in the Hall of Fame. Sam Aquilina, he finally holds on to one as well. Well, you don't want to drop the hat-trick one. We did see a hat-trick catch actually dropped here, but look, draws him out, gets the edge, takes a catch. They're jumping all over the place. Put your finger up, put it up. Yeah, he's fired up. And Muthu Kumaran, he gets his hat-trick. And the overseas, the dismal performance with the bat continues. Sam Aquilina, look, he's jumping up and down saying, give it, it's out. And the umpire puts the finger up, and Muthu Kumaran, his first 3 deliveries of the over, all produce a wicket. That is a hat-trick. It's another one that will go on the Hall of Fame. The FanCode European Cricket Series here. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. And that's another one for the captain. It's always good to be a captain because you can pick and choose where you come on to bowl. And Kumaran, well, he comes on the bowl at the right time and he gets a hat-trick. Congratulations.
we've got it. We had it 4 and 4 in the last tournament. Could we have it happen again?
And no, plays it out, but no single taken because you can see there that George Widdop says, no, stay where you are, Kirsten. We don't really want to take this.
Yes, since about the 6th over of the first innings, overseas have just had a proper Barry Crocker.
This one will be, well, not just one. How many? It gets past Aquilina. And they're going to turn this into 3 wides. So not after bowling 3 very good deliveries. The 4th one wasn't bad, the hat-trick ball, but bowled a couple that aren't so good, particularly that one. So Muthu Komaran doesn't do his figures any favours. This one is very short and gets played away. The field has got a lot of ground to cover. They take one and they'll take two. In comes the throw. Good arm from the fielder. Lovely throw. Straight into the gloves of Sam Aquilina. Erasmus and Widop. The batters out there. We'll get that updated for you in a moment. Oh, well, there's another one. Well, it's going to take a little bit more time. That is the end of the match. So the scorers couldn't keep up with Muthu there. He had everybody in a pickle. Hey, listen, I'm going to ask you a question. When is the last time we have seen a match where two bowlers have taken forfeits?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. But how about these figures from Kamaran? 4 for 4 off 1. And they're bowled out in 7 overs. You saw a team bowled out in, I think, 7.4 earlier. And Julian, well, it's a game to forget for him. They're bowled out for 38. They're bowled out for 38 here. I'm going to do some net run rate calculations, but yeah, just ridiculous stuff, really. And just nothing went right. Well, you talked about karma. Well, from the moment there was that failed run-out backing up attempt, pretty much nothing went right for overseas.
The karma went the other way. Well, I don't know how that worked, but it's been an incredible victory here for Malta Day, you have to say. And all you can turn around and say is, I mean, I'm going to look at this match, I'm going to say to overseas, sometimes it just happens. Sometimes you just have a day like this. And you're right, Vinny, at one point in the middle of that Malta Day innings, the overseas, something happened and it just went pear-shaped. I mean, it was that maybe it was that over from Erasmus, because don't forget, after the 5th over, when they were in the field, they had Malta Day 35 for 3. Erasmus comes on the bowl and the score just doubles. That over went magical, and after that everything went downhill, and it happened the same with the batting here. I mean, look, Arif coming on. Don't forget that catch. I mean, that was the captain dropping the catch there, and I said at that time, I said, is that the match there? Because that was dropping Palmer. Then here we go. This is how it started. He said, yeah, I got my wicket. And he thinks he's got the run out with the man cat here. Of course, it's called a run out now. Yeah. The umpire gives it, but only to be told, no, it can't be, because he actually completed, or was in the process of completing his bowling action. So you can't do that.
We had completed
You can't do the dummy. You can't do the dummy.
Didn't release the ball.
So he thought, well, you know what? Okay, I'll do it this way. Started off with that spicy catch from Thomas. Really good catch. So that was the end of one of the batters. That was Garuki. That went. New batter came in, and this was an absolute beauty. Lawrence gets it completely wrong. It's Chak de Patte style from Naheem there, and he wasn't finished. He just kept on going. He picked up 3 wickets in the first over, and Marks came in. He came and he went, because Marks, he went for a yep, it was a golden duck. A very good catch there taken from Patel. Yeah, well, we're going to have to, maybe we wait to see him come back again, because, well, then you had Hart out there for a moment with Zureb. And, well, no, first it was Palmer. Don't forget he was still there, and he played this. It was a beautiful shot, probably the shots of the day. Sam Aquilina, he couldn't hold on to this. He fumbled it so many times. Arif couldn't believe that the catch had gone down. 1, 2, 3, 4, pero no hay aquí. Hay mucho mantequilla on la guantes. But weren't able to take that one. But there was no mistakes here from Sathi. He said, thank you very much. And there was another one. That was the 4th wicket. That was taken there by Naeem. Well bowled to him. But I don't think I've ever seen a match or been involved in a match where 2 bowlers have taken forfeits. This is the first for me. It may be the first on ECN, surely.
It could be. Yeah, I don't remember one either, Rico. But Kumaran comes on, takes a hat-trick. That probably swings it that way for me. But by then, already had absolute pickle, weren't they? The mother of all pickles, really. As he just started falling. I mean, Dwyer looked good, didn't he? We hit 2 sixes. He found a way to knock himself over. Yeah, and just having a look at that, with that performance, I think the overseas have lost a lot of ground, because it's double whammy effect. They were pretty close. Well, they were up by 0.5. I've actually got them down by a fair bit, according to my...
This is the hat-trick coming in. That was the first they called and bowled. And this one was hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. Didn't he take a good catch as well in the field there in the deep? Great catch. So we're on a hat-trick. And here we go. They're dancing up and down. We got it. We got it. We got it. Have we? Have we? Yeah, you have. The umpire finally puts the finger up.
I'm ambivalent about this one. I mean, Naudi likes it, but just the body language of the batter. He didn't look like he nicked that at all. But, I mean, Andy now he's in the best position. He decided hat-trick appeals. You're always going to be double as loud, and a magical moment for Muthu Kumaran. But, yeah, the batter wasn't convinced. And, well, he wasn't done. He said, well, let's finish this show early. And after 7 overs, his overseas bundled out for 38. They lose by 56 runs. Yeah, I've got overseas now trailing by 1.3 of net run rate, which means they don't just have to win, they have to win well.
Yeah.
I'll do some calculations. And with that, I think Malta Day, I think that they are pretty much just behind Sweet United. So Sweet United, I think, is safe. Let's have a look at the hat tricks. One out. Muthu Kumaran, 4 for 4. Well, most people there have 2 overs. He didn't get a chance to get any more because the last wicket he took was the 10th wicket. So we have our second hat trick and our first hat trick in Group B here in Malta. Hat trick number 37. Congratulations to Muthu Kumaran. Coming up next, well, it's do or die time, really. Overseas, they need to win, and they need to win by a margin now. And they're chasing, so they'll have to chase the runs down within a certain amount of time if they are going to qualify to quarterfinals Friday. Tomorrow, Malta Day, well, they are on the chopping block. I now can confirm that, well, I'm almost sure the Sweet United seems safe, but we'll have to see. There's plenty of permutations, and it is match number 666 in the European Cricket Series coming up next. So if you believe in spooky things, maybe we'll see something strange. But yeah, that was just an out-and-out disaster for overseas. But I think Jörg Hershey comes back into their lineup, so that is something. As we're up 2 Maximos, apart from that, not a lot at all going on. We saw 5 ducks, we saw 2 forfers, we saw a hat-trick, well, 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree, and that's just one overseas need to forget. They need to play really well. But having said that, you look at some of the players in their team, they certainly have the personnel to do it, but can they turn it around? That's the question, Rico.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. Look, I don't think you can look at this match and look at overseas performance there and pinpoint it on one thing. I think all you can say, and this is all that they'll be saying to themselves, they've got a bit of time before the next match. All that the captain there, Clyde Palmer, can be saying to his guys is, guys, it was just one of those. Sometimes it happens, and sometimes it can happen with the bat, sometimes it can happen when you're in the field. Unfortunately for them, it happened from about the 6th over in when they were in the field, and it stayed with them all the way through with the batting performance. You've got to put it behind him, and he's got to say to his guys, look, we've got to go out there and we've got to fight, because if we want to be here tomorrow, we've got to fight and just hope that everything... Now, you get matches when everything goes against you. You can have matches where everything goes your way, and this is what they've got to hope for there. Have a look at the bowling figures. I've never seen anything like that before. 2 bowlers picking up 4 wickets apiece, and also we saw that Tafazan Naeem, he had the opportunity to take a hat-trick. He picks up for 4 wickets for 3 runs, but Muthu Kumaran, he does, the captain, get a hat-trick, 4 wickets for just 5 runs.
Yeah, I actually think it's 4 for 4, actually. I've got the official scoring next to me. And so, yeah, 2 forfeits. You don't often see that. So I had it as 38. We'll give you official numbers very, very shortly, but join us when we return in around about 15 minutes' time. We'll take you to the last game of the day. These teams fighting for survival. It's Malta Day with the upper hand, but we're only halfway through this afternoon session. Join us then. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, and Rico Fulk will be back with you just around the corner. See you shortly for more action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground. Now we're ready for match number 40, and it is the last chance to see, well, these two teams on the park in the group stage at least, because one of them, I feel like they will be out after this, and we'll have to see which team that will be as we get ready for the start of match 40. It'll be Malta Day versus Overseas Cricket Club. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Overseas to call.
Heads.
Heads to call. Tails.
Batting.
Batting.
Sorry, batting.
Thank you. Good luck.
So Malta Day win the toss, and Muthu Kumaran has been lucky with those coin tosses. He decides he wants to have a bat first, but why not? I think in a pressure match, get the runs on the board. But we know that these two teams, I think because they're under pressure, we just saw a lot of errors, and we think we saw them from both teams really. But with so much on the line, this will be a crucial match. Which stars will stand up? Well, I'm sure that Azim Sathi, he always looks dangerous for Malta Day, and he was stumped very well by the keeper Palmer from overseas in the last game. He'll want to put a big score on the board and put overseas under pressure in match 40. Let's go over to Rico 4 as we get ready for the last group match here in Malta before we head into the quarterfinals tomorrow. And it's Malta Day winning the toss against overseas and batting first. It's over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we get ready for the last match of day 10. It's also a very important one. It's the last one of the group stages. We know which 4 teams we are going to see back from Group A, but which 4 will join them in Group B. Well, we know who 3 of them are, and who's going to be the one that stays, who's going to be the one that goes. Overseas taking on Malta Day here. Now overseas, they would not have done themselves any favours losing that match to Malta Day. Malta Day, they just know it's very simple. If they can go on and win this one, then we will see them again tomorrow. But overseas, not only is it a case that they have to win the match, but they have to win it well. And the only way that they can win it well is to try to contain Malta Day to a low score and then knock them off pretty quickly. I'm sure Mr. Maximo Sandu will be doing some maths on that. When he comes back, he may be able to give us some figures to what we're talking about. But for the moment, having a look at those two teams, I think Malta Day having a bat first, and they will be hoping that the likes of Azim Sathi and Shirajay Patel can get going. Cornelius Yunus, I'd like to see him come further up the order now that he's got a few runs under his belt, and maybe they'll see some more hard hitting from Edward Thomas. Overseas, they just need to turn up, don't they? They need to put the last match behind them. It was a disaster with the bat from them. It started to go wrong even from them when they were fielding from that 6 over onwards and over. That went magical, didn't it? And that really changed the content of the game. So can they come back well? Can they come back strong? Got a few additions back into the side. Alton is back. You also got the likes of Jörg Hershey, so they should make a big difference. And well, one man that needs to make a difference straight away is the marksman. David Marks has been very good with the overseas, and he needs to rip through the top order here and really to give them any chance. And we saw them dramatically bowled out for 39. If they can do the same to Malta Day in this one, then there is every opportunity, if they knock those runs off quickly, that they could still see themselves playing in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Here comes the marksman to bowl the first ball, and it's been played away nicely, but straight into the fielder. The fielder's nicely set to the opener. They seem to know where Sathi's strengths are, and they set a good field. So he gets off the mark straight away. Hawks now. To Patel, who plays this down defensively. Patel played his part, didn't he, in the last game? Not so much with the bat. He hit a couple of boundaries, didn't he, before he then lost his shape and missed the straight one, playing right across the line. But in the field, he was good. Took some key catches. Marks back to Patel. Full toss. Here on the up, and this is a nice shot as well. He absolutely thumps this. But if you want to ever see somebody throwing everything into the shot, when I say put your weight behind it, well, this is how you put your weight behind the shot. It wasn't a good delivery. It was high. Just wondering if that was called or not. But it certainly does go to the boundary. I mean, he's had a few issues, hasn't he, Mark? See, 4 runs off the bat. I think he just manages to stop this from being a no ball, but only just. And this is straight down the ground. This is big. Volley, volley. What a hit this is. Well, I tell you what, just an innocent bypass, a walking by, thinking he's going to have a nice, easy game of tennis. The next thing, he's woken up by the kookaburra. As there's a flutter of birds that take refuge as that kookaburra descends on them. Big hit from Patel. Well, can he go all the way this time? Or is it going to be a couple of boundaries and he's out? He plays this nicely as well. Chases on for the fielder, but he's not going to get there. Bahut acha shot Maria. Bahut badhiya. Joka lag gaya. 4 more. Beautifully played here by Patel. So just showing that he is able to play shots to different parts of the ground. We've seen a good big hit over the point region. One that goes big over long on, and then this one just a little paddle, if you like, just timed to perfection. That goes to the square leg boundary. 15 off this over already. They want to keep it tight, the overseas. This is not the start they wanted to give away. And, this is, well, he doesn't want to hold back, does he? He throws everything into this one as well. That's Patel, end of the over. And remember, a number of ways that you can stay in touch with us. Well, you can get into touch with us directly using Facebook, Twitter, or even the Instagram at Mr. Maximo or Rico Full. And remember, you've got our website as well, europeancricket.com. Anything that you want to know about, well, going into final stage here tomorrow, about the T20I tournament starting at Desert Springs, involving Germany, Italy and Spain, and also, of course, Barcelona, where the crew will continue after we finish here on Saturday and start up in Barcelona Monday. All of the information on there. So please keep your comments coming. And remember, there's a lot on there as well for you to look at. And at the moment, what we're looking at is this time for Southie to go big. And this one was right there in the slot. It just takes a couple of paces towards it. Look, dances down and gets right underneath this and clobbers it away. Well, Patel, he says, anything you can do, I can do better. This is another one that goes into the tennis court. Put your hand up in the air like you just don't care, umpires, because that is 6 more. And, well, Geruki comes into the attack, and he's the one being attacked. That is big. It was 15 off the first. The score now moves into 21 or just 7 deliveries. And, quite interesting, isn't it, how batting was made to look so difficult when overseas was struggling big time out there. And what a day, making it look easy so far. Southie slices this one away out on the off. It doesn't look like he wants to play a defensive shot at all, does it? It looks like every ball that comes his way, he wants to attack. Patel gets himself back in. Has an issue with the ones that are just pitching short of a length outside the off. Well, this is the sort of shot he was out to last time, but he plays his way beautifully. And that goes to the archery end of the ground. Well, maybe that's going to be a bullseye. Nicely played. Very quick hands, quick wrists. I like the way that he keeps his body nice and straight. And then just whips this away. Head perfectly still. That's a nice shot. I think that one has gone through into that part of the ground. As the fielders get called back and they say, new balls, please. And that's what we have around this complex. We've got the archery ground there as well. We've got the tennis courts. Magnificent golf course as well. Geruki, not the start that he wanted. Oh, this is going to be more, and this will go all the way. Jabardasti batting this. Ginna Sona shot Maria. Ginna Sona. Ginna Badda. Shaka. Well, this is boom plastic as this goes away. When he swivels on this MJ style. Oh, as it goes into the wilderness. Well, that's probably woken up a few snakes. How many balls are we going to lose here? It's another one that gets smashed away. Patel going big, going hard, going strong overseas. They've got a few issues here. Down the ground, just dropping short of Hershey. Overseas will be happy to have him back in the side, and maybe he can make a difference. Bowled well yesterday. Hershey, probably the best that we've seen him bowl. But maybe the last time we see him bowl today. The way things are going here at the moment. Sathi plays this one defensively. That will be the end of the over. 18 come off that one. And score 33 on the board. And good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, it's been an awesome start here for Malta today.
Yeah, it really has. And here's the thing, if they win this, well, you know, even if they lose it, say, in the last over, I think they go above Sweeter United, even if they lose in the last over. Because even though they're below them on net run rate, if you lose by a little bit, you can actually improve that because you get closer to 0. Right. And you see there's hardly anything between them, 0.03. But for overseas, it's a lot more difficult to qualify now because of the nature which they lost that last game.
Yeah.
I've got it that they would need to chase down this score in about 5.2 overs. So just look at that. It's going to be tough. And especially with a start like this, Vijay Patel, when he goes big, he goes really big, doesn't he? We've seen some big hits already. Here's a big personality, Jörg Hershey, babes. He's into the side. Needing a minor miracle here overseas. Yeah. So let's see if they can do something like what they did to them, and they'll be in the game. This one is going to be leaving the park pretty quickly. It was too short. Patel turns on it. Cuatro carreras. Matarei making all the running, continuing their momentum with the bat now in game 40.
Plays his shot so well, doesn't he? When he's seen the ball good like this, he just whips it away. He's very quick, gets a swivel in, and Hershey just slightly short, and that's all he needs, just to drop back, swivel on it, and ping it away. 4 more.
Yes, I mean, they can't quite catch Crusaders, who are on 5 wins, because Monday have 3 wins. Potentially can go to 4. And if they do, then all the teams will have a different amount of wins. Wow, it's fake footwork, but it will be a no ball. And that one maybe just throws Hershey a little bit. I think that's one time it does put the bowler off. So that'll be a no ball +1. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, he just, I think what he decides to do here, he just thinks, well, you know what, I'm just gonna float this up because you've done me. Rather than stop, I'll continue. It's a free hit. So Sathi, well, I can't believe it. Does he know? Does he know that was a free hit?
I think he just misjudges it, and rather than miss it completely, just decides to block it.
But why?
Yeah, or he didn't realise.
I don't think he realises this one is not a free hit, but it drops into space.
Imagine if you could defer free hits, saying, "Look, I don't want it now, but I'd like to put it in my pocket and bring it back later." I think that's what you should be able to get if there's is the free hit already and it's another no ball.
Oh, yeah.
That you get like a free pass. Yeah, you collect the get out of jail free cards in Monopoly. You can just pull it out.
Save that for later. That's
when
not
you're
a bad
on
idea.
when you're on 99
like
when you're on 99, you just pull it out, saying, just so you know. This one almost bowls him around his legs, but it will be a wide. I don't think this hits anything. Wait for the signal for the umpire. He does say it's going to be 2 wides.
Yeah, it's a wide. It's a correct call. The umpire Amar is out there with Andy Nowdy.
This can happen though as well, because overseas know they need to win this in a certain amount of overs. You take your eye off the ball, and the first thing you need to do is you're going to have to bowl well and really roll them. And this is going to be just over the top of the field, and this will be 4 as well. So Sathi, he's getting it on the action, and more pain for overseas. That takes the opening partnership up to 46.
Yeah, I like it. A bit of dancing action there. And, a lovely young lady who thinks, yeah, not only am I enjoying the cricket, I want to entertain a few people around the ground. Look at that. Nice little mover.
Yeah,
nice
beautiful.
Dancing. Going through some dance steps there. Short. Banks into the ground. Aja. Says Sathi. Says we'll take it. Takes a single. Patel obliges, even though it means that he's going to be off strike. Sathi will start the next over as the batter on strike, as that score moves into 47. It's a very good power play.
Really good power play, to say the least. Yeah, this is the thing, Mudda Day, they have fallen over a couple of times with the bat, but that's typically when the top orders failed. I think, Vijay Patel's a bit of a wild card up there. Sathi, we know what he can do.
Yeah.
47 for no loss after 3 big overs to get this one started. Now, even now, imagine they just lost all 10 wickets for nothing. You've still got a pretty big task here to get 47 in 32 balls. That's if it was right now. So that's the kind of magnitude of the task. And overseas, I've got a feeling that they might just be playing for pride here. And obviously, they want to finish with a win. That would be a good way to finish. But chance of qualifying, I think, are slipping into the wind. Here's Kivian Johnson, and he starts with a high no ball, and this is going to be called as well. So, wow, it's just going from bad to worse. This one certainly did seem high. Remember, he was brought on after Julian Erasmus bowled 3 of them earlier. He's got the disease, and so he has to sort it out. Another free hit coming up.
Yeah, that's when you could say, look, the batter says, no, I want to save that for later because it's me that should have it.
That's right. I think I told you this tonight. The free hit rule was only brought in quite close to the end of my playing career. And I faced 3 no balls and I hit them all for singles. So I never faced a free hit. I don't know the feeling of that, just being drunk with power, thinking, I can do what I want here and I can't get out. I think it would be amazing.
Sathi gets back. The free hit only just goes for a single. So Sathi steps right across and looks to go big on this. Decides he's not going to. The wide gets called.
I might be wrong here, but my first look was this was inside. And I don't mind saying
Look at the batter's movement as well, though. See that foot? So I reckon this is a tough call.
Yeah, well, it is anyway, because I think it's inside the line to the first point.
This will be
probably
another
will be. But the other thing is, just got this clarified actually with some of the umpires. They talk about movement is actually before the delivery stride, not the actual release of the ball. So when the back foot landing is where the movement starts to become the point, which they'll say if you move before that, any movements after that, I should say, after the back foot lands, they don't take into account. And the reason is they said it was a real practical reason. They said, well, we can't actually, at the point of release, we're looking at the bowler's front foot. So they're looking for a little movement before the bowler's back foot lands.
Yeah.
Subtle one.
Fair point. Yeah.
50's up now. Shorter. Edge. And probably should just be a single. Will be. Yeah, but things not looking good. And Malta Day, they're really putting on a show at the moment.
Yeah, Malta Day, it's a cracking start. And, with the 50 on the board already. Remember, bearing in mind what you said, that the overseas, whatever the score is, will have to try and knock it off in about 5 overs. So, Malta Day, another 30-odd runs here. It certainly will be. Oh, well, this one has been hugely hit. That is massive. That is humongous. That one does end up in the archery field. New balls, please. Well, what a hit this is from Patel. This is a supersonic biz-away hit. It's absolutely tonked. That's out of here. Lovely jubbly. Captain Caveman style. And that one does hit the bullseye.
Yeah, Manos Arriba umpire, take that. And yeah, overseas, just feel the kind of air going out of this fielding performance already. They're being put to the sword, 59 without loss. And Malta Day, they're probably also thinking, let's get into some good form. Not just about making the quarterfinals, but actually winning it. And they're 3 matches away from winning the title. Now, this is a beautifully timed leg glance. He steps across and puts some power on it. Patel is lighting it up. 41 now, just 14 balls.
Oh, this is classy. That's the early movement first. Puts the bowler off, goes back to his position, and then you see here, he's not trying to put the bowler off so he can then hit a big ball hard. He just wants to sort of say, right, okay, what are you going to try and do? Then he gets himself back into position and whips it away. He's been so good on his legs.
This isn't too good either. This one is too wide for him to catch up with. But, yeah, overseas, I mean, this is the thing. At their best, they're a pretty good team at this level, but we just haven't seen their best often enough, have we? And, yeah, when it's gone wrong, it's gone really wrong for them. This over's gone for 17.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised when you've got to say overseas. I mean, I was expecting a lot more from them. Things just haven't worked out their way. I know they're missing 1 or 2 players that we didn't see this time around, particularly with the bat. This one, he's bowled him. He does it with a slower delivery. And, well, okay, I think he's saying, I love you. Well, whoever is on the tattoo on the arm, that's for you. That's from Johnson. So there is a highlight there. But Patel, he's batted really well, but he gets down by the slower delivery. There you go. Johnson says, there you go.
Yeah,
I love you.
Well, that's a really nice moment for Kivs because, yeah, he's had a bit of a mixed time. And it's a slow ball, I think, gets through Jay Patel. But, yeah, nice to see. He's got a little bit of a signal there. I was a little bit worried when he started pointing at the arm what was coming next, but it was actually a beautiful moment. So, yeah, well bowled, Kivian, and he does break through in the face of a fair bit of adversity. And Malta Day lose their first wicket at 64 for 1.
Yeah, it is Patel that goes. But look, not before he's raced to 41. I mean, 41 of just 15 deliveries. It was a really good knock. I mean, Johnson, he goes for a few, doesn't he, in that one, but he does come back, take the wicket. And 1 for 17 of that one over, takes the score to 64 for 1. And it's a good time for somebody like Michael Nazir to come in. I mean, he comes in once again before the left-hander. I'd like to see Cornelius Younis come in a little bit higher. I think when you've got a good foundation like this, it's probably a good time to say to somebody like Cornelius, who is a batter but not quite in form, to say, there you go, sunshine, go out there. Let's see if you can get yourself into form.
I think we chat to Muthu Kumaran just in the break between the games. Wait for this ball from George Widdop, who's into the attack. And this is in the air. This could be another catch just out of the reach. No, it won't be, as it was almost in the zone, but not quite. And you saw there, that was David Millard. Went back and couldn't quite track it down. Yeah, Muthu was saying, well, I only got to bowl one over. I would have gotten 8 wickets if I'd had 2 overs. Would have been a new record. There's down the leg side. Don't think this hits anything. Wait for the signal. Well, maybe it's off the bat, is it?
Yeah, I think he may have got just a little bit of the bat on
Must
this.
have been a tiny tickle if it was.
I think he just gets a little push on this way. This just gets a little touch. Yeah, there.
Oh, yeah. Well spotted. And Clyde would be upset he couldn't block it.
Gandhi, full toss. And the fielder does really well. Makes a stop. Well done to Zuherb there.
Yeah, I think Zuherab's a real good example. I think that no matter what the situation, he's always giving his best, no matter what he has to do. And he's surprisingly mobile. They use his feet again, but he gets over there quickly. It bowls well. Saw him hit a couple of big sixes. Yeah, he's certainly one to watch. This is in the air, and this will just be a single. It doesn't carry. So that's the thing. You got overseas twice now. It's going to be, it would seem certain that they're going to miss out on qualifying for the quarterfinals, where you've got to be in the top 4 or 5. It's going to be disappointing for them. Still, I suppose you win as a team, lose as a team. Wow, this would have been LBW. Instead, it's going to be 6 runs maximal. Nazir steps across, and yeah, gets a fair piece of it. You have a look at it on the replay. That's Sathi, actually. They changed hands so quickly. I thought it was a bit too big to be Nazir, but Sathi, he makes no mistake, 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, isn't it, for Sathi? He gets himself, yeah, he backs himself, doesn't he? Backs himself to take the risk. But Swivels on it once more. I've seen a lot of shots going in that area. And what that tells you is that the length has just been a little bit too short from overseas. Sathi capitalises. And they're just looking to try and keep this momentum going. They're in the 70s now already. 74 for 1. A ball to go. I think in the over as they find that one. But yeah, I mean, once again, I was expecting to see better from overseas. It just hasn't happened. You look at some of the players that they've got in this squad and you think surely they're going to get at least into the quarterfinals. This one, they're asking the questions, going the leg side. Sathi misses out. And Sathi saying, what do you mean you don't want it? And I think this is Nazir saying, I can count too. I know how many balls I've got.
Have a look at this. Yeah. And Nazir, they just have a difference of opinion on this run. He's saying, but look, it's just there. And see how I've gone halfway. You might as well run. He says, no, I don't think I will be running, but appreciate the thought. Yes. You've had your time, Azim. Anyway, halfway through, 74 for 1. And, well, it's just a case of what might have been for overseas at the moment. I mean, still, they're going to want to try and win this game. They can turn around, especially if they can get the key players, if they can maybe keep it to something like 100, 110. And think of some of the players they've got that unfortunately missed out in the last game where they were bundled out for 39. But it is going to hot up tomorrow when we do get to quarterfinals Friday. But then also we've got more cricket coming your way because it is the ECI in Spain tomorrow, European Cricket Internationals, T20 Internationals involving Germany and Italy tomorrow. Then Spain will join in on the weekend. And yeah, I'm sure as someone that follows Spanish cricket pretty closely and has been involved in Spanish cricket, you'll be really excited to see how the team goes.
Yeah, certainly will be. I'm looking forward to see there on the screens there's the first match, Germany-Italy. They're playing each other 2 matches. But Spain come into the equation on the Saturday. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. For me first, I think the main thing is having the complex like Desert Springs, having these international matches. That's very important. And I know a lot of people will be coming down and watching those games as well. And then, of course, the Spanish team, their own performance. And as we've seen, I think the likes of the European Cricket Network certainly has put cricket on the map now in Spain. We've got the European Cricket League that happens there, the Euros of cricket as well, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. So people know about cricket in Spain now, which is great, and they're starting to follow it, and people are going to watch these matches. So I'm expecting a good crowd there to watch the games, and I'm also expecting Spain to play pretty well. And I'm looking forward to seeing the boys that we've seen play T10 now playing into the T20. Yeah, just going to see how they perform when they're not bowling 2 overs, they're bowling 4 overs.
Different
They've
conditions.
got more time to bat, different conditions, bigger boundaries. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and so a couple of players. Yeah, speaking of Spain, of course, we've got friends in all 3 of those teams. There's Wireb, who sets up a low full toss. And yeah, lucky Nazir hits that, otherwise it would have been plumb LBW. Yeah, but I think just off the top of my head, just thinking of a couple of the players from the Catalonia region. So Mohamed Issa, Mohamed Yassin getting their first goes. Prince Daman's another one. Someone like Mohamed Yassin, I mean, he's played something like 40 first-class games in Pakistan. So, I mean, it's a big amount of experience to come in. Yeah, so Wireb, again, continues to impress me in the face of not much going right for his team. That was a well-delivered, attempted Yorker, almost a Yorker. Yeah,
good delivery. This would have got a lot of batters. I tell you that now.
Yeah,
Sathi plays that really well. Let's see if Wireb can keep the pressure on here now. There still is a way back, but I think it's longest they can try. I mean, if they're able to restrict, maybe just another, it's going to take some doing. Get a few wickets here, get them slowed down, restrict them to, say, about another just 20 runs and no more than that, and then try and knock them off quickly. At least it gives it a possibility to do. Yeah. Whereas if it ends up being a score over 100, it becomes very improbable.
Yeah, you're playing for pride, trying to play for the win. Anyway, there's a win for the batter, Sathi. This one is flying through the air, out of the ground, maximal. As he says, remember me, Srijay stole a bit of his thunder today. He won't mind, though. Today, bat swinging at the top of the order.
Yeah, nice clean hit. And this time it's the length again. It makes a difference, doesn't it? I mean, once you don't get the length right, it's just slightly short, and that gets whacked away. Beautiful shot there from Sathi. Just reminding everybody that he's also one to be reckoned with. And you just got to say that Malta today, based on what we've seen from him today, maybe they're just starting to get into form, going into their quarterfinal tomorrow.
Well, I want to say big thank you to a couple of people. We're still very early in this. We just rolled it out, and I know the whole picture probably hasn't become clear so far. But Keanu has made a big statement in the chat. This hit straight. I think it's V4 as well. Smashed down the ground. Sathi is on a rampage, and this score continues to spiral out of control.
Yeah, there's some
85 now.
Some statements on the chat, which you'll come back to, but a man who's making his own statement out there in the middle is Sathi, as he plays another lovely shot. So Wireb starts well in the over, but now he's gone to back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, so I'll wait for the end of this over, which is coming up, as Wireb started well. He's gone 6 and 4, and this is another straight hit, and this one is going to go all the way. Maximal. Well, it was an over of 2 halves, wasn't it? The first half goes for 1. The second half goes for 16, and so 17 coming off the over. Tries that slower ball, but it's too short. Sits up, and Sathi goes bang.
Yeah, only one game, only one family, and at the moment, only one way. And that's the Malta Day way. Mother of God. Malta Day stands for, well, let me see, some performance. And Malta Day, Mother of God, it was all about the Mother of God. The way they went out there and blasted overseas away in the first match. And in this one, it's a superb start from the 91 for 1, 6 overs in.
So, yeah, we're just in the very early stages of launching this. And that's why, okay, the picture's not that complete yet. But we do have ways that you can support the channel if you're watching on YouTube. So there's the Silver Spanner Club. And that's Josh Sayers is now a Silver Spanner. And somehow his name's turned green in the chat. We're still working all this out, of course, because, of course, YouTube's one part of what we do. And Keanu has joined the Golden Ball Club. So I want to say a big thank you to you, Keanu. That means a lot to us. Palmer gets a ball just roll past him here. But yeah, Keanu, that's huge. And we've got some big plans for the Golden Ball Club next year in 2023 as well. So yeah, we're just probably the funniest little dab shot I've ever seen from Nazir.
It was quite unique,
It's very dainty. But you know what he has done? I'll come back to that stuff in a second. But Sathi's on strike now, and he wants to go large. He's going to get what would have been a wide instead. Again, he's not interested in the leg by. He wants to stay down the business end. Yeah, so lots of things that we're planning. I'm a member of the Golden Ball Club myself. I know what's coming, that's why. But want to say a big thank you. It's completely voluntary, and this is one of the ways we can keep it free to those that aren't able to really contribute due to their own circumstances. We totally understand that. Another straight hit, and, well, I think Jurg's got rid of this in time. He had issues with the boundary yesterday, didn't he? We'll check this one out. He's getting a high five. Yeah, the only question here, does he release it before he steps on or over the rope? That's fine. Next step is also fine. Just by then the ball's gone. Nice stop by Babes.
Yeah, does well. And Sathi didn't really want to take the single. And in the end, reluctantly, I think Nazir said, "Oi, chal, main aa gaya, chal." Well, he just pushes this up in the air, and, well, he's placed this beautifully. And he doesn't really want to hit this. He sort of gets his bat on it, says, there you go, that'll be a single. You're going to have the strike back again. And if he follows through with the shot, he probably could have got the boundary himself.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But this score is out of control, considering they're chasing 5.2, remember. Now this is whacked, and this is going to bring up the 100 in style. Sathi rockets to 47. Maximo 100 for 1 in the 7th. Malta Day up and away.
Yeah, Malta Day, they're turning on the style. And Sathi, well, he almost falls over. He hits this one so hard. Well, the likes of Sathi and Patel, they're going to have to be at their best tomorrow. And they're making sure that they're going to go into the quarterfinal draw in good form, that's for sure. And Sathi joins Patel. Now, Patel was 41 of 15 when he was out, bowled by Johnson beautifully. Sathi, he's still there, and he gets a good one there from Alton. He just places away. And will be a single, and that will also be the end of the over.
Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and we can fill in at least, well, we can fill in 2 of the games right now that we know. Southern Crusaders and Cedar Warriors will be quarterfinal number 2. Hidex Knights versus AUM in quarterfinal 4. But we still don't know who's going to finish 3rd or 4th. The way things are looking, it'll be Malta Day in 3rd and Sweet United in 4th, which means that Malta Day will be up first thing tomorrow against the Bajiba Blasters. Another short delivery, and this is going to be smashed away on the leg side. This is 4 runs this time. This continues to climb.
Yeah, the score just keeps going up. I mean, it's not a good start from the new bowler. Just a little bit too short. And George Woodup, he said, well, Woodup gets walloped because it's too short. And Sathi, well, he's looking to bring up his half century here. Scores have just disappeared from the screen at the moment as they're just getting those amended. But I'm pretty sure he's just 1 hit away from the 50. In fact, no, I think he's got there already. That boundary brought up his 50.
He's done it so quickly, hasn't he?
Batted to Sathi. 50 up for him. And this time he'll probably just settle for the single. So yeah, he brought his 50 up of just 25 deliveries with that last boundary. So both बनाया अपने साथी ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी, जबरदस्ती बैटिंग, and also well, he's getting his team to a really good score here. And you've got to say that only a minor miracle can save the overseas here now.
Yeah,
one will be a wide. Nazir takes a walk down the offside, shows all his stumps, but that's that ball from the bowler. Woodup goes down the leg side. It's going to be called. So
I want to know how Josh made his name green. Tell me that. There's a random question. As we see a random wide this time from George Woodup. Yeah, so that's cool. So yeah, we're kind of learning in real time about this too. So we're hoping to have this a bit more formalised in 2023. But we just thought and we'd roll it out for those people that enjoy what we're doing here. Obviously, it's a pretty competitive environment to keep doing what we're doing. We're doing something unprecedented, so we really do appreciate that. So big thanks to Keanu in particular, and also Josh. I think, for example, it's €5 a month, which, in Australia, it's probably about $8, something like that. It depends where you are in the world. But when you think about it, at that level, it's about 2 cents a match. 2 cents a match. And I know people go, well, what's the difference? But if we do grow that, it does give us the ability to do more with broadcast, which is kind of obviously something we're always trying to improve. Another full toss. The length hasn't quite been right. That time it was good footwork. He made it fuller than it was. Another boundary. Malta Day. What can you say about this? Sathi, he'll be eyeing Yeah, something even higher, maybe a half century the way he's batting.
Yeah, good footwork from him, but not the best bit of footwork from the fielder. Tries to get a foot onto it. He's not able to. So it's another boundary. Sathi just says, keep feeding me. And this one is down the ground. A one-hand stop there from the marksman. Just a single. One thing I haven't noticed in this match is there's no dunce cap.
Ah, good point. Who had it last? Maybe they're not playing.
Yeah, no dunce cap. I don't know who did have it last. Dunce cap.
Oh, here we go. That's a good spot. It's going to be 4. There we go. Because he takes off from over the rope. Well done. That's a very good spot. And yeah, it's that last step. He's in the air, but because he's taken off, his last point of contact was from outside the boundary. It will be 4. Very good spot.
Yeah, that's a great bit of work once again from our production crew, Spring Productions. Andis, Kiriolis and Karina, you've been absolute stars here. I think your work has been appreciated around the globe. Well, Sathi just keeps on going. And he goes for another one, and he gets it. It's 6 more. Doesn't look like he gets the middle off the bat, but he gets enough on this. Uses his feet really well now. Look, he's just full of confidence at the moment. Gets to it, keeps his shape, hits nice and cleanly through the ball. 6 more. Nice shot. Boom. Shakalagya.
Take that. And yeah, so the fact that becomes a boundary means Sathi gets the strike back and he smashes it. So it's the end of 8 overs, 123 for 1. So, question about Ravi Paul. I don't believe Ravi is in Italy at the moment. And so, yeah, I don't think he's part of the setup currently. I know a lot of questions about Ravi Paul. Would he be playing in the Italian squad? And yeah, unfortunately, he's not part of it at the moment. But what I will say is, once you do play for a country, you can continue to play for that country, even if you do move. But I suppose they're giving some preference to people that aren't currently there, that they want to have a look at. Now we see a cut shot, and Nazir's getting in on the action, so he'll move into double figures. And yeah, the pain continues, unfortunately, for overseas.
Yeah, nice shot from Nazir. He does take a step outside the off, so he's expecting the bowler to aim at the stumps. The bowler doesn't, bangs it in short. But, well, he's ready and waiting for it. He does cut the ball really well. Geruki back into the attack. And this time he does pull. Tries to get it in the gap between the two fielders. He won't be able to do that, but he does get Sathi on strike, who doesn't want to move too quickly.
So yeah, Geruki's held himself back because he got a bit of tap earlier, but yeah, he's one guy you think might be able to stop the bleeding. Sathi, he seemed like a beach ball. He's on 67.
Firmly hit. Work to be done here now by Hershey. Babes does it well. Gets the throw in. So highest score I think that we've had in the series is 132. So that looks like it's going to be passed here.
Going to step across and just a single this time. So yeah, overseas, I think pretty much you can forget the 5.2 overs. Now you're just hoping to bat out of your skin and try and chase this down. I mean, what will it be? They're on 150 pace. So yeah, not ideal. This is a rare win for the bowling team as this one gets past Sathi. Monday 130. I know what you're looking up. You're looking up the highest score in the series. Is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking back to Group A is 132. Just going to see. I'm sure we saw a high one in Group A. Let's have a look what we had there. So, see if my paper notes are going to beat your computer notes. Well, I don't think there was anything more than that. There was, I think, in Group A.
Well, I got 132 from Sweet United. Yeah. They were the top of. They actually beat the top score in the Group A, which I think was 125 from Marsa. Am I right?
Yep, you're right.
There you go. It was a close contest. 130 for 1 after 9. And yeah, for overseas, they are chasing their tail. Let's just think of some positive things. Beautiful weather here today in Malta. Have a look at those pictures. I wish you could be here with us. And I suppose the next best thing is to watch us on the European Cricket Network. Here we go with last over. It's the marksman. Starts with a wide. Close, but no cigar.
Yeah. The other thing here, one thing that's something the overseas maybe, I mean, they could have done differently here, and it's something for them for later. I mean, when you've got Garuki and Marks, when it's all one-way traffic, I don't really see the point of holding them back. You know what the match situation was here. You needed to try and get Malta Day restricted to a low score, get them out cheaply. And, you know, you're far better off just using your top bowlers when you can to try and get the wickets. And if you don't do it early on, then so be it. But holding them back, and the likes of Gariki coming back onto bowl and Marks when 130's practically on the board, well, it doesn't help anybody, and the batters are just getting their eye in. Good pick up from the fielder there. One hand pick up and throw, all in one motion. It's nicely done.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. Just eyeing off what I think the quarterfinal matchups will be tomorrow. There's a particularly interesting one in there. Another full toss. I mean, pretty good at hitting these, because any one of these, if you miss it, you're gone. But Nazir will get one over to Sathi, who's on 69. Yeah, it hasn't been a high-scoring series, so yeah, Sathi, he was due a big score, wasn't he? He went through a bit of a terrible run in the middle where he was run out backing up and then had 2 ducks.
Well, what's this one? Is this going to be called a wide or just wide? It's not over the head. They're happy with that. It stays inside the line. Just keep this aligned again. Yeah, just.
Probably just, yeah, it's the top corner of the strike zone, as we'd say. Marks gets away with it. Fair enough. Couple to come. Slower ball. Sathi swings so hard, he almost does a hammy. And that's not what you want. That was one of the biggest swings of all time.
Yeah, watch this. This is everything, including the kitchen sink. And he almost pulls his shoulder out, almost twists his ankle in the process. Can you imagine if he made contact with that? That ball would still be going in and end up in gozo.
Now low full toss to finish off. Well, they even go for 2. That's a sign how comfortable they are with the game. They're just going to settle for the 1. We'll take the red inker, and it's going to be 135 for 1 in the end. Sathi with a breathtaking 70 not out. That's after the table set by Srijay Patel. Nazir, who is there for the conclusion of the innings. And overseas, well, unfortunately with them, looks like they're on the way out of this tournament. They'll have a big chase on their hands, 136 to win game 40.
Yeah, I mean, well done. You got to say to Malta Day and their batters, they went out there confidently, didn't they? I mean, the first time out, they struggled a little bit. But, well, it was Edward Thomas, 26 of 15, and Cornelius Eunice, 16 of 11 not out. That helped them get to the 90 score. This time, they weren't even required because the openers did perform. Started off with Patel. I mean, look at some of the shots Patel played here. Now, Sathi, he's a hard-hitting batter. It's not often that anybody sort of overscores him and overtakes him. Well, Patel, he did it quite easily. You saw that was a nice shot there from Sathi. But Patel, he played some biggies. This one was huge. It was massive. This one actually did go into that archery range over there. That's not too many have gone in there, but he then finally did get done. And there's a nice little message of love to one of Johnson's loved ones as he got the wicket to Patel. Just outfoxed him with this really teasing slower delivery. But that was the end of Patel. But all that meant was that Sathi, he took that as the note for him to get flying, and didn't he hit the ball big. Nazir supported him well, but this was all about the Sathi show.
Yeah, it sure was. And when it came down to it, it was just a powerful performance. And so Malta Day, and they're looking really good now for 3rd spot. Remember, overseas would have to chase these in 9 overs or less if they would not be 3rd. So, I mean, it seems certain that Malta Day will get 3rd now. And that would mean Sweet United were 4th. And just looking ahead, Master versus Sweetie United, that was a quarter-final matchup in June last year. And Sweetie upset Master, and it was the same thing. It was the 4th beating the 1st. So, I mean, it's possible. Whether it's unlikely or not, I don't think so.
9 overs or less, did you say?
Yeah, that's as long as, I mean, you can always put it to bed. I mean, the only way that...
I mean, 9 overs can be done. I thought we were looking at something like 5 or 6 overs.
No, that's just for Malta Day to lose 3rd spot.
All right.
So overseas would have to chase this to qualify in 5.2.
All right.
But I'm talking about Malta Day actually losing 3rd spot. Can't see that happening now because they've built 135, huge total. And it was Srijay Patel got things moving, 41 of 15. We thought that was good, and it was. But then Sathi took the reins, 70 of 36. And there were just so many boundaries in that innings. And And when you see that kind of frequency, you know it's going to be a big score. There were 9 Maximos, 11 fours in the innings, and really nobody was safe. Although there was that one highlight, Kevin Johnson with the wicket, and the celebration bit, see everyone in double digits. And it was just the kind of innings that you want to forget. But I tell you what, at least they'll feel good if they could pull off this chase. We have seen these kinds of chases before, but overseas they need their top order to fire. Otherwise, this could get ugly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Falls with me. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the last innings of the day overseas, chasing 136 for victory. We'll see you very shortly for the final innings of the group stage on day 10, right here in the ECS Malta. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to the MCG. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we're ready for the last innings of the group stage here in Malta. When I say the MCG, of course I mean the Master Cricket Ground, which is the scene of the penultimate European Cricket Series of 2022 before we head to Barcelona starting on Monday. Big chase, and overseas they haven't had much to smile about today at all. They bundled out for 39 in their previous match. Now they have to get almost 100 more than that, with 136 the target in match 40. And yeah, they'd have to chase this down to 5.4 overs after we adjusted the run rate numbers. That's not going to happen, but I still think if they could chase down 136, they would at least feel like they went out on a high. Sangro Reef is going to open the bowling for Marta Day. Let's get ready to rumble. The last 10 overs of day 10. It starts with a block.
Well, it started with a block.
You're welcome, Rico. Rico couldn't contain himself there. When you're chasing pretty much 2+ a ball, probably have to have a crack at most of them, don't you? But Johnson just takes the opportunity to keep that one out.
That's old school. Not going to get out first ball, he says. Blocks the first. Here we go. Boundary coming up.
Johnson did have one highlight in the first innings. Well, he goes for it, and well, he's going to get 6. And well, he's wiped himself out there. And it was a very good effort, I've got to say. Srijay Patel down to the long on boundary. I thought he was in the game, and in fact he was. I think he was just in a little bit. And if he was back a metre, I think maybe gets more of a hand on that. But, well, brace for impact. 6 runs, Maximo time.
Well, he gives that ball a high 5, doesn't he? But he sends it for 6. Told you a boundary coming up. Anyway, Johnson. Now he's ready to go. And this one is going to be out. So 6 and out for Johnson. A block, a 6, a catch. To that there. That's Ahmed Naeem. He can't do anything wrong today, can he?
He can't. And, well, he's all smiles. Well, momentarily they were ahead of the rate after the Maximo, but back to earth, and well, Gibbs, he walks straight away. He knows he hasn't gotten it. And Faisal Naeem, well, he certainly tested the karma gods. They said, well, we're pro Mancat, even though it was an illegally executed Mancat earlier. It was not out. And so the first wicket falls, and it is 6 for 1 as we see David Millard coming to the crease at number 3. So he's been given an opportunity. Well, let's see if he can whack a few around. And I mean, look, this is where you have to break the problem up into smaller problems. You basically need 13.6 and over, so you're looking for 14 and over. Can they get 14 off this over? Well, 6 of them from Johnson. But unfortunately, his tournament finishes where the popped up catch into the leg side. Sangro Reef comes up with a wicket. 0-0, the emergency line in Australia. For all you viewers that are watching from down under. Millard takes this off the stumps and won't get a run here.
Yeah, well, he decides to fend off his first delivery as well from Arif.
Thing is, for me, Garricky, he's got to be facing the first ball. You know, you just don't have time to waste. I know that Johnson's had a few good performances, but Garricky's your playmaker. I think you've got to get him out there from ball 1. He's been a spectator so far, and he still will be. There's a high elbow, and, well, apart from that 6, not much happening on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks like Millard has been sent in to see what he can do, but at the moment doesn't look like he's got too much aggression. A ball to go in the over. Can he find a boundary? A riff. Well, he gets bad on ball. No run there. End of the over. And just the one scoring shot. That was the 6 from Johnson, who was then 6 and out. Caught by Naeem. 6 it is. And, well, here we are with the golden ball front. Look, we keep on saying it's going to happen. It's going to happen here. But we've had some close ones, but hasn't yet been. So we've got 2 days left. Is it going to happen in one of the finals days?
Yeah, well, 35 matches without a golden ball. We're pretty sure we're going to head to 136 as we head into tomorrow, the way things are going in our Garricky. And this is why, okay, in a 50-over match or a 40-over match or even a 20-over match, probably doesn't matter as much who faces. But I think in a 10-over match, you know, especially chasing something like this, maybe in other circumstances, Garricky maybe wants to have a look from the other end first, but now he's been stuck at the other end for 10% of the innings. Now he edges away and we'll get a single. So, yeah, I just think these are things you have to think about. I mean, I know there's certain batters like facing the first ball and getting it out the way. There's certain that don't like facing it because they want to have a look first. But I think when you've got someone like Garricky out there, you think your only way to win this game is for him to do very well. Now, is this a no ball? They had 3 out, so yeah, they must have had 3 fielders out. I think the third man was one of them potentially, long off and deep point. Regardless, free hit coming up, so 3 outfielder infringement from the fielders. Naeem has to dash up a free hit now to Millard. And he does hit it, and he hits it pretty well. He'll get 4 runs. Well, he's biding his time, and he gets a bit of length and turns on it. 4 runs to David.
Yeah, nicely played. Just rocks back. Plays a nice pull shot. Says, thank you very much. He opens up his account and opens the count with a boundary for the 4 runs to Millard off the 4th delivery that he faces. And, well, Naeem was the man who caused all the problems in the last match. What I'm saying is that Guraki needs to make sure he stays inside the crease before he delivers. Because, well, it's almost a wipeout here. You see, Arif almost gets wiped out by Cornelius Eunice. Just watch this. Almost does it.
Well, friendly fire. Naeem took a 4 for earlier. His son just nudged past him for a single.
Single taken. There's Naeem. Now eyes up, bowling back to Millard.
Feels for this, can't get any of it. So yeah, I mean, overseas, looking at their tournament, I mean, one thing that was pretty clear was when their fielding fell away, then the rest of it fell away. And I think that's just one thing when they miss their chances. That's probably something they need to work on. And yeah, and probably their bowling depth at times. I mean, these are things I know they do like to get out there and work on their game. So I think they need to be specific sometimes. And one thing is, yeah, probably general fitness. So fielding, we always think about fielding as, you know, holding a catch and all those things, but I think just generally being in good nick and being in good shape allows you to get to more balls. And you're just feeling better about it, and you're getting less fatigued throughout the innings as well. Comes back, umpire has a think about it, says no. This will be the end of the second over. So it is going to be 14 for 1 after 2. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. It's probably a bit high, maybe hitting down the leg side as well. So yeah, 2 overs in. So look at that. Yeah, hits him above the pad, so probably climbing over the top. As we have a look at the table, and yeah, almost certain now to say that Night of Day are going to win this game. If they win this game, then they win 3rd place because they'll have 4 wins. And Sweet United, after a disastrous morning themselves, only have the 3 wins at the moment. So this is going to be gone, and Heinrich tries to pull, doesn't bounce as much as he thought. Pintu Ghosh is into the action, and he doesn't waste any time. He gets the key man. He is bowled, just 3rd ball. Heinrich goes for 2, and it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Ghosh. He gets the wicket off Ricky going across. That takes a bit of the pad as well. Gets the pad onto the stumps. But Gosh, we've seen him opening up the bowling, so we know that it's going to be useful. So Cherokee has to go. Well done to Pinto Gosha. Once again, more issues, and it is Marks that comes back out at number 4. Well, last time we saw him, he came and he went. He went first ball, caught on the boundary, and it was Naeem who was eyeing up a hat-trick at that point. Can he make a better impact in this match? Marks, marksman.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. He's mongooseless again. As this is hit square of the wicket, this will be 4. Well, he's probably the one other guy I'd say. He had the game of his life. Maybe they could do this. I mean, he is a 6-hitter. You have to string together a bunch of magical overs. He's going with the more traditional bat. And he gets a fair piece of this. Slightly angled in and worked away for 4 on the leg side, off the mark in style.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. He's going to swing. He's going to swing hard. He has to look around. Sees that the fielder's gone back there now. Just going to make sure that everybody else comes in. They do. Well, Tries to get a little bit too ambitious here.
I think sometimes you get a shot that works for you. You try and do it again regardless. But they have put a fielder back at deep square leg, so I don't think this is really the percentage play. Maybe he's trying to get more fine leg-ish, but yeah, pin 2. He's pretty clever performer, isn't he? Good fielder off his own bowling as well. Yeah, goes across and edges, but
Oh
the
dear.
fielder there. Mutu, the hat-trick man from earlier. And now we're going to have a run out with any sort of decent throw. Luckily, it's a poor throw, and Marks gets away with 2. Well,
Yeah.
count the mistakes there. There was a fairly wide delivery. There was a nick. There was a misfield. There was poor running, and then a poor throw back from Muthu Kumaran.
Yeah, Kumaran, the captain, first misfields. And then you can see Sam Ekulina saying, "What are you doing, Arki? And then the throw, if it was a good one, Ekulina, you can see
And
there.
I'm just assuming Sam has fumbled that throw on the way back as well.
Yeah. And listen, there's more bad news I've got to share with everybody.
Talk to me.
And, that is that there's no Dancing Papa in the lineup, so there won't be an over from Dancing Papa. The Papa Smurf is not in the lineup this time round, so somebody else is going to have to provide us with the entertainment out there.
Yeah, this is going to be another run-out opportunity. Aquilina couldn't get to the stumps quick enough. So they take it on. They get away with it. Marks moves to 7.
Yeah, good pick up and throw. Yeah, I don't think the keeper, San Aquilina, was going to get there that quick, but good bit of fielding, nice bit of cricket. I think the batters, they do have to go for it. Here's the throw. I don't think you see, there you go, I was going to say, I don't think you see the batter in the picture. You don't even see the wicket keeper because it takes him a while to get to it. And that is the power play completed. 21 with 2 wickets down.
Yeah, so already that rate's spiraled out. 16. And if Corey was here, he'd probably say there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way than of overseas chasing these down. Still, there's always a contest going on between bat and ball out there in the middle. And now we are going to see Mohamed Zubair. Who's going to bowl the next one? Hey, random questions time. Throw some random ones at us. The more random, the better. Because I think this is going to be a bit of a lull in intensity in the next 7 overs or so. Of course, I do expect it to ramp back up tomorrow when we quarterfinals underway. With some interesting ones. We'll come to them a bit later, but yeah, it looks like we'll see the Mater Day side in
Yeah, I've got a
first
question.
game of the day.
I'll start the random question.
Okay.
This one gets played out. Why do they call it a dead ball? Why is it a dead ball?
Well, isn't it the opposite of when play's alive? Then if not, then the play's dead. That's what I think. I've never looked it up. I just assume.
Dead ball.
Play's alive. You know.
Yeah, but if it's a dead ball, then that ball should be replaced, shouldn't it? Shouldn't you carry on with the same ball? So if the umpire says dead ball,
Well, the
it's
ball's
dead.
made of leather. It died long ago. You know what I'm saying?
Don't get the animal rights people involved in this.
Can you? Okay. Here's a random question.
What?
Assume we use leather, right? Leather comes from animals.
Mm.
Is there such a thing as a vegan ball?
Vegan ball?
There we go. These are the big questions.
So
Yeah,
what do you?
we're going to ask the random questions today. We're not just going to receive them.
Okay.
Is there like such a thing as a vegan
a
ball?
vegan ball? Okay.
And if you
This is
then
multiple questions.
had-
There's too many.
you know the way the world's going these days. I mean, try and allow people's preferences.
Mm.
If you're a vegan, could you insist that you play with a vegan ball? Somebody look that up.
I think if you want to play cricket, you're not going to turn up and say, I can't play with that ball because it's got leather on it. It's against my religion. So, But then I do know several people, and this is the truth. I know something to do. I don't do anything on my sofa. I save all of that to the bedroom. I'm just talking about the leather sofa. The people won't wear leather shoes either. So leather belts is another one.
Okay.
People want to have
4
leather,
overs down.
leather
Jeez,
handbags.
it's gone random quickly, and there's still 6 overs to go. It's 27 for 2 after 4. Hey, Wayne, big thank you to Wayne H. He's now a member of the Silver Spanners. So that means he's paying about €5 a month. I think you're in Australia, right? So it's about $7.99 Australian. Is that what that is? I want to say big thank you to you, Wayne, for your support. Like we said, we're still in the early phases. And look, the thing that one of the reasons we're giving everyone the opportunity now is because you'll basically get the jump because you get to change star. Your star will change colour.
Will it change colour?
It changes colour the longer you've been a member. So if you're an early adopter, you're going to have pretty much a 3-month jump on some of the others. So
They should get
I
stars.
want to say big thank
So
you.
have you got golden star now, since you're a
Uh,
golden ball member?
I'm still. It's based on.
You're still blue.
That's based on the amount of time.
You're just like what you're wearing, blue. How
Yeah.
come you ain't coloured?
I'm happy with it, but I'm a chameleon. I'm going to change colours, just like my suits. And the difference is it'll be every month, not every day. Anyway, apparently, I love
Yeah.
these things. Well, as I said, they tried synthetic when testing the pink ball, apparently. Yeah, so what if you didn't? What if you didn't like trees getting cut down? Would you be forced to use a wooden bat? It is it's in the laws. Give us your best random questions, and we're going to do our best to throw some at you as well. Nice work by Aquilina, but the foot stays down. Yeah, it's a tough one. Overseas, they're going to bow out again.
Here's
Fifth
the
spot in their group.
hat-trick hero from last time, the captain. With it. Coming on the ball. He just played down the ground, so he'll take a single. And Patel will do the fielding.
Yeah, Wazza. How come he doesn't have one? I don't know. Are you sure it went through there, Wazza?
What's that?
Apparently, I think Wazza reckons he's signed up for the Spanner Club, but he doesn't have a start at the moment. Anyway, hold out. Maybe it just hasn't come through yet. Anyway.
Oh,
and
well, it
I
gets
knew
funky.
it was a matter of time till the party tricks came out, and Marks has gone the reverse. Good looking shot, but he'll only get one for it. It'll be the end of the fifth over, and it is 31 for 2. Well, Matt's got a few tricks up his sleeve on the dance floor, so I've heard. And the marksman shoots the gun backwards. Not a great idea. 31 for 2 after 5 overs. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there, you guys. Honestly, we've got the best viewers in world cricket. And look, we have all kinds of ups and downs, momentum shifts on this network. We've got over 1,000 matches already in 2022. And they were really, really happy that you join us. And this is the time we can have a bit of fun. When I think about it, the intensity of the ECC final, which was, what, less than a month ago? Around about a month ago? It's like
It goes too
4
quick.
weeks ago. Okay, this game probably doesn't have as much sting in it, but I want to know those random questions. That's a good chance for you to just talk to us a bit, kind of one-on-two.
One on two.
It's not really one-on-one, is it?
One-on-two.
But tomorrow we have Germany and Italy going head-to-head in the ECI. Charlie Hunt, well, he'll be there. And we've got the marksman. Maybe we've got the huntsman in Spain for that. Germany-Italy, they'll battle twice. The first one is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, which is 2:30 p.m. in India. The second one is 4 hours later. So the second match is 1 p.m. GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe, and 6:30 p.m. in India. Also, don't forget tomorrow, quarter-finals Friday, right here from the FanCode European Cricket Series in Malta. And I'll have my eye on that as well. See how that goes.
When you said said the random questions and you started talking about 1 on 2, you were talking the other day about highlights in the year. When I thought about when you had that little session with the cheerleader guy in the comms box.
Yeah,
when
that
you
was
were talking
good.
about 1 and 2
Romans,
and things.
Romans was a lovely guy. If you can find that, you're doing well. I think it was on finals day in Krefeld. Yeah, Romans Putrins. And if you want to know why I remember his name, I remember the interview very well. Back pad, it's pretty close, just sneaking down the leg side. Okay, Wayne H.
So what do you remember about it anyway, the interview?
Yeah, I just remember that he taught me a lot. Gave me a few ideas of things I could get involved in.
Hey, there's some more. What's happening on there now?
Watch out, you're going to miss a Maximo. All right, we have to take this unscheduled departure from random questions to watch Mark smack one out of the ground. Maximo. Well, the marksman shoots and he scores.
Yeah, that's a good shot, actually. It gets right back into his crease, and he almost shovels that over the boundary, doesn't he? And Millard is still there with him. He's on 9 or 13, but Marks, he's moving along nicely. And now he's going to keep moving along the other way. He gets done by just a slow, pitched-up delivery from Zubair. And Mark sort of, I think he gives up on this one before the ball hits the stump. Well, you don't see that. Both stumps being knocked over at the same time. One at the other end because it's clean bowled because of this. And then when the ball gets thrown back to the umpire, the other bells come off. So it's 6 and out for Marks. Just when he got us excited and stopped us talking gibberish, we go back to him. Now we can start talking gibberish again.
0 stump standing, and the marksman, well, he's having a rough time even getting off the field. Looks the guy's taken 8 games, and now Jörg drops his bat. Well, it's not looking great, to be honest. And it's like you're walking to the gallows, really, at this stage. But anyway, hopefully a few little highlights to come. Always a personal battle out there. Hey, so listen to this.
What?
Wayne H, my new hero, we found out a way. Again, we're still learning about the features, all right? So he's gifted 5 ECN memberships. So he's gifted one to Wazza. He's gifted one to James Stewart so far. And he's gifted one to Mandrake. So I've got to say, that is very, very kind of you, Wayne.
Christmas has come early.
So we got 5 new members of the Silver Spanner Club, thanks to Wayne. Wayne H. Well, there's going to be a silver statue of him next at the Carter Oval next time we turn up there. So big thank you to you, Wayne.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. Oh, a lovely thing that is as well. But yeah, Christmas time. I love Christmas.
Yeah, that means
Like
that if...
Christmas?
Yeah, like I say, I think it's €5 a month. It depends where you are in the world. It's about $5 US. It's probably about $8 Australian. But like I say, it works out about 2 to 2.5 cents a match. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, we're just trying to get this going. It allows us to keep improving what we're doing. What is a pretty competitive environment, I suppose. And the ECN's a funny one. It's something that obviously our 2 marquee tournaments, you'll see them on a lot of the mainstream channels, but in between, there's a lot of cricket and a lot of chances to spread the word of cricket in Europe and also provide a lot of entertainment to people, whether they're in Europe or not. So I want to say a big thank you to Wayne. It means a lot to us. And yeah, we want to keep improving what we give to our members as well. But first we need to do is kind of get that base and see who wants to get involved. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over here with 4 overs remaining in the day. It's 40 for 3.
40 for 3. And, I think this is just about the match. To win the match looks very, very unlikely, doesn't it now? They need to go at that 23 runs or so per over. So an opportunity for you, everybody out there on the chat, get involved. If there's any questions, if you know what we're talking about here, we're talking about if you know of anything about cricket balls where they're not made of leather.
Single from Babes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get one here. So yeah, also Keanu mentioned that they're trialling bamboo bats. When I was younger, I actually had a sandalwood bat made for me. And so my father at the time was importing sandalwood, right? We had a farm or something like that. This thing was the lightest thing you've ever seen. As we see a ball, it's up in the air, probably plugs. And I actually think he's done this. And now he rockets in a throw. I always takes Sam Ackleader's head off
on the shoulder. What a stop this is. This is almost like, you know, when those, what do you call those guys that walk the rope?
Yeah, tightrope.
Tightrope.
Except for here, you're not allowed to be on the rope. See, I think he's fine.
This is Matrix style. This is
that's
like
brilliant
slow motion.
Fielding. Really, really good fielding.
Yeah, he does really well there.
Yeah. And the throw was supersonic. Yeah, so I had a sandalwood bat. We used it in the backyard with just tennis balls and stuff. You couldn't have used it against a cricket ball.
Well, what good is that then? As this is smacked away. Yeah, that was
I'm just telling you, it was like swinging a feather. It's like swinging a feather. It was so good. And I think we even might have tried it against a harder ball. It didn't go very well. It's probably a good call. Yeah, it's probably waist high. So Millard, he loves facing a free hit. I think it's the second one he's faced.
He put the last one away for a boundary.
Yep. He can charge this if he wants to. Look who it is. Muthu Kumaran is on now. In fact, it won't be Millard because he takes the single, so it'll be Yerg to face it. He yorks himself, sums it up really. Okay, I'm going to keep the questions coming. Random question from James.
Yeah.
Back in Yoldi playing days, did Rico and or Vinny have a personal on the oval rivalry with a specific adversary? Question. Oh, I don't know how you get out to this, but he's found a way. And somehow he's been dropped, and now we're going to have a run out.
No!
Oh, no way! No way! No way, no way, no way!
I cannot believe this. This is twice we've seen this today. Well, we thought we're going to have to put the two together. Which was easier? How does...
Oh, boy.
How does Cooper... First he drops a corner ball. Then he misses from... Watch this. This is incredible. Watch.
Sometimes pictures speak for themselves.
He could have just picked it up and knocked them off. That's twice. We see that today. The action continues. Hey, listen, you got to put the two together. We saw the one earlier where the bowler missed it. Now
earlier it was Peter Loren. So both teams have done one of these. But the other one wasn't as bad as this because first, again, count the mistakes. Bad ball, bad shot, dropped catch. And he's loving it.
Watch it again. Sam is trying to pick the ball up, and the captain snatches it from him and misses it. Sam Aquilina he was raging at his captain there. Oh, Andis, please show us again when you get an opportunity. All right, let's have a look at where we are. What do we know so far? Which one's been confirmed?
That was crazy.
Quarterfinal 2 has been confirmed. Crusaders will play the Masita Warriors. That's up there. We know quarterfinal number 4.
So
The
I can tell you,
AUM.
the Blasters going to play Marta Day
Yeah.
in quarterfinal 1. Can't put it up there just yet. Probably can put it up at the end of 9th over. Marsa will play Sweet United in quarterfinal 3. That's a rematch of the 1 versus 4 that Sweet United actually knocked out Marsa in the June series last year. So Marsa haven't scored to settle. Sweet United, they'll just feel they might be able to do it. I mean, you think about that. I mean, all of these games are into sudden death tomorrow. So you got this far in the top 8. Each one of those teams is 3 matches away from the trophy. Here's Pintu Ghosh in over number 8.
Well, so we're going to miss.
That was unbelievable. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? What are we going to see next? Here we go again. And Millard can't believe it. He pretty much gives it up.
He goes to pick it up and he said, give it to me. He would have given it to him, and Sam is saying, oh.
But Sam
I
was
love
the
it.
one that should have been run out before, and Lorenz could have taken the bails. So Sam has been on both sides of it now.
So Bowler comes back in. Gosh, into Gosh. And he knocks him over. He gets the off stump of Millard. So Millard will go 14 of the 19th delivery. And Pintu Gosh, well, if you need him out to come on and take a wicket, you go back to one of your main strike bowlers, and he gets it right on the money, gets his radar switched on, and boom, knocks him over, chuck their foot their style. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fireball as it knocks him over. The castle has been raided. Another one bites the dust, and Millard, well, he had a good outing out there, didn't he? A good outing, had a good knock, hit a few balls, got the 1 boundary, but he will have to go. Bowled by Pintu Gosh, goes for 19, and 1-4 to his name. He goes for 14, beg your pardon, of the 19 deliveries that he faces.
Wow. I mean, Millard, he's not invincible after all. And so Pintu says, all right, enough with this craziness. If this is one way to do it, I'm going to hit the stumps. I still am in a bit of shock, and I've seen a lot of cricket. I'm going to try and run through the mistakes on that. Maybe we can have it one more time, Anders, after this. Maybe at the end of the over. And starts with the wide. All right, I don't know if you got it one more time. I mean, it started with a wide down the leg side that Jörg hits, and he shouldn't have. And then it's a simple catch, and Jörg runs thinking he's going to be out. Then Millard sacrifices himself, and then Muthu misses the stumps from point blank range. And
look at the celebration from the batter.
Yeah.
Watch Millard when he realises he's not out.
Well, I mean, he's basically, it's like being thrown off a building and then kind of a pillow truck like driving past underneath and falling into it.
He is so happy. He celebrates.
How he survived that.
He gets down to the other end and he does a press up. Well, I've never seen anything like it. You've seen some things here in Malta. He wants the run. And yeah, it should be an easy single take.
It took our focus off the random question from James, and apologies, James. But yeah, he wanted to know: did you ever have like a rival on the field rival that you'd have a beef with, or had a rivalry with?
No, not too much, to be honest. Not a lot. They were, as in like one particular person.
Yeah, like a
every
person,
time.
like a nemesis.
Nah, not really.
Huh?
I don't think so.
Universally well liked.
Mind you, there was a dog at one of the places we used to play.
All right.
With I think the owner deliberately used to let him out when we were playing cricket. So every time you ran, the dog ran after you. So that
right?
wasn't good. So there wasn't too many fielders chasing after balls because A, the dog was going to run after you. B, the dog was always going to get there before you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's true. So you don't have a human one, you have a canine one.
Canine
4
one.
from Babes to finish the over. 8 overs down. It's 55 for 4. So, yeah, overseas trying to fight back. I think now we know that they're out of here. But still, aiming for some highlights late on. I'm trying to think. I didn't really have a huge one rival. I probably didn't play the same teams enough because the kind of nature of the grade cricket scene is there's 16 clubs and you rarely play the same one more than once or twice in a season. Anyway, here we go with Faisal, who's had a good day. Widdop pats it back. I remember there was one guy, for some reason, just really didn't like me. This is indoor cricket talk now, and indoor cricket was probably a bit more, I say rough back in those days. Like it was more of a, yeah, it was rough. And there's a lot of throwing around. There's one guy that, no matter what, if I was diving from a crease, which he had to do all the time, he would love to stick the boot in. You know, it was pretty rough, and he would, at any possible chance, he would try to fall on top of me, make it look like an accident. That guy, Cliff, he knows who he is.
Cliff, if you're watching.
I don't know if he's in prison or not. Probably should be.
If he's watching, I'll give him a
even,
start.
You know, I was the youngster coming through, so no, you got to earn your stripes a little bit. But yeah, that's the thing.
So did you get one over him?
Not often. He would even, if I was like diving to try and run him out, he would slide his bat into me if I was lying on the ground. He was, and the thing is, you know, sometimes people are, you know, on the ground they're really competitive, and then off the ground they might sledge the absolute, you know, the, you know what out of you, and then you come off the field and they're actually fine, and you know it's all on the field thing. Not him. He was also awful off the field. No one liked him. I'm
sure he was lovely, really.
I'm lucky to still have my spine intact. See if a guy runs full speed and slides his bat into your back. Yeah, Cliff. If you're watching this right now, turn off. Starting to sound a bit like Corey. I don't have too many enemies, but there's one of them.
That looks like we've brought up some bad memories there. You
knows
need counselling
Anyone
tonight.
knows Cliff? And you're watching this, feel free to send it through.
Don't worry, everybody. I'll look after Maxie. I'll take him for a nice. I'll take him for a nice drink and give him a cuddle later.
22 or 23 years later, I'm still thinking about it. Anyway, yeah, some interesting things happen in that sport. Anyway, here is Naeem. Got one ball, I should say, to close out. It's in the air, and it is going to be caught. Srijay Patel will take the catch. And so, unfortunately for Babes, he's going to have to go. This one was going for 6, but Srijay skates around the boundary, trips light, fantastic, and removes Yerk from the equation. 9 overs down, and it is 58 for 5.
Yeah, nice catch taken. So, Faisal Naeem, he does pick up a wicket, picked up 4 in the last one. We'll just get the 1 in this one because that also was the end of the over. And just like that, Nazir gets ready to bowl the next as we have a look at what tomorrow will bring us.
Yeah, pretty confident now that we can lock these in. So Bajiba Blasters, they can play Malta Day first thing in the morning, and that's 2 versus 3 matchup, as is the Crusaders versus the Cedar Warriors in quarterfinal number 2. Marsa will play Sweet United. Like I say, Sweet United in that exact fixture knocked out Marsa in 2021. And then the next Knights, top in Group B, they'll take on AUM. So it all starts again. Quarterfinals Friday is on the way. It starts 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 PM in India. Join us for the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta quarterfinals. And also, it's going to be a big day of cricket because we'll also have 2 T20 internationals from Spain. So we head into the last over. And it's going to be Nazir who's going to bowl it. Okay, last chance for random questions. We've enjoyed them. Thanks for sticking around. James and Keanu, they look great with your stars. So I think how it works when you give somebody a membership, it gives them the option to have a membership for a month, and it's up to them whether they continue. So it's very nice of Wayne to at least give you a star. And you're all stars for us, of course. We really appreciate the support. And then we'll get a single. But yeah, it's been a big year on ECN. We want to keep going bigger and better, and obviously building our community and kind of building that support is part of that. But I want to emphasise that it is voluntary, and we want to keep it free for anyone that wants to watch for free. It's completely fine. This is in the air, and Srijay Patel this time won't get it. Maximo. Well, that's a pretty good shot. As you see, Widdop just launching one over the offside. And take that, 6 runs.
Yeah, Widzi goes zee-ho as he hits this one pretty well. And we'll get the Maximo. And Patel can't do anything about that. A little highlight there for George. George Widdop. He'll go again. And is he going to get another? He is. Boom! Balle, 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 as we go Woodsy. 6 more. Una cita muy grande. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, that's more like it. Where was he when they needed him?
Yeah, he's come good, hasn't he? Again, there's nothing sloggy about these shots. It's just extension of a drive. Yeah, really nicely done.
Yeah, 2 nice shots. Michael Nazir, he won't like that. What's he going to be his comeback? Plays a defensive shot.
Take the red inker. Yeah, I think George knows what he's doing. So last ball of the day coming up. And yeah, quarterfinals Friday on the way. Yeah, it's all cutthroat from tomorrow. That run rate required is going to go up to, I'm guessing, probably 380 or something like that. If we see it update. And this would have been a stumping chance, but it's missed. So I think this will be it. Yeah, as you see, Sam had a chance for a cheeky one here, potentially, but he couldn't grab it, but doesn't really matter in the end. It's going to be a big win. Malta Day with 2 big wins really over overseas today. 135-73 the final score in match number 40. And Malta Day playing their way into 3rd position. Look, it's not quite the top of the table they were last year, but certainly they are playing good cricket heading into the finals. Yeah,
they'll be very happy with their performance. I think it's key that you go into those matches tomorrow. Elimination matches, remember, on good form, and they are on good form. I think their bowlers have bowled really well. We saw that today. I think the bowling from Muthu Kumaran and also from the likes of Faisal Naeem was good. We also saw that Pinto Gosh can show what he can do as well when he needs to. I mean, it was made easy for them really today because I think overseas weren't at their best, but still they had to perform. And of course, they've all got smiles on their faces. And also, don't forget, I mean, the batting clicked as well. We saw Patel score good runs. And Azim Sathi as well was in good form as well. Cornelius Yunus and also Edward Thomas are starting to show what they can do as well. So they're going to be pretty happy and pretty pumped going into their match tomorrow against the Bujiba Blasters.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, yeah, the Blasters versus Malta Day. They'll be bright and early in the morning. So, early to bed, Malta Day. And they will be out to play. We'll start with 8 tomorrow. We'll only have 4. There's a couple of moments here which I think have some viral potential. It's been that kind of a day, hasn't it? But the Heinrich manoeuvre, unfortunately, he fails, and that meant it was going to be a long 10 overs. The marksman came out, actually hit a couple of good shots. I like the hustle from David. You can't fault his efforts. He's tried his hardest. This one he did get away, and that one went over the fielder for a Maximo. He had a few tricks in there. Unfortunately, ran out of time, and you see there, hits across the straight one. That was Zubair chipping in with a wicket. You see where it bounces between his feet, just Yorker length. He gives a thumbs up and says, you know, well done. As he was walking off, he was dropping his equipment. Yer came on dropping his equipment. Not a great sign, really. But, you know, overseas, obviously it's sad to see them go out of the tournament in this fashion once again. But a great bunch of guys. Now, this is the moment which I think we'll probably see a few times. And Muthu. And I love it that Sam Aquilina, I think he considers tackling him there. You see, he's holding him. He's trying to say, stop, what are you doing? Because I think Sam could see where the batter was. And Millen, I think he kisses the ground as well. Then he makes his ground. It's, well, I can't believe it at the other end. Anyway, Millen eventually, his luck would run out. And, well, in the end, overseas, probably a tournament to forget for them. They had a few highlights in there, of course. But we look forward to seeing them next time as well. And we certainly wish them all the best in the season ahead. It's Malta Day who play better on the back end of day 10. Even though Zubair couldn't get a hand on that, and they are deservedly through to the quarterfinals. Babes got close. He fell late, didn't he? Nice catch by Srijay Patel. And a couple of late ones from George Widdop, which I liked. I mean, that's a proper cricket shot. He launched a couple out of the ground, but it wasn't enough to get close to this big score from Malta Day.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again, you see the team in a huddle there, and the reason in a huddle get a victory. They come into tomorrow's matches on a bit of a high. Remember, not only have we got the quarterfinals happening here tomorrow, but we also start the series there in Desert Springs, the T20I series, of course, sponsored by Grizzly Bear, and it's going to be, well, Germany and Italy. that'll be playing the first 2 matches.
Yeah.
Going to be exciting. And Spain, of course, they start their campaign on Saturday.
Yeah, so there's kind of more points available if you're playing a higher ranked opponent. All these guys are, well, Germany, Italy, and Spain, they're pretty closely ranked, but still there's slightly more in it for Germany because I think Germany are 6 points below Italy in the rankings. So they'll play twice tomorrow. That's 9 a.m. GMT, 10 a.m. in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. Don't forget also, we'll be right back here in the morning at 7:30, so a bit earlier. So Charlie, he'll get another sleep in. Nothing new there. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. And these are the confirmed fixtures for tomorrow. We're starting with the Blasters and Malta Day. Southern Crusaders, Cedar Warriors. So Crusaders, Warriors, quarterfinal 2. Master, Sweetie United. That's the fascinating one for me, even though normally the 2 versus 3, you imagine are close. Master, 1 versus 4 there. That's closer than it looks. And then Knights, AUM. I mean, AUM are a pretty good side to finish 4th. And they got the tank, for example. So, I mean, that's not a foregone conclusion. 4 games, it could go either way. And that starts in the morning. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it just wasn't the start they wanted at all, was it? And you look at this final score of 73. As we say goodbye quickly to Julian and to Wayne and to James and to Emily and to you, Raj. I hope you had a great day. Sujit as well. Keanu, anyone I missed as well. I want to say a big thank you for joining us today. Let's have a look at the scorecard, though. And you can say that David Marks, he was the best of the batters, 19 of 15. Played some nice shots. Millard with 14, stuck around for a while. Hershey run a ball, 10. Win it with a couple of blows late on, 17 of 10. But have a look. How often have we seen this? Just 1 wide. That's pretty rare. 1 wide, 2 no balls in the innings. So pretty disciplined stuff. Overseas not having enough room to breathe. And really, you just knew they weren't going to get that 130 plus, especially with the early departure of the openers. As far as the bowling went, well, of course, plenty of good performers there. And not quite the 2 forfers we had earlier, but you look at Sagara Riff, just bowled 1 over in the end. He started it all off 1 for 6, a wicket for Naeem, 2 for Gosh, 1 for Zubair. And Muthu Cameron, well, he provided for me the biggest highlight of this innings, which was that proper blooper. And only on ECN could you take a hat trick and then later in the day go viral for missing probably one of the easiest catches and run-out combinations that you'll ever see on a cricket field. So I'm looking forward to those 2 being put together. And, well, that's very easy, isn't it? Rico, big thanks to you. Big effort. Now, you've just got a couple more days before you have a little bit of a break. Yeah. I know you're taking the first half of Barcelona off, but I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing how this pans out in Malta, because there's 8 teams. And really, you look at all of them, they're all a chance of winning the 3 games required to raise the trophy.
Yeah, they certainly do. I can see already when you look at what we saw in last week in Group A, I think we've seen the same Group B. I think the talented teams are going to be very exciting.
We got to get this guy in here.
Yeah, we got to.
Sorry to interrupt you.
We've got to get Muthu in here.
Yeah, so we don't often do this, but we saw Muthu coming back, and Muthu, be careful you don't trip on anything there. It's not often that in one afternoon you can take a hat trick and maybe make a blooper that will go viral. What happened on that one with the drop catch, and then you get around about?
Actually, I didn't realize that the batsman is behind us, and even I didn't expect that I'm going to catch it because I thought it was going to be for the keeper catch. I tried my best, but I didn't expect I'm going to catch it.
That's very easy. And look, when you watch that, you'll see Sam's almost trying to grab you to stop you throwing the ball because he could see what happened. Anyway, big congratulations on the hat trick and good luck in the quarterfinals tomorrow. You guys played some great cricket today. But Rico, well, that just sums it up, doesn't it? I mean, what a moment.
We've had a magical day. I mean, we've seen some very good cricket. We've seen batters bat well, and some good scores being scored here today. We've seen bowlers perform really well. We've seen a hat trick, and Muthu, you're getting the hat trick earlier. But I think
that,
also some of the catches and some of the comedy and drama has been great.
It has been. Look, I'd take a hat trick for sure. Even if it means you make something that I'm sure by the weekend several million people will have seen that, and they probably wouldn't have seen the hat trick, but I would at least know that I took a hat trick, and that's the main thing. And look, like I said, if he bowled his 2 overs, he would have taken 8 wickets because he took 4 and he only got to bowl 1 over.
That's right, 4 and 1 over.
All right, last chance as well. If you'd like to, please join our community on YouTube. And thanks to everyone again who has decided to contribute just a little bit. It all helps us bring the action to you. We're planning to bring you over 1,000 matches again in 2023. Don't forget our social media is always a great place to see some things. Just saying. And also, I want to thank everyone who's subscribed to our YouTube channel. It's growing all the time. Rico, we're going to take the night off now. We'll be back tomorrow for quarterfinals Friday. Make sure you join us. Plenty of cricket on offer tomorrow. 4 matches right here. 2 from Spain in the T20 International as well. But for now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. That's the kind of action you'll only see here on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you tomorrow right here. And we'll leave you some highlights of the day. See you tomorrow for more FanCode
We'll
European
do
Cricket
indeed.
Series. It's going to be QFF. Bring it. Let's go. See you later.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.